Good afternoon, my fellow Americans. This is your future president speaking. Welcome to the channel. I think I'm getting better at timing this whole ads thing, so I think we just let that play for 5 minutes and then get right to it. Today we have quite a full agenda. I am actually gonna try and be more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Consistent? Or no, not consistent. More structured. There we go. Because I tend to just go through the major topics. Wow, I missed my mark. I missed my mark after all. 20 seconds and counting. I guess in general, though, I mean, it doesn't matter since this is just the introduction aspect. What we're going to go over, and then we are also going to be playing some AoE, and then we have some pre-planned video for that as well. So, without further ado, we're going to be going over the Bob Menendez corruption, Secret Service Director steps down, Bibi visiting America, and of course Israel being furious with Bibi, although, really? Hawaii doesn't allow open carry, which, believe it or not, that's a thing. That's actually a thing. The Hawaii state constitution does not allow open carry because of the deliberate interpretation of the Second Amendment, which, as we've gone over many, many times, calls for a well-regulated militia. And the well-regulated part typically means, you know, licensure and whatever else, but militia typically means military. And that's how Hawaii is choosing to interpret that. Florida doesn't require concealed permits, and I don't think Ohio does either. Elon Musk discusses his trans child, which, sure, that's going to be entertaining. JD Vance and his fakeness. And then PragerU indoctrinating children. There's going to be 2 different videos for that. So, let's get to it. Looks like we can just go ahead and we'll do it this way. That didn't work as intended. There we go. That's what I wanted. Perfect. Hello from Boston. So VP Couch Effer
and today,
is
I'm going to share
on
a story
Twitter.
That's told in Ethiopia and other African
Which one
countries.
of them is the
It's
Couch
called
Effer?
Truth, Lies, Fire, and Water. Once upon a time, truth, lies.
So we're going to start off with the kids. JD Vance. Okay. So we're going to start off with PragerU with indoctrinating children.
Here we go, everyone. Let's learn about Ethiopia.
We seriously not increase the fucking ball. I hate this.
All right, everyone.
I
It's time to go back to
seriously
school.
hate
But this time I'm going
XSplit.
to kindergarten. Yeah, it's time for PragerU. For
Why
kids.
is it always
'Cause you wanna
so
indoctrinate the
disingenuously
kids
fucking annoying?
with PragerU education, right? Because after all, it's all about protecting the kids. You've heard about the Kink and Pride debate, right?
but welcome to
we
the
cannot
stream,
have
Princess.
the gays anywhere near children because they might indoctrinate
we will
them
be
to the
discussing
gay.
JD Vance.
We don't want them to catch
him
the
being
gay.
on Twitter.
After all, it is quite infectious. I would
fucker.
know. My first opportunity when I found
Is
the gay,
that
I
what's
was like,
trending
on
Twitter?
This is
Or is it
intriguing.
that it's JD
Goddamn, I
Vance
wish
in
I'd never
general?
been indoctrinated. You know, the first time I saw the gay, it was too much for me. You know,
Hello,
I don't have the
Oshun.
self-control that others do. But luckily, we have ways of preventing that. We now have PragerU for children. So here we go.
This is so unfair. How am I'm gonna be the only, I can't believe what? I can't believe Mom and Dad. All my friends are going on a beach trip next month that costs $100, and Mom and Dad are making me pay my own way, even though I told them I only have $10 left in my purse.
Nice. Maybe this will teach you some financial responsibility.
Whatever, Leo. That's what Mom and Dad said. You think you're so smart. Remember, I'm your older sister. Don't you lecture me on financial responsibility.
Well, I
Wow.
was just reading.
Definitely a typical conversation had between siblings. I know. I mean, I grew up with siblings, and so that was all we ever really talked about. Really, it's like, let's talk about economic responsibility. That was usually front and center for most conversations. It's typically what kids talk about most of the time.
About the father of economics, and I think he can help you.
Who is economics?
Economics isn't a who, it's a what, and it has to do with things related to making and saving money. This guy invented the economic system that we use in America. It's called capitalism.
I need to make money fast. Let's go learn about capitalism from its dad?
Well, we'll have to go back in time to Scotland. That is where Adam Smith was from.
I've always wanted to see Scotland.
Maybe we'll see the Loch Ness Monster.
Hello there, laddie and lassie.
I'm Leo, and this is my sister Layla.
Yes, yes. And you're from the future. And you're studying for an economics test.
Yeah, because I'm
Crimmins.
sure that would.
You future kids in all your tests.
No, not exactly. We
Oh
are
my
from the
God.
future, but my sister here needs to make $100 pretty quick, and we thought you could help.
Ugh, why didn't you say so? Let me tell you about
So Adam
capitalism.
Smith was Scottish.
Before
I thought
I
he was
came
English.
around,
But
people
that's
believed that there was a set
crazy
amount
that
of wealth for the entire
capitalism
world.
can
Oh my god, I
lend
totally
itself
know what
all the way
wealth
back
means.
to Scotland.
It means money, that
Thanks,
things you have,
Scotland.
you know, like how
You
many
went from
things you can buy.
freedom.
I was totally
to
gonna say that, Leo.
Give me your money.
Before capitalism, people believed that more wealth for one meant less for others. This type of economic system limited trade, led to violence, and made some people really rich and most people really, really poor.
Like actual capitalism?
Interesting. Again, just top-notch entertainment for children. This is what kids really need to learn about. This is an important lesson to learn when you're.
I mean,
you know,
yeah,
in your
teaching
developmental
kids
years.
about
And you know what's
the
wild
world
is
is
that we now live in
absolutely
a system
fine.
in which 6 men.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, the thing is, you should learn about Adam Smith. You should learn about the origins of capitalism in our society today. But you should also learn about, you know, socialism and unions and communism and the different other isms, the different economic forums. The fact of the matter is, this is actually really good content that is kid-friendly, which is not great. That's not great because obviously it's good content. Obviously it's geared for children. And obviously there's a conservative bias, right? It just highlighted capitalism as this thing that gave people more equity, which is not at all what's happening now. And it wasn't what was happening then either. So again, it's good content in terms of the quality. It's good content in the terms of this is perfect for children to learn about, but terrible in the sense that it's indoctrination, that it is completely misrepresenting how capitalism actually impacts society.
6 white cishet men, old men, control the collective wealth.
Hold on. Well, I'll
the
play this, but
planet.
give me a second.
That's the system we have now. 6, just 6 dudes, 6 good old boys. You know, just having a ball, control half the wealth of 7 billion human beings. Interesting that.
In capitalism, if everyone focuses on making the best products and services, wealth of the world is limitless. Even if they're just focusing on themselves.
As an illustrator living in LA, I see PragerU occasionally pop up during openings for designers. You can tell that they have a lot of turnover or bad art direction, how often they change the look of their animated videos, or no consistency at all. Yeah, I mean, hey, money's money. I will never rag on someone who takes a job animating for PragerU as an animator. I mean, especially being a freelance artist, that's got to be, it's cutthroat. I mean, I would know. I was a freelance editor for a while, and it's not easy. You get exploited every single turn you get. But that's true. Their animation style does change pretty consistently. That could have something to do with it.
Everyone
It's simple to save with my Hannaford Rewards.
This pasta's flying off the shelf.
Oh my
Just 1 day
goodness.
before the attempted assassination.
All right. Since we happened to get an ad from RFK Jr., I cannot believe that is actually what he sounds like. And I can't get over it. I really can't. I cannot get past it. And it is an asshole thing to do, to judge somebody based on an actual disability, right? He had throat cancer or something, right? I mean, that's what people have been saying. But buddy, if that's what you sound like and it's a struggle for you to talk, maybe you shouldn't be president. Maybe you should be some sort of behind the scenes guy. Be somebody's campaign manager. Be my campaign manager. Help me write some executive orders. I don't know. I'm sure you know something useful. But I don't think you need to be the face of the country. I mean, let's listen to this.
Mr. Trump. I gave a speech in Las Vegas calling for a unity
That's not
government.
inspirational. Hi, fellow Americans. We have been hit by the Twin Towers, and we are under attack by terrorists. We must stand united. It's not. I'm sorry, it's just not inspirational. People want to be inspired. And also, if it's that hard for you to talk, like, I don't want you to have a stroke trying to talk, man. Anyway, sorry, RFK Jr., but, like, I think you would be best suited for a behind-the-scenes role where you don't have to do too much talking. Like, my goodness, give your voice a rest.
Benefit. Their own self-interest will lead to more happiness and more peace.
So,
Hold on.
greed.
Wait a second. Did I hear that correctly?
Freelance artist, that's got to be, it's cutthroat. I mean, I would know. I was a freelance editor for a while, and it's not easy.
Buddy,
you get exploited every
I
single
know
turn
we're watching your video, but we
that's
don't
true.
care.
Their animation style does change pretty consistently. That could have something to do with it.
Everyone will benefit. Their own self-interest will lead to more happiness and more peace.
Hello, it's
So,
Marys.
greed is good.
No, Leo. Self-interest.
Wow.
Is different from being selfish or greedy. It means doing what is best for yourself will lead to rewards for everyone. If you're a generous and helpful person, you'll be rewarded with friends. If you run a business that is honest and fair, your reward will be loyal customers.
That's not at all how that works. That's not at all how that works. This is a great video. Well done, Oshun. Well done. This is what PragerU is indoctrinating children with, by the way. This is real.
Right? I like the child dressed up as Gordon Gekko. Yeah, that was just a little cherry on top of all this mess.
And your customers will benefit from loving what you have to offer.
How do you know what is fair to charge? Who decides who gets to make more money or less money?
Excellent question, Layla. No person decides, and certainly no government does. Fairness is determined by what I call the invisible hand of the market.
Yikes, invisible hand?
Wow.
I know it sounds spooky, but it just means that the economy runs best when costs and wages are determined naturally by the market. That's when people can negotiate freely about what to charge and what to pay.
So
Really?
no
I mean, it's almost as if we're hearkening to neoliberalism right now, you know? Unregulated free markets is the backbone to a democratic and free society, and let's just spread that all around the world if we can. Interesting. Funny how this never works out, you know? I mean, in principle, this all sounds wonderful.
The
every single one
invisible
of you,
hand.
if you work hard, it has nothing to do with greed. Again, if you're friendly to people and you make friends, just more friends for all. Isn't that how
This fucking system. Anyway. Letting everything self-regulate as if that gives workers any chance whatsoever to negotiate their own wages or prices. Like, again, if you don't want to buy gas, guess what? You don't buy it, and then guess what? You don't have gas. So the free market system is not at all remotely close to what this is being described as. If anything, what he's describing would be a bartering system that uses money as a form of exchange, which is unironically a lot of what happens in a lot of JRPG games and isekai fantasies, where you negotiate at the stall like, oh, I'll take 3 pieces of bread. Okay, that'll be 3 silver. What about 2 silver and 1 copper? That's what he's describing. But really, it's you go to the grocery store, bread is $1. Well, bread is $3, and you're like, well, fuck that. I'm going to only pay $2. Guess what? You go to jail for theft. That's so unironically, what he's describing, Adam Smith, the actual father of capitalism, vis-a-vis PragerU, would actually be somewhat improved. Obviously, the ideal society is that everybody has their needs met, and resources are just presented to people as they are needed, and people will eventually, if not immediately, not become greedy, hoarding sociopaths. The thing is, once you have plenty, you don't need to hoard. Unless you're a sociopath billionaire, then you do need to hoard because you have no soul, no empathy, and you can't fill that hole in yourself. So you have to fill it with money, and then you realize it just doesn't work. You need regulation of the market to stabilize the economy. Right. No, I mean, absolutely. For all intents and purposes, we're never... In our lifetime, we are not likely to get to a point where money is so accessible to the layman that cost of goods is no longer a consideration. So in the meantime, yes, regulation is what reduces or enforces certain costs of goods or price gouging from exceeding certain levels. But what he's talking about is truly an economic bartering system using a standard currency as the medium of exchange, which is a step in the right direction. And it's arguably what we used to have. Which is even more ironic because in the earlier part of this video, he said that capitalism is where capitalism allowed more people to get access to resources, whereas in the feudal system, it was only the few people that had the money and everybody else did not. But during that system, the feudal system, there was a lot more bartering. And sure, there was poverty, but not to the degree that people think. The Dark Ages were the Dark Ages because of the church, not because of obscene poverty. My status on what I sent you is still... Oh, okay. I'll leave you two to that conversation.
This all works. Not like governments ever take any kind of, I don't know, play on this. It's never been the role of government to regulate a market. That's never been part of any of this.
One should force you to pay more than what you want?
That's right, Leo. Now, what type of business are you going to make?
People might pay to hear me sing. La 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 la.
Or we can pay you not to sing.
Any other ideas? Layla?
We do have 2 giant lemon trees in our backyard that are blooming right now.
When
I
life
have $10
gives you
for other
lemons,
supplies.
make lemonade
We can have a
lasses.
lemonade stand.
That's a great business idea, Layla.
Yeah, but Layla,
It's
there's
great.
already a lemonade stand in our neighborhood. Kenny and Karen have theirs 3 blocks away. Won't they get mad?
Under capitalism, competition is goods. The invisible hand naturally guides competing businesses to improve the quality of their goods and
Weird
services.
that I couldn't find anything
If Kenny and
new.
Karen act in the best interest, they won't get mad. They'll try and make better lemonade than you.
Let's go make lemonade, Layla. I'll get lemons from our trees, and you use your $10 to buy the other supplies we need. Bye, Mr. Smith.
Oh, good little Easter egg right there. Did y'all see the Loch Ness Mobster? Like just pop his head up?
I did not.
Probably to be like, this is complete and utter bullshit. Yeah, Adam Smith was actually decidedly against monopolies and knew that they would have a tyrannical oversight over a lot of this. But hey, keep on going.
Goodbye, kids. Good luck.
2
That
more
being
lemonades.
said, I mean, we could continue watching this video, just to, bash on it. But this guy is absolutely right. Adam Smith knew monopolies were going to be bad. He knew capitalism was the idea. The idea behind capitalism is still to give back to community and to your workers. It's the fact that that's not what's happening. It's just like trickle-down economics. Trickle-down economics on paper, if it actually was enforced, the more money a company makes, the more it must give to its workforce. If that actually happened, yes, trickle-down economics would be the best economic system ever existing, right? Because then the free market, the more the market makes, the more people make, the more they spend, the more the market makes, and it's a cycle that goes up. Granted, a infinite growth in a finite system, blah, 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 notwithstanding, but that's not how it happens. All that happens is it trickles up and 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 forever up. It never goes back down. Which is one of the reasons why my economic policy enforces trickle-down economics, i.e., 50% of all profits must be distributed to the workforce. Not 49.9%, 50%. And by doing so, profit sharing, it will intrinsically help people even working at McDonald's, even pushing carts, even working at a cash register, but also the engineers, the lawyers, the bankers, the teachers. Everybody will make more money because the for-profit model will redistribute that money. Amazing how that works. Granted, we need to ease ourselves out of capitalism and start rebuilding our social safety nets, but even so, it is a way to enforce trickle-down economics the way it was arguably intended by Adam Smith. Just goes to show you that First Amendment rights mean absolute diddly to these people. This is the article. Voight's angry at her because she voiced pro-Palestinian views, and that makes her an anti-Semite or influenced by anti-Semites. Yeah, we need to do the Bitly thing. Is Bitly still free? Because that's a whole lot of jargon on the screen there. But all that to say, yeah. That's pretty crazy. Not gonna lie. Let's try the other one and just see how bad that is. It wasn't the same video, was it? Well, hold on. Ah, dang it. I guess we missed the racism part. It was a different guy, okay.
Government deregulation is necessary to rid the economic world of burdensome bureaucracy. The public's need for media, healthcare, and military.
Your cows across the plains so he can have all of yours to himself, and you'll have nothing. If I were you, I'd get rid of fire now, and then we can have all his cows for ourselves. Water was shocked, but believed the lie that he'd been told. So, he dashed up to fire and put fire out. Splash! Then, lies snuck up to truth and whispered.
She's another lady from PragerU that's apparently reading to children.
He did that so he could take his cows. Let's run away from water forever and take all his cows with us. Truth believed lies and agreed.
Why does every children's lesson have to be about the virtues of capitalism? Why can't you teach them not to lie or to steal or the normal things that kids programming is usually concerned with? Why is every single one of these videos got to be propaganda for capitalism?
Agreed to his evil plan. Together, they took Water's cows into the mountains. Wait for me! Water called out to them, stuck, because Water cannot run uphill. Water was left all alone in the valley below. When Lies and Truth reached the top of the mountain, Lies looked at Truth and laughed, saying, "Ha ha! I tricked you! Now you must give me all your cows and be my slave, or else I will destroy you." Truth was shocked. "You did trick me!"
Yikes.
"But I will never be your slave." And then they fought. They fought and they fought, and the thunder crashed when they fought. They could not destroy each other, so they called the wind to help. The wind came with a whoosh and said, "It's not for me to decide the winner in this fight. Truth and lies will always struggle and argue. Sometimes truth will win, sometimes lies will win. And that's when truth will need to rise up and fight again. Truth must always battle lies, forever and ever. And that's why truth and lies are still fighting to this day." The end. We love this tale because it reminds us that lies will destroy good things around
it. How our
and
reactions
we must
are the exact
always be
same.
willing to fight for truth, for what's right, even when it's really hard to do, and even if some lies seem like they could be true. No matter how big or small we are, it's up to all of us to protect truth from anything or anyone who wants to destroy it. Because when we value truth, we end up protecting our families, our country, and even the whole world.
Oh my God!
Is truth important to you?
The indoctrination!
Thank you for watching Otto's Tales.
Is she mocking?
Check out some of our...
No. This is PragerU and their cartoon for children to indoctrinate them into conservative rhetoric and beliefs. This isn't parody. This isn't satire. This is legitimately out of PragerU's way. See that in the corner right here? That is the PragerU logo. This is literally them indoctrinating children into nationalism and pro-capitalism.
Other stories too. Keep reading, keep watching, and keep telling the truth. Bye.
Wild.
I guess we missed
and
the
then
racism
along came
part,
Otto
but
and
still.
Dennis Prager on a big old boat, and then they took all of those. barbaric people, and they brought them over to America, where they gave them cushy jobs. Well, not jobs in the traditional sense. They were unpaid laborers, but they were civilized. There's that.
Did we miss that?
Oh god.
We
Thanks so much for
absolutely missed
watching,
that.
everybody. Can you do the thing, that thumbs
Is this
up?
right here? No. Must have been somewhere around here.
I'm going back to, what was his name again?
Oh, it's just to find out how much you can exploit their labor while at the same time giving them just a little crumb to survive with. That's it. That's the beauty of the whole system. And if you get that balance right, you'll be able to make tons of profit, exploit tons of kids.
Teachings and have good lemonade, you, Leo, and your customers will get what you want.
Yeah.
When done right, everybody wins with capitalism.
Okay, bye again.
Goodbye, Layla. Enjoy your work and enjoy the reward of your beach trip.
I really want Nessie to pop up and just say the most radical shit. Like, cast down your chains, the revolution will not be televised.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'd hoped she was talking about how people suck up the resources and destroy anybody who tells the truth. I'd hoped she was reading their propaganda to tell people this is propaganda. No. She is the propaganda. That lady that was reading this book is the propaganda. That is the face of propaganda, and it's a Middle Eastern woman. Or at least a woman of Middle Eastern descent, I'm guessing off of the nose. Yes, we have brown women indoctrinating kids into white nationalist capitalism. Let's go. Let's go. America, PragerU. Gonna indoctrinate our kids to become just like you. Yeah. Anyway, that's disturbing.
Hey everybody, today I want to talk about the PragerU series of educational children's videos.
SNL could become better if they'd mock this lady, but with great writing goes with it. Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't know that they can or would, right? Because all of these mainstream whatevers, they're all in cahoots, right? If you're on the mainstream media and you actually start poking the bear, you get thrown out. It's like when Breonna Joy Gray got removed from The Hill. She was actually speaking truth to power. She was actually reporting on Palestine and got das Boot. Now, you go after PragerU, which is a major think tank, or the Heritage Foundation, which is another major think tank, which owns basically media. You start running into major problems. 30 minutes of this?
The Adventures of Leo and Layla. The show is about two siblings, Leo and Layla, who hop around time and learn history lessons. And in this video, I just want to look at some of this iconic and beautifully animated and well-acted children's media.
Boy, I sure wish I could have met Ronald Reagan.
Well, why can't you?
Because he passed away.
So let's start here with the first episode that really caught my eye, Leo and Layla's adventures with Galileo. Leo is working on his science homework, getting a vinegar volcano to erupt, but something's not right. He's following the directions, but the volcano isn't doing anything. He calls in his sister, Layla, and she claims that the point of science is to go by the book.
I've always thought that being a scientist is all about carefully following instructions. You know how you hear trust the science all the time.
Then they go back in time and have their little minds absolutely rocked by Galileo. He says that while yes, careful attention to details and following steps is important, science is about...
By the way, welcome to the stream. We're going over, in this case, social policy and highlighting how the conservative messaging machine is so insidious that it is actually messaging to children. Through PragerU, and that the Heritage Foundation, although also horrible, is actually fulfilling the missing links that people are seeking, such as how to get engaged in political office, getting political jobs, and what is required for political jobs vis-a-vis Project 2025's Presidential Administration Academy. So there is just, when you have trying to take over the administration and you have indoctrinating to kids at the same time, plus a open door policy to liberals and giving them lip service to their social issues, it gets pretty scary and pretty obvious that the conservatives are just trying to create as big a tent as possible to usurp as many people as possible so that they can simply achieve power and then shove their Project 2025 down everyone's throat. The problem is there are a lot of people who are falling for it and think, oh, it's not as bad as you think. They let me in and I was a liberal. It's like, well, they just need you to vote for them so they can amass power and then execute and exercise it. Now, don't get me wrong. Neoliberals are just as bad. Not disagreeing with that. I am not pro-Democrat. I am not, I am anti-conservative. I'm anti-Democrat, right? I am pro-worker. I am pro-citizen. I am pro-populism, the populism that actually helps people, right? But the thing that neoliberals don't have is PragerU and the Heritage Foundation. They do not have a kids show that's teaching Marx, or that's teaching socialism, or that's teaching social justice, or improving social awareness, you know. And not that we should be indoctrinating kids with economic theory anyway, but still, in general, there is no kid-friendly, left-leaning content, which might very well be because there shouldn't be, right? But at the same time, the conservatives 100% are doing that. Thank you for the gifted sub, Oshun. I can't stop you, I guess, but welcome to the stream, Burnt Buddha. You get 30 days, no ads. And it's even more of an embarrassment because it raises taxes on the struggling and they want 4 nights saying taxes are too high. Yeah, right. So the long and short of it, though, is that the liberal, such as it is, wing of this country doesn't have any sort of infrastructure to help the next generation do literally anything. And that's the reason why the conservatives are winning a bloodless civil war. And that's one of the reasons why we're watching this and why we're discussing it. Now, we happened across the fact that PragerU is indoctrinating children whilst watching a different documentary altogether. But the fact that it's happening, the fact that it exists, the fact that it's real is terrifying and, quite frankly, disturbing. So, they can't vote before 18, but they must know this false information, carry a pregnancy years before they turn 18, and get forced into a marriage well before 18. Right? No, this is indoctrination. This is exactly what it is. It's well beyond I pledge allegiance to the flag every morning in school. This is teaching kids the joys of capitalism, just like taking kids to church. And it's like, this is the, teachings of Christ. But if you don't follow them, you go straight to hell. So you better not, do X, Y, and Z. It's the same thing. Conservatism really loves its indoctrination. And it starts young, but then has the audacity to accuse liberals of indoctrinating their children by saying sometimes kids have 2 mommies and 2 daddies. Right. Just like Republicans are removing child labor laws, amongst many other protections, I might add. Nobody after the pledge goes over what that pledge means and how to uphold the values of it, right? And they don't even teach Constitution anymore. They don't even teach civic justice or any of that. Like civics in government was basically an idealized version of what the Constitution should have been and what the founders were hoping for, not what actually happened, such as the corruption in government and how legislation is bought and paid for by lobbyists because money is free speech, right? Again, there are apparently child-friendly ways to do this, but that's still not something that we should be doing. We should teach our kids in an age-appropriate way once it's age-appropriate to teach. Does that make sense? Like, yes, kids need to know the way the world works, and maybe they should be introduced to different schools of thought. But to teach them that capitalism is king, capitalism is good, capitalism is all, capitalism is our friend, capitalism is our future. That's creepy as hell. To go over what the pledge means, to go over why it's never upheld, and then they're immediately labeled woke. Right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, which, by the way, was not actually originally part of it, indivisible with liberty and justice for all, right? The with liberty and justice for all part is absolutely nowhere close to being a reality. Liberty and justice? I just saw a post on Facebook that had 101 fatalities of black Americans who were executed by cops, and it had their last words. 101 black Americans and their last words who were executed by cops. There is no way in hell liberty and justice for all is the status quo in America when there is a list of 101 names of people, Americans, who were extrajudicially executed by police officers. Yeah, liberty and justice for those who can afford good lawyers or who can survive long enough to get them. Because, mind you, yes, the good lawyers part and the affordability is true, because I've been under the strong arm of the law myself, and I didn't have a fancy enough lawyer to prevent some amount of punitive measure being taken against me, even though I literally did nothing wrong. And imagine, had I been black, I probably wouldn't be alive today. We would not be here having this conversation, I can assure you. And that's kind of the point, right? If you start actually embracing American ideals, liberty, truth, justice, freedom for all, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, property, all these things, capitalism could not function or exist, because at that point, you have social democracy, social capitalism at that point, right? If everybody has the right to property, then that means housing is a human right. If everybody has a right to life, then that would be healthcare. So we'd have universal healthcare. Liberty, you can only achieve liberty and maintain liberty if you're well educated, so that's universal education. So those three things are universal: education, healthcare, and housing. But under capitalism, it's bootstraps, which again is contradictory, as you were saying, Burnt Buddha, and pop culture, I believe. Let's go ahead and
skepticism. Compare them to Galileo.
Different from what is taught in school. Some people think that I'm rebelling against government authority and going against God.
Are you?
So, this is our baseline Leo and Layla video. They have some belief or some petty grievance they want to air, and they find some historical figure they can clumsily pretend exemplifies that belief. And with that standard in mind, let's see how odd and thought-provoking and, at times, disgusting that format can become. Let's talk about the most interesting Leo and Layla video that I saw. It's about Paul Revere. From a formal perspective, this is genuinely...
Okay, he's doing a lot of talking, not a lot of the video. Shifting gears a bit, notice that J.D. Vance did not direct his childless women are miserable and want us all to be miserable like them to guys, as if there's no such thing as fatherless guys. It's those childless women have no stake in this country to him, but not the guys who have no kids and are single. Yeah, the misogyny, yeah. And the fact that his wife was right there, too, just like... And you could tell how awkward it was, too, because, like, when he tried to embrace her or kiss her, she was very stiff. So, yeah.
One of the most complicated bits of work coming during a night ride.
For over 100 years, children your age read my poems in schools across America.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere.
This choice is interesting, I think.
That's pretty
Leo
damn
and Layla
creepy.
have never titled a video after something other than its main subject before. But I think this choice works in a pretty clever way to get at a point that's obviously important to PragerU. To explain how, let's start by talking about Wadsworth's poem, Paul Revere's Ride. Wadsworth wrote his poem in 1860, essentially on the eve of the Civil War. He was a staunch abolitionist, and he wanted the North to think in terms of the Union, the urgency of this time. Wadsworth got the general idea right in his poem. Paul Revere did go on a night ride to alert American soldiers that the British were coming. But of course, he made embellishments. Revere never got to Concord. He was captured during his night ride, and he never shouted the British are coming. Things like that. Paul Revere's actual ride is surprisingly well documented, and so we know that these changes are artistic, creative, meant to produce a particular narrative. Now, none of this information makes Longfellow or his work bad. I am not canceling Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, but it does make this Leo and Layla cartoon a bit strange, right? This video is about the importance of myth. It's a celebration of the threads that pervade our culture, the stories that bind a nation together.
It has brought Americans great pride to have such a heroic story to celebrate and to have a hero like Paul Revere. When people have a shared history, It brings them closer together and unites them.
But here, the mythmaker Longfellow is rendered interchangeable with the subject of his myth, Revere. To learn about Paul Revere is to learn what Longfellow had to say about him in his celebratory poem. And this conflation between the two men goes so deep that neither Leo nor Layla think it's particularly strange that they typed Paul Revere into their time-traveling phone and got a different person altogether. See, PragerU is not merely invested in myth as cultural object, as a series of fictional accounts that nonetheless give us a sense of national unity. No, we must believe them, present them as historical.
Buddy, I wanted to actually see it, but you know, you're not making bad points, right? I mean, this guy is clearly a probably a significantly more professional and successful YouTuber than I am. Oh yeah, 718,000 subs. I mean, holy Christ! 2 years ago? PragerU has been doing Leo and Leia conservative propaganda cartoons for at least 2 years. Granted, I shouldn't be surprised by that, but the fact that this has been going on for over 2 years is pretty disturbing. Yikes. I'm certainly not okay with slavery, but wow. Frederick Douglass. Wow. Yeah, we are. Especially since we don't even get taught American history. We don't. We get taught American fan fiction? Really? That's what, like, even in high school when you learn about US history, it's still fan fiction. Because we were never taught about the slave revolts that occurred. I don't even think we got taught about the uprising of John. What's his name? The guy who like very briefly created his own state or country within America to free slaves or whatever, and then John Brown. Yeah, we didn't get taught. I did not hear about John Brown until well after I was an adult. Hell, I don't even think I was in the military when I learned about John Brown. So I was well into my 20s before I learned about John Brown. And then, right, indigenous peoples, oh, they were just savages living on the plains. But really, they were more populous than the colonists ever were. They were dealing with their own bubonic plague. They were also having a civil war because of it. They had settled all of the lands and had cities and metropolises that dwarfed London and Paris in both scale, size, and beauty. The Aztec Empire wasn't even called the Aztec Empire because they didn't call themselves the Aztecs. They were the Mexica. So all of Mexico are Aztecs. The Aztec Empire is literally Mexico, so it's the Mexican Empire. And that went from like damn near Oregon, all the way down to like Central America. So we're not taught about that. So we're like the fact that there's illegal border crossing, it's like, no, homie, these are all Mexican lands, traditionally, historically, right? And again, Mexicans are indigenous and they were emperors. They had empire themselves. They just didn't have gunpowder. And even then, we don't learn about the Mexican Civil War, which also helped the Spaniards influence the Mexican Civil War, which fundamentally destroyed them. Okay, I'm sick and tired of getting called in the middle of my stream here. Thank you for the follow. World famous Kirk Lazarus. Okay. But yeah, we don't get taught any of that. And then of course, right, the sheer amount of war crimes that we committed, right? Custer's Last Stand, he literally committed genocide. He was a bastard and he deserved it, right? Like there are so many things about American history that is just not good. Then the fact that the CIA has been involved in just about every coup d'etat from South America down to Africa to East Asia and everywhere else besides, to include NATO allies. The United States has actually meddled in NATO allies' elections while they were NATO allies. That's insane to me. Proud to say I just donated half of my son's college tuition to the Kamala Harris campaign. I mean, that's an awkward trolling. That's what you wanted to say on this stream? I mean, we don't... The thing about Kamala Harris is that... Oh, you just go ahead and banned him? Oh, okay. We watched it in history class. I've told you guys about the War of Southern Aggression, and slavery was not the reason for Civil War. Oh, yeah. See, that's the other thing. The South, and or conservatives, will teach you a specific part of American history, but it's still propaganda. In the North, you learn a whitewashed history for sure, but you still talk about slavery and the Civil War, and that was the main cause. And in the South, it's like, slavery wasn't that. It wasn't as bad as they make it out to be, don't you know? Yeah. How cruel to take tuition to waste on her campaign. I mean, that's an interesting troll, though. Like, that was just, of all the things, that's a weird way to troll. It's very weird. I don't, that actually stumps me more than makes me upset or confused or anything. Well, no, it makes me confused. It's a conservative troll, yeah. Maybe a little out of his depth. Oh, MSNBC propaganda. But yeah, like we're not. Oh, here we go. This is the one
and
that
talked
made
to
all
Frederick,
the comments.
a famous slave abolitionist, and he kinda writhes around and tells them the deal.
We're trying to learn about activism and abolishing things. Can you help us?
Yes, he thinks abolishing slavery is good, but that it's nevertheless essential to always work within the system.
I'm great. The making of the United States.
When the Founding Fathers began this country, they created the incredible Constitution and believed...
Okay. Enough of that, because I'm not... We're here to watch the video. Oh my god! How does YouTube know? How does it know? How? That's creepy as hell.
Do you want the villains to learn before they have to pay the ultimate price?
That's such a Christian question.
Abraham Lincoln never knew the exact date of his birth, never knew increased dependence, working too hard, or even slaves. Covey beat Douglas every week for 6 months, often for no reason. And it worked. Soon young Frederick gave up.
You kids. There it is. Which is okay. Again. Some people are asking, like, is this real? Yes, it is. It is 100% real. PragerU kids. PragerU, the conservative think tank, which is also now indoctrinating children.
That's right, Bob.
I know. Mrs. Calder gave us an assignment.
This.
The app?
You got it. Abolitionist? Let's check this out.
Anybody who takes their kids' tuition to waste on campaigns is why we can't have nice things.
I am. My name is Frederick Douglass. Welcome to 1852.
Thanks. I recognize you from a picture in my U.S. history textbook. You have really cool hair. I'm Layla. That's my brother Leo.
We're trying to learn about activism and abolishing things. Can you help us?
Well, not to brag, but I'm the perfect guy for you to talk to. I'm the most famous activist in America, and I'm currently working on getting something abolished.
Abolish means to end, right?
That would be an
what
interesting
are you
Twilight
wanting to get
Zone.
rid of?
I want slavery to end. At this time that you have come to visit, for half of the United States, it is okay for some people to own other people, make them work for many hours for no pay, and force them to do anything, anytime.
That's so unfair and horrible.
You're right. The sad fact is slavery has existed everywhere in the world for thousands of years. But it's especially disappointing here because America was founded on the idea of freedom. Yet so many black people are not free.
Are you a slave, Mr. Douglas?
I was, but not anymore. I was born a slave, and I was taken from my family at the age of 6.
That's just so terrible. How did you deal with that?
It was very hard, and I was often sad. But I taught myself to read and write, and like I always say, Knowledge is the pathway from slavery to freedom. As a boy, I was regularly beaten. But when I was 21, I had had enough and escaped to the North, where slavery is against the law, and have never looked back. Today, I am a free American, fighting for all to be free.
How can there be slavery in America
What's crazy
when the founding
is
fathers...
that PragerU is actually teaching more or less the correct aspect of slavery, that it was bad and that it was happening in the South predominantly, and that it was harsh conditions, and even highlighting that it was harsh conditions. Meanwhile, there are many southern states and conservative school boards that are trying to say that slavery was a choice and that it was just a misunderstanding.
said that all men are created equal.
Oh my goodness.
And I've heard that some of those founding fathers owned slaves. What about that?
Children, our founding fathers knew that slavery was evil and wrong, and they knew that it would do terrible harm to the nation. They wanted it to end, but their first priority was getting all 13 colonies to unite as one country. The southern colonies were dependent on slave labor, and they wouldn't have joined a union that had banned it.
Are you okay with that?
I'm certainly not okay with slavery, but the founding fathers made a compromise to achieve something great, the making of the United States. If they immediately outlawed slavery after winning independence, the southern colonies would have formed their own slave-owning country. Our founders created a system they thought would have slavery end gradually.
Well, we're here in 1852, and America's been around for about 75 years. You're still trying to get slavery abolished. It doesn't sound like the system the founding fathers set up is working.
On the contrary, all the northern states outlawed slavery by 1804, and buying slaves from Africa was outlawed for the whole country 4 years later.
What's taking the southern states so long to do what's right?
Great streams are not easily turned from channels worn deep in the course of ages.
Huh?
What I mean is, sometimes things are more complicated than they might seem, and complicated problems take time to solve.
When I have a complicated math problem, if I rush to solve it, I make mistakes.
Leo, ending slavery is such a bigger deal than your math problems.
It certainly is, Layla. Along with independence and democracy, it's probably America's biggest deal.
It's literally PragerU kid shows. Leo and Layla. It is definitely on YouTube. And it's 2 years ago.
There was no real movement anywhere in the world to abolish slavery before the American founding. Slavery was part of life all over the world. It was America that began the conversation to end it. But Leo is correct that big problems need to be approached very carefully.
That's literally not true. That is absolutely false, because other countries had already gotten rid of slavery while America was still holding on to it with tight grips. Okay. When did slavery end in the rest of the world? 1948 is when it officially ended in the world. Fine. 1803. Denmark, Norway becomes the first country in Europe to ban the African slave trade, forbidding trading in slaves and ending the importation of slaves into Danish dominions. 1807. The British Parliament makes it illegal for British ships to transport slaves and for British colonies to import them. So no, it was not America. Right, it ended in Latin America, it ended in Europe. Which country had slavery the longest? Evidently Korea. When did Russia abolish slavery? The 1720s! When did slavery end in Africa? Unfortunately, 1981. When was slavery abolished in China? 1910. When did Canada abolish slavery? 1834. When did Germany? Also 1834. 1843 in India. France, 1848. Apparently there's another thing in a different part of Korea that had 1894. Mexican government abolished the slave trade in 1824 and the institution in 1829. So, like, this is... Every other country in the world had already got rid of it, except for America. No, PragerU is not turning kids into a bunch of idiots. They are indoctrinating children to believe the lies that they want them to believe so they will be more malleable as adults and support the conservative agenda. That doesn't make them stupid. It makes them indoctrinated. Just like religious zealotry is not making somebody stupid because they take the Bible literally or they're willing to kill and commit violence on behalf of the Bible. It's indoctrination. It's brainwashing. Very intelligent people can still be victims of propaganda and brainwashing. I bet you Liberty's Kids, that animated series about colonial America, has it factual and correct over this. Maybe. Yeah. I'm going to say that a lot of countries, not all, but most, definitely got rid of slavery long before America did. All this to show and to say that PragerU is pretty damn disturbing when it comes to the fact that they are actually indoctrinating kids and that they are also, unsurprisingly, lying about history. I guess we'll go to JD Vance now because, yeah, I mean, I don't, that's, disturbing, to say the least.
This is Democracy Now!, War, Peace, and the
Robert
Presidency.
Kuttner on how
We
JD
are
Vance
breaking
disguises his
with
anti-worker
convention.
views.
I'm Amy Goodman. Donald Trump has tapped freshman Ohio Senator JD Vance to be his running mate. Trump and Vance were officially nominated on Monday on the opening day of the Republican National Convention.
It is a great honor to move that JD Vance be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Ads in 3 minutes.
JD
Thanks
Vance,
for the warning.
who's 39, first gained fame as the author of the best-selling memoir Hillbilly Elegy.
Well, he
a
did build a
memoir of
business
family
on
and
lies.
culture in crisis.
Here's the thing. I could be a conservative whack job too and probably significantly improve my social media standing. I could extort, lie, cheat, and steal to make money. I could. But I physically cannot bring myself to do it, which is why I'm poor and struggling. But, you know, maybe eventually we do hit some sort of virality and we can actually start fundraising off of it. Again, it's not about me winning. It's not about my platform winning. It's about creating a system and an infrastructure that allows all of us to do the work, to facilitate the work, to be a part of the process rather than have to rely on one of the two major parties.
It's about growing up in Appalachia.
That being said, don't forget to make your YouTube shorts and your reels highlighting the candidacies so that we can, in some way, form, or fashion, fight back and make the Democratic National Convention a contested primary.
The book was also made into a movie. Vance is a graduate of Yale Law School who served in the Marines and became a venture capitalist. He was also a Trump.
First of all, I was in the military. I was active duty. I was enlisted. Granted, he must have been an officer because I think he obviously went to school, right? How do you become a venture capitalist after serving in the military? You don't make that much money. So what the hell did he venture capital into?
Who once called Trump America's Hitler. Reprehensible, cultural heroine, as in the drug. Noxious, a terrible candidate. But Vance later shifted and became an ardent supporter of Donald Trump. Vance won a close Republican Senate primary in 2022, in part thanks to billionaire tech investor Peter Thiel, who spent a record-breaking $10 million to support Vance's campaign. Earlier this year,
All right. Again, I'm very confused. How does a Marine who went to Yale, sure, Yale's pretty prestigious, but how does a Marine who went to Yale meet Eric Schmidt and Mark Andreessen and Thiel? How do you meet these people? Like, again, I wouldn't even know where a billionaire goes to hang their hat or to have coffee or lunch. I wouldn't even know where their offices are. How do you, like, is Yale just literally that much of a nepotism thing where everybody knows everybody in the upper echelon and that's enough, that's all it takes? Do I need to go to Yale so I can meet a billionaire, punch them in the throat, and take their money? Like, what?
J.D. Vance appeared on ABC and told George Stephanopoulos if he had been vice president in 2020, he would not have certified the results of the 2020 election.
That's
Would you have certified the election results had you been vice president?
If I had been vice president, I would have told the states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, and so many others that we needed to have multiple slates of electors, and I think the U.S. Congress should have fought over it from there. That is the legitimate way to deal with an election that a lot of folks, including me, think had a lot of problems in 2020. I think that's what we should have done.
So it's very clear you would have done what Donald Trump asked you to do there, not what Vice President Mike Pence did. You said that that's about the past. But
No, George. It's not about what Donald Trump asks somebody to do. It's about what do we do when you have a problem like what happened in 2020.
To look more at J.D. Vance's record and economic policies, we're joined now by Robert Kuttner, co-founder and co-editor of The American Prospect. His recent piece, headlined Trump's VP Reveal.
Yeah.
Kuttner's latest book is titled Going Big, FDR's Legacy, Biden's New Deal, and the Struggle to Save Democracy. He's also a professor at Brandeis University's Heller School.
Why are they trying to compare Biden to FDR? Because they're not nowhere close.
Can you
Thank you for having me.
Tell us who J.D. Vance is and the significance of Donald Trump choosing him, who would be the youngest ever vice president if he were to win, at the age of 39, the former Marine and venture capitalist?
Well, he's a very dangerous fake. And his whole history from writing Hillbilly Elegy,
Massachusetts,
to
somebody doesn't know how to spell Massachusetts. Let's go. That's the most American thing I've seen so far.
Doing a 180-degree pivot from being a critic of Trump to being a loyalist to Trump to pretending to be very favorable to working Americans when in fact all of his votes have been the opposite, suggests both that he's a fake and he's an attractive fake. He's personally likable. I hate to say that. He's an intellectual. He knows how to engage
He's an
issues.
intellectual. Man, the bar to being an intellectual must be pretty friggin' low if he's an intellectual. The only thing that may make the two close is the way they handle people not from here. Yeah, if he's an intellectual, then I'm a savant. Or a generational intellect if he's an intellectual. Wow.
Things that Trump is completely ignorant of. He's young, whereas Trump is old. And when I wrote this piece yesterday morning, before
and this guy
Trump
making the greatest comparisons. He must be an intellectual as well.
If Trump is shrewd, he will name J.D. Vance, but I'm not sure that Trump's own narcissism will let him do that, because the risk for Trump is that Vance will upstage Trump. And let me say a word or two about Hillbilly Elegy, because this was a classic case of bait and switch. So the story is that he's got a dysfunctional family. They move from southern Ohio to Kentucky, and supposedly the book is expressing great compassion for his kin and his neighbors. But the actual message of the book is that if you're not doing well in Kentucky, it's because of your own bad behavior. You're taking too many drugs, you're selling your food stamps, you're not able to hold a job, you're not doing right by your children. It's the old conservative narrative that poverty is the fault of the poor. It's all behavioral, it's not structural, it's not industry being outsourced or the coal.
Okay, this is why I really struggle with finding videos and then listening to them and watching them, because what am I going to react to on this? Like, we get it. J.D. Vance is scum. We get it. Like, that's... Like, let's get to the meat the potatoes, right? Some gravy or something. Like, oh, his book is disingenuous because he complains about, you know, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like, we know. Where's the reality? He's like, okay, he's a fake. Let's talk about the venture capital.
The silver lining is it makes it even more urgent for the Democrats to find somebody more effective than Biden who can beat these guys. And I think once the hoopla from the Republican convention dies down,
everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken.
Your co-founder and co-editor of The American Prospect, your response as he talked about what we just heard, he talked about economic terrorism, he called out corporations like Amazon. You say that J.D. Vance is anti-worker. Explain what the role of the Teamsters president is here. I know there's a lot of dissent within the Teamsters for him giving this address.
Well, it was pretty cynical of O'Brien. I mean, on the one hand, it gave him a platform to give a very pro-worker speech.
Yeah.
On the other hand, there's no bipartisan coalition.
I am the anti-JD. Yep.
Raising the minimum wage or strengthening.
Or JD is the anti-Ronan. Because we don't want to highlight him over me.
Any of the other things on the pro-worker agenda. The only people.
Speaking of savants, Elon Musk said autistic people who are also gay have body dysphoria. This comes after he revealed his kid, who's transgender, fooled him into signing papers that allowed puberty blockers, and he didn't understand what he was signing. Like, in what universe is gender dysphoria at all a characteristic of people who are even autistic? Yeah, wouldn't that make you trans? Like, because I think we all get a bit body dysphoric at some point in time. And we do have, I was about to say, we do have a video of that coming up. We're going to go ahead and do the other J.D. Vance video real quick, see if it has a little bit more substance to it.
Trump's choice of running mate for the November U.S. presidential elections. We spoke about him extensively during the news review earlier on. Well, the Times' Will Pavia has been out and about in Middletown, Ohio. Talking to the
My point being is that, obviously Elon's talking out of his ass because it has nothing to do with autism. I know many people who are autistic and trans who actually understand gender dysphoria. Right. And I'm not saying you can't be trans and autistic, but to be autistic means that you're trans or something. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of stupidity that these clowns espouse. And honestly, here's something I really want to find out. Do I have Google anywhere? Chrome? I got 2 YouTubes. All right, so I'm going to change this to Googly. Then we're gonna check it, and then all right. So what we're gonna do here is Elon Musk ownership of Tesla or shares. So okay, he has 20% of the shares of Tesla. Why the hell can't the remaining 80% shareholders remove him from Tesla? He's clearly an idiot. He's clearly a detriment to the business. He's clearly a bad business person. I don't care that he has 20%. Like, why is it not enough to push him out? Let's see who else. Largest shareholder, consequently his share ownership is far larger than that of other individual and institutional shareholders. Okay. On the contrary, Vanguard and BlackRock, the institutionals, okay. I still feel like if they held a vote, it should 100% be able to push him out. This is insane. Anyway, I was just bitching about Elon Musk being stupid and the fact that we have to deal with this.
Forgotten Americans Vance claims to represent. That's where Vance grew up, as detailed in his best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, that launched his political career, which explained how he made it from Middletown to a graduating class at Yale Law School. Will Pavia, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Hugo.
Lovely to have you on. Look, but before we get into Vance himself, tell us about Middletown, Ohio. What's it like?
Well,
like any other town in Ohio.
Small town
about halfway between Cincinnati and Ohio. It used to be a steel town. And the reason that J.D. Vance's grandparents and many other people from Appalachia went there was when they were going through sort of grinding poverty in Appalachia after the Great Depression. A lot of people drove north. One fellow told me that his grandparents used to say
it's
that
a
when
middle
you ran
town.
out of gas, you stopped. And Middletown was apparently on the way. So some people went to Detroit, to the sort of car manufacturing places there. But quite a lot of people went to Middletown, and they settled in this steel town, and they worked in the steel mills, and they found a better life there.
And is it today? I mean, how affluent, how deprived does it feel at the moment?
So it has the look of a sort of faded industrial town. So there are sort of in the centre, you've got a sort of high street that's full of these sort of rather grand old brick buildings that have sort of blank faces at the bottom of them where a shop would once have been. And then you've got these sort of rather kind of, you've got some parts of town that I have to say are very affluent and very look quite wealthy. The place that he was from, he's from a sort of
Can we get to the meat, please?
Of people there, and poor kind of Appalachian hill towns. And I remember I spoke to one lady who said, I got about a few pages in and I just put it down because I got so angry. And she was like, I read books, she said.
Wow, I mean that works in both directions, doesn't it? As a critique, yeah.
I spoke to someone who sort of said, this was clearly a political story. I must admit, this fellow was a politics professor, and he said, he said it's this sort of, a diatribe against working class Americans seasoned with a dose of Fox News. I mean, he felt that it was a very political book. I must admit, I didn't think that reading it. I mean, he's obviously a conservative, and he's got sort of conservative politics.
It very much so is
sort of
pop
self-reliance,
culture.
and he thinks that government interference might be a bad thing and that sort of thing. But there's a very clear reason that he thinks that in the book, which has to do with, he might have been placed in foster care.
Yeah.
So it might have had a direct effect on him. But yeah, there were people who felt that, he was appropriating a sort of poverty that didn't really belong to him. And sort of using that.
And look, before I let you go, Will, what do you make of him now? Like the figure he cuts now. Do you see him as somebody who's because the big debate with him is basically whether he's striking a pose in order to win the approval of Trump and Trumpists, or whether we're now seeing his real colours. And which way are you on that?
I find it very confusing, I must admit. I mean, it does seem sometimes when he's talking about Donald Trump, and when he's appealing to Donald Trump's voters, it does seem to sort of cut against the message of hillbilly elegy. I mean, there was a moment at the convention where he talked about his grandmother having 19 guns stashed around her house, and everybody cheered and chanted.
Where's the part about the people in his hometown saying that he's fake? Right. Where? I'm sick and tired of these misleading clickbait titles. I want to see what I want to see, damn it. Obviously, we don't need a video to know that he's fake and full of shit, right? We don't, but it's nice to do more things than just speculate and me bash. But I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm going to level with you guys, right? I'm leveling with you guys here. This is just, just Sam. Not future president, although that's what's up there. I don't know what I'm doing on this here channel. I don't know what it is to build a stream and to make it more entertaining and exciting. I can sit here and give my opinion for 3 hours, 4 or 5 hours. I can do that. I can sit here and talk all sorts of mess and then see what the chat has to say about it. But I like to have other perspectives on the stream too. And when we're talking about other people, I don't want to just speculate. I could very well be wrong. The news could be very well wrong. Let's get the facts. Let's get information. So when we see things like the PragerU for kids as propaganda, that's insane. Listening to it, watching it, and seeing how well it's presented, but just how blatantly biased it is absolutely disturbing and definitely worth talking about. But when it comes to J.D. Vance and all this stuff, like, we're trying to watch videos about how It integrates like how he's a bad person, and it's like, where's this at? All you're doing is giving more speculation, more anecdotal evidence. It's like, where's the people that you said was in the title, right? I appreciate it, pop culture. I'm not trying to be a tsunadere or fishing for compliments. I legitimately wish, or maybe I am doing good, right? Maybe I'm legitimately doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. It's streaming on Twitch, and it's hard. And building a stream is not easy, right? I guess for me, like with Age of Empires, right? When we play the game, I know there is a strategy to go from Dark Ages to Feudal Ages to Castle Ages, and then to boom. There is a way to do it. And if you don't do it, you're going to fail, which is why I keep getting my ass kicked, because I'm still struggling to getting the pattern down, right? I wish I knew that what I was doing was correct, because it gives me anxiety to think that maybe I'm doing something wrong. And if I'm getting bored watching these videos, then surely you're getting bored watching these videos. And if I'm bored, then I'm not being entertaining, right? So I guess that's where I'm at with it. Also, I am exceedingly hungry right now all of a sudden. Let me start warming up some dinner. Let me, and then we'll go ahead and get to another video.
Trump's choice of running mate for the November U.S. presidential elections.
Let's do this.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we continue to look at Vice President Kamala Harris's run for the White House, we're joined by Lily Greenberg Call. She worked on Kamala Harris's presidential campaign in 2019. Lily Greenberg Call went on to join the Biden administration, but resigned from her position in the Interior Department to protest Biden's support for Israel's war on Gaza. She was the first Jewish political appointee to resign over Biden's policies on Gaza. In May, she'd been working as special assistant to the chief of staff at the Interior Department. She just wrote an article for The Guardian headlined, "I work to elect Kamala Harris. She must break with Biden on Israel and Palestine." Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Lily. Explain exactly what your demand is.
So, President Biden's unconditional support for Israel's assault on Gaza has been widely unpopular, with Americans writ large, with Democrats, again, with American voters across the board, and even within the American Jewish community. So Vice President Harris now has an opportunity to chart a new path, and not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it's actually both the popular and politically savvy thing
His chair spun around.
At this moment, she needs to support an arms embargo to Israel.
It's my alter ego.
Right-wing
the
agenda,
dog.
And she needs to use all of the U.S.'s leverage to broker a lasting ceasefire, a hostage exchange, and a meaningful status quo change in Israel-Palestine that means a safety and a thriving future for all Palestinians and Israelis.
And what is your sense that she would be willing to make that break from Biden policies, especially in the midst of a very shortened presidential campaign?
Well, when I was in the administration, actually, I heard reports that she was pushing the president to pursue a more humane policy that complied with international law. She was the first administration official to actually use the word ceasefire, albeit calling for a 6-week one. But there were actually some reports that was an effort by the president's staff to kind of water down her speech in Selma when she first called for a 6-week ceasefire. So, it's really disappointing to think that potentially the president and the president's staff were not only not listening to the majority of the American people and voters, but to his own vice president. I believe that she would be, more amenable to breaking with Biden on Israel and Gaza. And again, I also think she has to, right? Over 700,000 Democrats voted uncommitted in the primary, which was a protest of President Biden's unconditional support for Israel's assault on Gaza.
What's
Those
for dinner?
voters are really important.
My chicken teriyaki and mashed
they're
potatoes.
Arab Americans. They're part of the coalition that the vice president needs to win in key swing states like Michigan, Minnesota, and Georgia. And if she wants to actually defeat Donald Trump, she has to not just reject authoritarianism here at home, but also reject it abroad, and that means rejecting the Israeli government.
Which is actually a really good segue into Bubble. Let's do let's do the good part first. Ooh, Magic the Gathering or Arena.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be in Washington this week for a multi-day visit. He is scheduled to meet with President Biden at the White House, though the exact day is unclear as the president is still recovering from COVID. The Prime Minister will also address members of Congress on Wednesday. Earlier, Netanyahu told reporters
so tomorrow we
Israel
get to
would
probably
remain
watch
a strong
the damn
ally of
address.
the United
Wonderful.
States, regardless of who the next president is. Meanwhile, the Israeli military has ordered Palestinian civilians to evacuate a crowded area of Gaza that it previously identified as a humanitarian zone. CBS News foreign correspondent Deborah Pata has more from East Jerusalem. Deborah?
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu leaves behind a country where many Israelis are furious that he is visiting the U.S. without a deal to release the more than 100 hostages still in Gaza. Just today, the Israeli defense...
Israelis are upset, not because he's visiting America, but because he's not being forceful enough with his racist genocidal deal to massacre Palestinians in exchange for their remaining hostages. Meanwhile, Israel has hundreds, if not thousands, of Palestinian hostages, many of whom are children.
Forced to announce the names of 2 more hostages who are believed to be dead, Yegev Buchstab and well-known historian Alex Danzig. Their bodies remain in Gaza. Over the weekend, tens of thousands of protesters took to the streets in both Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, angrily saying Netanyahu's Washington visit was a waste of time and that he should stay home and concentrate on securing a ceasefire agreement. In Gaza, the IDF has ordered the evacuation of displaced Palestinians from parts of Khan Yunis, where there has been fierce bombardment today. The evacuation orders include a section of the Al-Mawasi humanitarian zone. Thousands of Palestinians with children were seen leaving with their meager possessions. Many have already fled the fighting multiple times. Netanyahu still plans on meeting President Biden in the U.S., saying it will be an opportunity to thank him for all he's done for Israel. Although it's unclear when exactly that meeting will take place. But his critics here say the least important meeting will be the one with Biden, and that what he really wants to do, John, is speak face-to-face with Donald Trump, whom he believes could be the next president.
And Deborah Pata, thank you.
Wow.
And joining me now.
That was disturbing. True to form, Kelsey Grammer said, if anybody's got to die from rape, it should be the rapist and not the unborn baby. I mean, yeah, punish the rapist, put them in prison. He really doesn't get how pregnancy works and the effects on particular bodies. He's married to someone like 15 to 20 years younger than him. Imagine if he had the ability to be pregnant at his age. He truly doesn't get it. But yeah. Which is another reason why abortion needs to be accessible for any reason whatsoever, but especially and including rape. But all that to say, Israelis are just, I don't understand it. I don't understand how these citizens can see what's happening to Palestinians by their country and be like, yep, this is exactly what should be happening. Like, even America has dealt with hostage situations by terrorist organizations, legitimate terrorist organizations, actual terrorist organizations that are absolutely beheading hostages and doing heinous things to them and sending it on video. And America still didn't commit nearly as many war crimes or as deliberately as Israel is against Palestine. I guess that's not entirely true because the war in Iraq and Afghanistan absolutely killed over 1 million Iraqis. So what am I saying? No, America absolutely did do the same thing. It's just America's the most popular or powerful country on the planet, and nobody's going to be able to say anything to them. It's always disturbing, yeah. Many Germans didn't know about the camps. True. The difference is Americans knew about the war crimes in Afghanistan and Iraq, and Israelis know exactly what's happening in Palestine because it's happening live They're tweeting about it, and they're sharing the tweets saying, yep, let's do some more. That's what makes it even more heinous. Wow. All of this. That's pretty rough. Or just prefer to live in ignorance. Yeah. But the thing is, they didn't have the internet back then in Germany. What we're realizing now, that if they did have Twitter and Instagram and Facebook in Germany during 1933, or, you know, the Holocaust, many Germans would have been like, yeah, get those Jews, put them in the camps. Because literally that's what Americans are saying now. And literally that's what Israelis are saying now. So whatever side of history you're on right now is exactly the same side you would have been on during Nazi Germany. And people are like, well, I wouldn't have been a Nazi. It's like, really? So why are you advocating for the genocide of Palestinians? Well, because Hamas is terrorists and they attacked Israel. Oh, really? So history started on October 7th, right? It's just it's really just depressing is what it is. I guess we'll do one more on Bibi.
All set?
Our order has been sent.
With Hannaford to go, do we get the same
Israeli Prime Minister.
They helped install the very leaders that they said that they got to go just because either they got betrayed by them or they didn't play ball, right? War crimes are even being posted on TikTok by the IOF, right? Right now, we have algorithms. Yeah, we do have algorithms, but we also have people going out of their way to support those atrocities as well. Right, that show what you want and hide things you don't want, which makes it worse. People want to see Israel attacking Palestine. People want to see Israel erase Palestine. People want to see Zionism win. And the algorithm is feeding it. And if you say anything about protecting Palestine, you get blocked. You get shoved to the bottom of the feed. You get demonetized by the very companies that are the platforms themselves on behalf of the various governments. It's insane. In related news, well, let me finish this one real quick. It's only a minute and a half, or 2 minutes.
Preparing to seek more support from U.S. members of Congress.
His upcoming remarks come at a time when the American political landscape and the race for the White House has undergone a massive shift.
Fox's Kevin Cork is in Washington with the latest.
A series of black fences bolstered by concrete barriers and a ramped-up police presence lingering outside Washington, D.C.'s Watergate Hotel as security heightens across the Capitol ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's Wednesday address to Congress.
Israel remains America's indispensable and strong ally.
Netanyahu's speech comes at a critical time, with fighting in the Israeli-Hamas war raging on for 9 months now, and Joe Biden having dropped out of the presidential race. Netanyahu will look to strengthen U.S. support for the conflict as a ceasefire deal remains on shaky ground. But with the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry reporting the Palestinian death toll now at more than 39,000, anti-war demonstrations are already popping up outside the White House. This comes as Israeli forces on Monday ordered hundreds of displaced people in southern Gaza to evacuate a designated humanitarian zone.
On the contrary, we feel that the United States is a partner in the assault.
Netanyahu still plans to meet with President Biden this week, who is recovering from COVID-19. He's also planning to meet with Vice President Kamala Harris as she seeks her party's nomination for the White House.
I've got 6 months left in my presidency. I'm determined to get as much done as I possibly can, both foreign policy and domestic policy.
Is he
A U.S.
slurring?
official tells Fox
God.
President Biden expects to meet with Netanyahu on Thursday. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
I personally know people who don't believe it's as bad as it is. They don't want to acknowledge it. They say it's fake whenever I try to inform them. Right. Willful ignorance. And that's the worst part. And it's not like there weren't concentration camps on our own border where we were putting immigrants in camps and cages, separating their families, getting them lost in the foster care system. this, that, and the other. ICE literally talking about raping and murdering AOC and other women in Congress. It's not like we don't have actual bona fide documented evidence of it happening here at home. We are seeing the same documented evidence happening and being displayed in the news and across various media. And correct, we're still doing it, no less. And the fact of the matter is, people are looking at that and it's like, well, that can't be true. It can't be all that bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't put it on the news. That's how indoctrinated we are. That is how propagandized we are. Well, it can't happen here. So what you're showing me isn't as bad as you're making it out to be. Right. Now it's more of a summer camp where people are still being denied hygiene, food, and water. And medical care. Let's go ahead and you had a link for us. What do we got going on here?
14 Palestinian factions, including Fatah and Hamas, have agreed to end years of division and form a unity government. Their landmark deal was signed in Beijing after 3 days of Chinese-brokered talks. China's top diplomats stressed that Palestinian factions must be able to speak with one voice.
最核心的成果就是明确巴解组织是巴勒斯坦人民的唯一合法代表。
I was gonna say, are we gonna get a translation?
最突出的亮点就是围绕加沙战后治理，组建临时民族和解政府达成了一致。最强烈的呼吁就是要求根据联合国有关决议，实现巴勒斯坦真正的独立建国。
There is a great significance, not only because we achieved a much better agreement than any agreement before, because it's very practical, very detailed. It speaks about the creation of a unified leadership, practically, but also because it's signed in China, and China has a very important role to play.
Hamas and Fatah are bitter rivals. They fought for control over Gaza in 2007, resulting in Hamas controlling the Strip, while the Palestinian Authority, overseen by Fatah, retained partial administrative control in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. And for more, we're joined by Deborah Wong live from Hong Kong. Deborah, we're seeing that China, this is called the Beijing Declaration. With this declaration, has China managed to establish itself as an effective peacemaker in this particular conflict?
Well, you know, China has made its stance on Palestine clear from the start, calling for an effective international peace conference for a two-state solution. You know, in fact, it was one of the first few nations to recognize the state of Palestine. And China hosted reconciliation talks between Hamas and Fatah back in April. And this time round, we're seeing 14 rival groups gathering in Beijing for the first time.
So you're absolutely right, Oshun. China is doing what the U.S. should be doing. And that's the thing. That's why China is becoming public enemy number one in America. China's an enemy. China's a threat. China. It's because China is stepping up on the world stage and becoming a legitimate superpower in its own right. Now, granted, in terms of economy and military, it was already a superpower. But in terms of global influence, it has always paled in comparison to the West. Until now. Now, China is brokering peace deals, brokering trade deals, brokering financial and economic deals. The yuan is becoming significantly more prevalent on the world global economy stage. And Chinese interests, inventions, industry is becoming more and more prominent and more accessible. China is growing rapidly in both influence, culture, economy, military might, strategic might, industrial might, and just in general, right? That whatever one, clean energy, infrastructure, education. China is growing rapidly, and it is becoming a leader from the front by example, not just because of power or authority or because of income. And that's what's really threatening the United States. But at the end of the day, if China continues doing what it's doing and America continues doing what it's doing, China is going to supersede the United States by the end of 2028, by the time the next presidential cycle comes around. Yeah, can you imagine if China... Exactly. Then we would be at war with China because we need a war to sustain our economy because we have a wartime economy. That's what we focus on. Instead of investing in infrastructure and clean energy or education or healthcare or anything, we invest in war, combat, and weapons proliferation.
Agreeing to end the division and most significantly set up an interim national reconciliation government for post-war Gaza. Now, the Chinese Foreign Ministry is calling the agreement an important historic moment because they say that it is the first step to promote a sustainable ceasefire, paved the way for Palestine's entry into the United Nations and also for it to become an independent state. So the question is to why China? I think, it's twofold. Firstly, we have to look at the economics. Now, China views the Palestinian-Israeli issue as a huge destabilizing force in the region. And it's not great because China has major investments in the Middle East. Now, for instance, it has partnerships with all 22 Arab nations under the Belt and Road Initiative. And China also holds stakes in at least 20 critical port projects in the region. It's, doubled the trade volume with the Middle East from 2017 to 2022. So it does benefit from stability in the region, especially, when we're talking about countering sanctions and tariffs from the West. And, secondly, China also does benefit from positioning itself as a mediator. In fact, analysts call the Beijing Declaration a political win for China because that picture you see of Foreign Minister Wang Yi standing with the 14 faction leaders, that sends a message that China is a responsible power. China, in fact, brokered a peace deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia last year. And we must remember that, this mediation role, it is not new. China has played that role in the Middle East for about 20 years. It is part of several cooperation forums in the region, and it also established a special envoy for Middle East issues back in 2002. And, this entire issue also comes as the U.S. is under scrutiny for its role in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And so China stepping up to the table as a responsible peacemaker, I think it is an opportunity for them to prove themselves. Back to you.
China is doing what America should be doing and what America has been claiming to be doing for decades. China is doing it now on the world stage when it matters most. And the fact that people don't seem to recognize that or understand that at all, or wish to conflate it with something else as something nefarious, sure, China is acting in its own best interest, of course. China is doing what is best for China, just like America is doing what's best for America, or presumably best for America, because I don't see how genocide's good for America at all. But hey, that's how our nation was built. That's how we established our country. That's how we built our country, and that's how we expanded our country through genocide. But yeah, I mean, honestly, China becoming more prolific is not a bad thing. If you really think about it, having another world power to mediate and broker deals and to help stabilize regions is a good thing. In a normal society, in an actual sane timeline, that would be a good thing. Hey, America and China, partners in peace. Now, instead of just pissing off one nuclear superpower, you piss off two nuclear superpower. Now imagine if Russia completed the triumvirate and worked with the United States and China to guarantee global peace. The three biggest, most powerful countries in the world. If they work together to achieve peace, we would be having coffee on Alpha Centauri in 20 years. This should be a good thing. But in this timeline, the psychopath timeline, the timeline of destruction and darkness and despair, of dystopian nightmares galore, it's apparently a bad thing. Which is why we need people in office, in power, in our country who can recognize that another country stepping up to the plate is a good thing, has been what we have been begging for decades. Why is America the world police? Why aren't other countries stepping up? Now when one does, they're the enemy. That's insane. And what they've accomplished is great news. Yeah. And yes, Ronan 2024, let's go. 540. I think, let's see. I think we still have a couple of videos that we had scheduled. Oh, I don't want to give Musk a platform for being transphobic. Florida doesn't require a concealed carry permit. Yeah, why not? I think it's stupid and dangerous, but hey.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I already thought you could do this in Florida, but I guess I was wrong.
Another major change that's gotten a lot of publicity has to do with our state's gun laws. Legal gun owners will now be able, starting tomorrow, to carry their weapons concealed without a permit or any training required. It's a controversial change that was signed into law by the governor a few months back.
Oh, Chris, there could be a lot of first-time carriers out there once this law goes into effect starting tomorrow. Firearms experts agree if you're going to be carrying, especially first-timers, go get training.
Wow.
Otherwise, you could be in for a
USCCA, the USConcealedCarry.com website. Quote, each state determines the requirements and any limitations on the carry of firearms. Listed below are the 29 states that allow permitless concealed carry and the minimum age requirement. There are 29 states in the United States of America that do not require a concealed carry permit to conceal carry a firearm. And of course they say lawful licensed, whatever, firearms owners, but how can you even tell if you're concealing it? What are you gonna, it's like, hey, do you have a gun? No? Okay, carry on. Do you have a gun? Yes? Okay, show me your registration papers. What? This is, yeah, I didn't think it was 29 states. I thought it was a dozen. I didn't think it was over a couple dozen, though. That's over half of the states. You can permitless concealed carry.
World of trouble. If come July 1st, you're going to carry a concealed weapon in Florida for the first time and plan to forego any training, listen up.
People who think they can carry a gun without training deserve what they're going to get, which is put into a cage or a hole in their body they weren't born with.
That's firearms instructor Ryan G. Thomas. He says when it comes to gun safety, many people think they know what they're doing.
We had hundreds of people join the USCCA yesterday. So
Speaking
I'm
of,
here in our fulfillment center.
These ads are insidious. I am streaming with a microphone into a streaming software with a web link of YouTube. That shouldn't be interconnected at all. But because there's a listening device, it literally heard me talk about the USCCA and then gave us an ad. That's a fucking problem. That is a big problem. That's a not okay. That's a spicy meatball. And I think I'm verifying here. Digital spam and content reduction. This might not be down on digital spam, phone spam, sale of personal data. Not quite. Okay. Okay, so I need to add this because I have personal data protections. Good grief. Okay, well, where was that? I was making a list and checking it twice. Ban insidious ads and allowing them to use our microphones for advertising purposes. Yikes. I gotta add more policies because that's not only is that insidious and invasive, it's also disturbing. It's kind of disturbing that the algorithm on the internet, just the plain old internet, is advanced enough to hear what I am saying in real time and then feed me an ad based on that. Like, that's disturbing. That is disturbing as hell. And the fact that this technology exists and just completely violates our privacy without any issues, apparently, should deeply concern everyone.
Reality, he says, they should think twice.
The truth is you're unconsciously incompetent. You don't realize how little you understand about how to handle a firearm safely.
Florida's permitless carry law, effective July 1st, removes the need for mandated training or a concealed weapons permit. In other words, if you can legally own a gun, you can concealed carry. It's a major victory for Second Amendment enthusiasts. Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister just put out this PSA ahead of the law's launch.
This law doesn't change the need for responsible gun ownership. It's your responsibility to know the law and follow firearm safety protocols like proper storage, handling, and training.
And even with this
you know
law
a
in
great
effect,
way
there are
to
still
ensure
several...
that people do that? Make it a legal requirement. This whole free market will regulate itself to include people not being idiots or thinking they are. I mean, the Dunning-Kruger effect is real. People think they are smarter than they actually are, to include myself. I'm sure I have said something about policy with my whole chest and wasn't completely 100% wrong. The difference is when I'm corrected, I adjust my thoughts. The reality is an overwhelming number of people, when giving their full-throated opinion, what they think is fact, and are met with contradiction, will be defensive and hold on to it even deeper. I don't need that training. I know how to handle a gun. Look, I can look inside the barrel and see that it's clean. Click. Like, this is insanity. And you're right. The gun instructor is absolutely right. People do not know enough about gun safety. And I was in the military. The first time I even held a gun, I was in the active duty Air Force in basic training. That was the first time I ever even saw a gun in real life. Well, maybe not saw, because Walmart had them, but you get the idea. First time I ever held a gun, it was in the military during basic training during qualification. And it was an M16 shooting .556 ammunition. That's not a starter gun. It's not a 22. It wasn't even a BB gun. It was straight up a killing machine. It had one purpose, not to hunt. Well, shoot. That was its purpose. And you expect people to go now and buy their guns who don't want to be on a list, who don't want to be certified, who don't want to have a license, this, that, and the other, to willingly pay for a service to get the training that they don't believe they need in the first place? That is insane.
Places you cannot bring a gun. Number one, private businesses that don't allow guns. If they say no, you can't bring your gun in there. You can't bring your gun to a school, and you certainly cannot bring your gun to the airport. Don't do that. You will be in a lot of trouble. All of these things, Chris, you will learn if you go to a training class.
As is always the case whenever a new state does this, you get people start burning their bras in the street, clutching their pearls. Oh my horror, why would you allow people to carry firearms without a permit? Well, it's because it's a constitutional right. Either all constitutional.
It is not. Let me be clear. The constitutional right is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the defense of a free nation. The right to bear arms shall not be infringed. A well-regulated militia. Hence, if you are not in a militia, you do not have the right to bear arms. And if a militia exists, it needs to be well-regulated. So either A, everybody needs to be enlisted and like actually have gone through military training and then be assigned to a militia in their local vicinity to be called upon if ever needed. Or B, we have gun control. Just because historically and culturally we all get to have access to our guns, I'm not saying I'm going to take your guns away or that you should give your guns up or whatever. I'm saying if we want to be technical, and I love it when these idiots always say, well, it's our constitutional right. No, you don't understand your own constitutional right. You understand the talking point of the said constitutional right. But the actual constitutional right is a well-regulated militia. And if you're not a part of a well-regulated militia, then according to the Constitution, you don't have that right. It didn't say all citizens have the right to bear arms. It didn't say that. If it wanted every Tom, Dick, and Harry to have a gun, it would have said, it is necessary for a free and fair country, the right for citizens to bear arms shall not be infringed. It would be phrased something like that, not a well-regulated militia. That being said, my gun reform policy actually does establish a militia, and it also requires and mandates training and licensure for each type of firearm and ammunition. Some of you might hate that. Some of you might love it. Where the hell? Okay, there we go. That is my policy. That is, honest to God, I think the smartest way to handle gun ownership in America. And not because I came up with it, because it is actually adhering to the literal verbiage of the Constitution. Yeah, well, these are the same cops who murder black people for fun. So, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. What do we got? Oh, by the way, I think this would be fairly interesting to share with the class. This is the map of concealed carry in America. Oh my God. What is this stupid pop-up? Here's the map. Green means you can have permitless carry. Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, the South, the majority of the West, except for Colorado and New Mexico. And of course, not California. And Alaska. Alaska actually kind of maybe makes sense because you're out in the wilderness and you might be fighting something. Texas, to a greater or lesser degree, there are some parts of Texas that are like, again, wilderness and dangerous. Florida, I mean, there's gators, so I can get that. But again, the concealed carry part is what gets me, is, you know, I got my Glockenspiel here. I'm going to the grocery store. I better hide this. I better hide it right here so nobody knows. Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. And again, most weapons that can actually be concealed don't have that much stopping power in the first place. So these gun nuts are like, if I was a good guy with a gun, I'd stop a bad guy with a gun. It's like, okay, but you yourself say getting shot with a 22 is like getting a bee sting. So I have a 9mm. It fits in my hand, and it goes out this far, and it extends out to this palm. It's a massive thing. You can't conceal that. You can maybe conceal it here. I wear it on the thigh, if I ever wore it. But that's also not the point, because the point here is that you could literally go from West Virginia through Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee. You could travel a large amount of the United States with a concealed carry without needing a permit. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And it just so happens to be a couple of the states that I've lived in. Yikes. What else did we have? Oh, that was it. Okay. Oh, no. We had Bob Mendez Corruptione. Why not? What do we got here?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency, Breaking with Convention. I'm Amy Goodman. In New York, a federal jury Tuesday convicted New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez of corruption on all 16 counts he faced. He was found guilty of bribery in aiding Egypt and Qatar, as well as wire fraud, extortion, obstruction of justice, conspiracy, and acting as a foreign agent. This is U.S. Attorney Damian Williams.
This case has always been about shocking levels of corruption.
hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes in the form of cash, gold bars, a Mercedes-Benz. This wasn't politics as usual, this was politics for profit. And now that a jury has convicted Bob Menendez, his years of selling his office to the highest bidder have finally come to an end.
Bob Menendez faces up to 222 years in prison. Democrats are now calling on Senator Menendez to resign. Joining us here in Milwaukee at the Republican convention is Robert Henley, an award-winning investigative reporter who's been covering Menendez for decades.
I just have to mention that now there's ads on my Facebook as well.
Here doing a 2-hour nightly broadcast for the Pacifica Radio Network. Bob, you've been covering Menendez for years. He already was tried, and he was acquitted in that case years ago.
Right.
But now we have this case.
Well, so what we see here is that this is really a condemnation of the political culture of New Jersey that's corrupt. And so this does leave an opening for the Republicans here because it was facilitated. That's why Senator Menendez is holding on even now. Even though he has been convicted, he has no shame. You can't have shame and be in politics in New Jersey. And so this same lawlessness of Donald Trump is extended to Bob Menendez.
Explain what he was convicted of.
So it was an influence peddling thing where he ended up with gold bullion bars that were hard to explain, hundreds of thousands of dollars, a lovely new Mercedes-Benz for his significant other, and all kinds of business dealings with two local fixers.
I
and
thought
then a
the
global
Supreme Court
where
just
the
said
U.S.
that.
government was concerned that he was.
Can you shut the fuck up? God damn. Why does this not? What the hell? How is this whole thing moving? Oh my god, I hate XSplit. I really and truly do. If you're a streamer, don't use XSplit.
Actually giving information that was sensitive to Egyptian intelligence, just trying to promote business.
And talk about Egypt and Qatar were the two things.
Oh yeah, I paused it for a reason. I thought Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas just made bribery legal by calling it gratuities instead. Weren't a lot of these things after the fact? Weren't all these bribes and all these gifts after the fact? It's gratuities. And I guarantee you he'll argue that in court.
Doing in the halal business.
Right. And so what he was doing was clearing the field to make it possible for an American businessman to dominate it. So once again, with multinational rogue capitalism practiced at the highest levels internationally, it hurts consumers and unsettles just working people. And he was really the beneficiary of it. It's a feudal system. It's a two-party bilking system. It's been going on for years, and it still continues.
So he was head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee when he was involved with these acts.
He should step down.
Of course, we know his Cuban policy, so he has promoted this kind of.
And by the way, it's not that he should step down or that he has the option to step down. As soon as you're convicted of corruption, not only should you be immediately removed from office, it shouldn't be a choice, and you should be held in prison. Exactly. It should be illegal for exactly. And guess what, folks? That's in my website too. Accountability reforms. Because evidently we need that. Because imagine, let's see, where was my, it was, let's see, auditing federal activities. I split up accountability into several. So let me find where I fixed it up. Oh no. When I split it up, I must have... So there's auditing, but I don't think it's that. I had corporate ethics. Okay, so I gotta re-add the accountability. My bad. I got a little excited apparently. Because the whole money in politics thing, open and free elections, social transparency? It's definitely not under term. It shouldn't be under term limits. Auditing. So we did the auditing. Okay, but that's not that. Money in politics. Oh, okay. Bribery and lobbying, money in politics. There shall no longer be allowed any exchange of goods, services, or monies in any form by any entity. Any acts, attempts, gratuities, or similar acts by citizens on behalf of interest groups, including nonprofits, shall be treated as acts of bribery. Citizens United shall be overturned through executive order. I need to add to it. Okay. My bad. See, I even said that I am also guilty of being fully confident and then being wrong. And then there was... All right, so I'm going to have a busy morning tomorrow. A very busy morning. Cool. All right. Open and free elections, so that one's good. Social transparency, that one's good. All right. Now that we're caught up there. Accountability reform, which is so lost on so many people because you're never doing anything wrong if they are your savior. Exactly. Dumb corruption. Ronan is the right way. I can't believe we came to a point where the definition of a person has to be explained to people who then later on said they are perplexed as to why they have to explain what a woman is. Right. Your website is still the most informative with a lot of fully fledged policies that I have ever seen. Yeah. No, I'm not saying it isn't fleshed out. I'm saying that because I tried to expand the policies rather than trying to condense them into one page, making it easier for people to find, I was doing a lot of copying and pasting. And I must have omitted that. It would be fleshed out, not fledged out.
Terrorism that we look the other way on. So he has been someone...
Or is it fletched?
He came up... what's ironic is that he came up as a reformer. He came up as a young Turk that was going to change things. He actually put himself at risk to go against his mentor, the mayor of Union City, who ended up being convicted of corruption. So it is endemic. I think it has to do when capitalism controls politics. This is a logical consequence.
So what happens now? I mean, he was forced out of his Senate Foreign Relations Committee chair, but a number of Democrats led by Fetterman, Senator Fetterman from Pennsylvania, are calling on him to resign. If not, what happens?
He's impervious. So there could be a Senate sanction. He could get expelled. It's very unusual. There's only been 7 sitting senators that have gone through this kind of situation. He's the first, and we are proud of him. He's the first sitting senator to be convicted as a foreign agent. I assume other people have done it, but he finally got caught, and that's an achievement.
And if, of course, he was forced out, then the Governor Murphy would choose
Yes, and we know that's Governor Murphy had helped to have his wife run, and that little bit of feudalism and House of Lords thing collapsed in a very embarrassing way. I guess she's back to doing her charity work. And Andy Kim now, a young reformer, Democrat. People probably know him. He was one of the congressmen who actually took it upon himself to clean up the insurrection. A very compelling AP photo where we see him helping the folks clean up the Capitol. And so he seems to be positioned to win, but it is giving a little... I had a chance to run into Rudy Giuliani.
Right.
And so,
makes you wonder how much illegal stuff is really going on amongst all senators and congresspeople.
More magical thinking from those people.
I just saw something interesting as I was scrolling.
Now on Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook, and Messenger.
Woke? Jesus. Woke pastor saying, wait, what? This is the opposite of what I was expecting. Oh, here we go.
This is going to be a tough fight, and we are all up for it. We must defend our democracy.
Not with you.
So in the Bible, we hear a lot about spiritual warfare, that our war is not against flesh and blood, but powers, principalities, and spirits, that in addition to the world that we live in and see, there is another world that God, divine beings, and departed saints live in, and their world is just as real as our world, and these worlds are interconnected. And just like you have 2 parts, you have a physical body and you have a spiritual soul. So there are 2 realms which form one reality, the physical and the spiritual. Now, that being said, these two worlds impact and affect and interact with one another. And what happens is that we tend to think of spiritual warfare as just my personal temptation, or we tend to think of it as evil, or maybe as we're heading into the Halloween season, more of that demonic sort of overt. But let me say this, oftentimes spiritual warfare is in the realm of ideas. That's where the Bible says to take every thought captive in obedience to Christ. That's where it says that we aren't to be conformed.
Apparently, I'm demonic for being a Sith Lord on Halloween. Oh my goodness.
Formed to the pattern of the
Sam did his best Homer Simpson impression. Hens love roosters, geese love ganders. Everyone else loves Ned Flanders, not me. Everyone who counts loves Ned Flanders.
This world will be transformed
I don't
by
remember
the
when I
renewing
did
of our
that, but I'll
minds.
take it.
What that means is if it's trending, it's probably
I just
trash.
blinded myself with this
If the majority
lightsaber.
believes it, it's probably an error. And if there's a lot of pressure for you to like
Hold
it,
on.
then you need to know that God probably doesn't.
Hold on. What?
It's probably trash, formed by the to Christ. That's where it says that we aren't to be conformed to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of our minds. What that means is if it's trending, it's probably trash. If the majority believes it, it's probably an error. And if there's a lot of pressure for you to like it, then you need to know that God probably doesn't. That into the Halloween season, more of that demonic sort of overt. But let me say this, oftentimes spiritual warfare is in the realm of ideas. That's where the Bible says to take every thought captive in obedience to Christ. That's where it says that we aren't to be conformed to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of our minds. What that means is if it's trending, it's probably trash. If the majority believes it, it's probably an error. And if there's a lot of pressure for you to like it, then you need to know that God probably doesn't.
Okay. I had to listen to that 3 times to make sure I did not jump to any conclusions, because what he's saying is basically his own ideology and supporting Trump would then be antithetical to the Bible, because everybody believes it, everybody's being told to believe it, and being forced into it. Screwballengler? Oh. Hello, Anna. Anna's friend. But anyway. Oh, the straight. I don't even know what the word is now. Dissociation from reality, I guess. I don't know.
That we are not of this world. We are sent to this world from that world to represent our King and His kingdom.
Oh,
and
well,
a lot
welcome
of times
to
I think
my
we
channel.
can overlook that.
Well,
Satan
welcome to have you on
is
this too. By the way, we are focusing on building this platform more than, well, no, I shouldn't say more than, in addition to all the other platforms, with the intent of going multi-platform with the stream. As in, we do intend to go Facebook Live, Twitch, and YouTube Live as well. We're not going to do TikTok, and we're certainly not going to do Kick. Kick is full of pedophiles and Nazis, so we're definitely not going to head to them. But it is my intent to do multi-streaming, but that's going to require fiber optic internet and me to move to a place that has that, which hopefully will be happening by the end of next month. That being said, everything that you see on my Facebook is pretty much going to be represented here too. We talk about policy, we talk about politics, we talk about current events. We throw in a few little cat videos and some fun little doodads and play video games as well. All in the intent to be informative, educational, and eventually build the infrastructure that we so desperately need in this country to participate in politics. Currently, we're making fun of whoever the hell this guy is and whatever nonsense he's trying
clever.
to...
He works at universities, he writes curriculum, he oversees social monitoring platforms. When Roman says that he suppresses the truth,
my brother.
we
That's
call
right.
that throttling, which I'm sure will happen any minute. In addition, when we think of spiritual warfare, we have to think of the fact that that sometimes ideas that are absolutely contrary to God are pushed with almost a religious devotion and zeal. And that's the case with critical theory, which is the demonic counterfeit to Christian theology.
Killing me, Oshun.
And what happens within that, how do I say this?
But thank you.
Just the bottom line. If they disagree with him, the question is not, are you going to get in trouble? The question is, what kind of trouble are you going to get in, and who are you getting in trouble with?
That's the point.
If you please them because of fear of man, and this is the pressure from your teacher or professor, this is the pressure from politics or the media or social media, you need to like our cause, you need to repost our hashtag, you need to join the woke joke folk in the fool's parade to the flames forever. Either you do that or we're going to cause you some pain. If you seek their approval, you will lose his approval. And so ultimately, there are times as a Christian that you are stuck between.
We only need, how many subs do we have right now? I guess we're up to, what, 35? We got 35 subs. We only need 1,965 more to go each month so I can do this full time. And then we can start actually advertising for fundraising to actually build the infrastructure that's necessary. Let's go.
What the Word of God says and what the world says.
Hold on. Where's the manage goals? Subscription, goal amount, end goal. Oh, I have to. Okay, so now we're gonna manage goal. We want 2,000. Just look at how silly that is. Look at the bar. Hold on, I don't know if I'm gonna. Okay, I am muted. Look how short that bar is. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we're going to the White House. See if you do hot tub streams, it will all take off. Yeah, well, first I gotta have a hot tub bod, and look, here's me not flexing. Here's me flexing. See how it just barely moved? See how it's just barely moving? That might just be because I'm scrunching my sleeve. So I've got a ways to go. I've got a ways to go before I can do that hot tub stream. And then I'll be Hassan with my, my arms out, my guns out, and just be like, that Joe Biden, what a joke. Chat, you're stupid. The woke agenda is not the woke agenda. It's just idiots thinking that they're being edgelords and being cool, or whatever the hell Hassan says. I'm not animated enough. I get it. Like, I don't have the energy to be that animated. I don't have it in me to just be that over the top for 8 hours a day. That's insane. You're right. So, what I should do is get a gray wig, right? Like the Einstein wig, and then like a tweed jacket, and then what? He had the funny mustache, right? Dye it gray. And then just, actually, you know what? Let's go. Instead of being in the Age of Empires category, we're going to be in the hot tubs category. Hot tub. Is that not one word? Pools, hot tubs, and beaches. Let's go. Updated. Let's go. We're live from the Oval Office jacuzzi. Fake news, fake views. Well, fake it till you make it, brother. Duh. That's what this guy's saying.
And it's almost like a vice that presses in on you, and you have to decide, am I going to offend him or them? Am I going to have a conflict with him or them? Am I going to have a damaged relationship with him or them? And what I'm telling you right now is because of the brainwashing that is happening in K through 12.
Jesus Christ didn't discriminate. He said the exact opposite. So in reality, this guy is not even promoting real Christianity, which is obviously the point, right? This is obviously the point. I almost bought a portable hot tub. How is a hot tub even portable? I mean, you'd have to constantly fill it up and then set it up for like 3 hours to heat all the water. Like, no way. You're right. No, and that's the thing. You hit the nail right on the head. Let's go to the big chat here. The big screen. The direct talk. All right. The whole thing about being religious and being Christ-like and being a good person are not necessarily the same thing, right? Being religious doesn't necessarily mean you're good. Being Christ-like doesn't necessarily mean you're good if you're following baptism or evangelical whatever nonsense or whatever the hell that guy was talking about. Being a good person, though, and not discriminating and not misogynistic or phobic or any of those things, that actually makes you Christ-like, because that's what he advocated. Lord, my her dress makes my eyes sin. What should I do? And Jesus, actually, you know what? What did Jesus say about harassing women? Okay, that wasn't it. About ogling women. There we go. Thou shalt not commit adultery, but I say unto you that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. I guess I would have to find the right Bible line. Okay, Jesus told followers to pluck out their eyes. There we go. I know that's the line. And if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee, for it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell. Yeah. Okay, so that is the one. Matthew 5:20. Okay, so I was reading the right stuff. Sermon on the Mount. Oh, okay. Jesus, Sermon on the Mount. Look at me, I'm such a good Christian schoolboy. Okay, so the Bible. Introduction to the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5:7, New International Version, chapter 5, verse 1, I guess. Now when Jesus saw the crowds, he went up on a mountainside and sat down. His disciples came to him, and he began to teach them. He said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me." That right there, chapter 5, verse 11, Matthew. That's the line that these psychopath American Christians rely on. If they insult you because of me, they are the ones that are evil. Disregarding verses 3 through 10. Let's see. You are the salt of the earth, light of the world, blah, 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 fulfillment of the law. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Oh, cool. So the Old Testament can actually get erased once, world peace is achieved. That's pretty interesting. For I tell you that unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees and the teachers of the law, you will certainly not enter the kingdom of heaven. You have heard that it was said to the people long ago, "You shall not murder, and anyone who murders will be subject to judgment." But I tell you that anyone who is angry with a brother or sister will be subject to judgment. Meaning, no sibling rivalry. Anyone who says to a brother or sister, "Raka," is answerable to the court, and anyone who says, "You fool," will be in danger of the fire of hell. Damn, did they even read this book? You have heard that it was said, "You shall not commit adultery." But I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to stumble, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. And if your right hand causes you to stumble, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to go into hell. Wow. And then it goes love for enemies, giving to the needy, prayer, fasting, treasures in heaven, do not worry, judging others, ask, seek, knock, the narrow and wide gates, true and false prophets. Ooh, this is a good one. Let's see. What would Jesus sound like? Watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. By their fruit you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Likewise, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Thus, by their fruit, you will recognize them. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in your name drive out demons, and in your name perform many miracles? Then I will tell them plainly, I never knew you. Away from me, you evildoers. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house. Yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock. But everyone who hears these words of mine and does not put them into practice is like a foolish man who built his house on sand. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell with a great crash. When Jesus had finished saying these things, the crowds were amazed at his teaching, because he taught as one who had authority and not as their teachers of the law. Telling you what, if Christians and evangelicals actually read the Bible, they might actually be decent people. Because that's not a bad message, to be honest. And it goes pretty clear, don't sexually harass women. It's bad. And that if you lie about being Christian, you're not going to heaven. Giving to the needy. Be careful not to practice your righteousness in front of others to be seen by them. If you do, you will have no reward from your Father in heaven. Again, literally, Trump's freaking Bible. Let's all say a prayer for this RNC convention. It's all there. So when you give to the needy, do not announce it with trumpets, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and on the streets, to be honored by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward in full. But when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your giving may be in secret. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. Which, don't get me wrong, Mr. Beast, that's how he became Mr. Beast, is by giving to the needy. But he gave everything he had to the needy to build his channel. Everybody else is doing it for clout. And I will stand for Mr. Beast because he is good intentioned. He might not always execute well. It's pretty questionable making poor people do, Hunger Games stuff just for money. But at the end of the day, he is giving back as much as he is possible. That's pretty close. However, it's obviously being announced with trumpets. And so every time you see these videos of like somebody giving food to a homeless person or whatever else, literally violating the Matthew book or chapter 6, line 7, whatever. So, yeah, I would say, line 2. I would definitely say like that I think more of us are more Christ-like than Christians and the followers of Christ, because when we give, we actually give without trying to announce it, without needing to announce it, without any desire to announce it. We did the right thing because it was the right thing to do. My sister-in-law is always, I'm blessed, but hates when I bring up the camel through the eye of the needle quote because she is a landlord. Actually, Jesus on landlords. I wonder if that would be really cool. Jesus has one parable where he talks about tenant farmers assaulting the various messengers sent by the landowner. So there's only one chapter and verse about it. For it will be like a man going on a journey who called his servants and entrusted to them his property. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. For each will have to bear his own load. You shall not oppress your neighbor or rob him. The wages of a hired worker shall not remain with you all night until the morning. Ooh, Leviticus. People love to quote Leviticus when it comes to tattoos and being gay, except the gay part was rewritten in 1983 because it was supposed to be lay not with child instead of man. But hey. You see why the anti-woke pastors think Jesus is too woke, right? Like, but that's the thing. You can't say Jesus is too woke and then call yourself a Christian. At that point, you're not a Christian. That is, Mr. Beast said he believes it's the job of the government to provide shelter to its citizens. Sure. That's also why I don't claim any of my charitable contributions. I always forget to. What if they deluded themselves into believing Jesus practiced none of the beliefs of woke? But that's the thing. They do delude themselves. They think that the Bible venerates America, and America's nowhere to be seen in the Bible. There are pastors who are saying that Jesus is too woke, yep. But then they'd have to lie about Jesus to their congregation. Wow, I didn't know that about part. Yeah. So don't take my word for it. We're going to Google that. When did the Bible change thou shalt not lay with boy to man? Let's see if we can actually find it, because it's been changed, right? So same sex. Leviticus. Okay. The injunction that man must not lie with man coheres with the context of society anxious about their health, continuing so on and so forth. That's Leviticus 18:22. When was Leviticus 18:22 changed? Leviticus is a section of the Bible. We're not going to read the the AI version of it. The original Hebrew is more ambiguous than the traditional English translation. Instead of practicing the principle of lectio difficilior probabilitor, the more difficult reading and more likely reading, modern translators dispel ambiguity by making the translation as simple as possible. Blah, blah, blah. Presents a philological nuance that is crucial to understanding the word's incestuous connotation. Third, when this alternative connotation and compared to the book becomes more key. First, what the hell? This is like an actual scholar of it. Literal translation. They're saying that it is male you shall not lie, lyings of a woman, an abomination is that. So this one is saying that the original Greek was saying that, but that's not true. A large portion of Leviticus 18 prescribes the divine condemnation of incest, which is ironic because it talks about incest several times. Same-sex rape. Same-sex, male incest. All right. Leviticus was changed in the 1980s to promote anti-homosexuality. Of course, we're only finding stuff that is confirming it. The mistranslation that shifted culture. Okay, I think I'm finally finding it. Oh my God, stop with these pop-ups. Before 1946 premieres, which is a movie. Okay, realizing that the word homosexual wasn't in the Bible until 1946 was a click for me. So it was 1946, not even 1980. Why can't I find more and better information about this? And then Wikipedia is saying that it's really talking about incestuous behavior. Well, I'm not able to find that answer. I apologize. Go figure, when you're trying to find something to disprove something that's as strong as the written Bible currently. Yeah. Let's see, has homosexuality always been in the Bible? Okay, no, here we go. The word arsenokoitai shows up in 2 different verses in the Bible, but it was not translated to mean homosexual until 1946. So there's Martin Luther's original German translation from 1534. Yikes. A German translation of the Bible showing the word Knabenschande, meaning molester of boys. Damn. All right. Now I found it. My apologies for that taking so long. If you go to this link, scroll down, and you go to the original, I guess, German translation. There we go. So we had our German connection look into it again, and it turns out that the company Biblica, who owns the NIV version, paid for this 1983 German version. There it is, folks. Found it. Go figure, though, that it wasn't in Wikipedia. But all that to say, the Bible talked about pedophilia, not homosexuality. Rabbit hole done. Just so we know that we stay legit on this stream, all right? If I say something and I want to own it, I'll make sure it's right. Or if I'm wrong, I'll correct myself. Because that is the America we deserve. America. Where's the I approve button on this thing? Need to find it. Why can't I see it? Nope, that's think. That's ha ha ha. Where's the approve? Where did I get rid of it? All right, thank you. Oh my God, I don't know how to use my own stream. All right. That being said, oh my God, how long did that take me to figure out? Please tell me I didn't spend 30 minutes on that. Because I thought it wasn't 6. You know what? Let's just, I love telling people that America is a continent, not a country. First of all, America. The United States of America means America can be America no matter how much America is in America. All right, America? Okay, good. Only 10 minutes. All right, we're done with this clown. Let's see. We found a good... Oh, yeah, that's right. We're going to do some Age of Empires now. Now that we went full circle to Bible discussion. Oh, whoops. Because I had copied it, but I'm not copying it currently. There it is. Also, yeah, that's probably not the... what's going to be up in Age of Empires is it? So let's change this one. There it is. All right. America, fuck yeah. I'm from Georgia and lived here till 2016. I'm done with Americans. Listen, Georgia's a country in, like what, the Middle East? Oh man, I am hilarious. Where is it? Where's the thing? I saw that one earlier. Where's my ha ha ha? Oh, there's my approve. I found that now. It just doesn't show up because of the way my thing is screened. There it is. There it is. Georgia is in Europe. Oh, okay. Well, no, hold on. Isn't it closer to the Middle East, though? Georgia, the country. All right, maps. Georgia is right above Armenia and Azerbaijan, which is right below and bordering Russia, and is next to Turkey. So I would consider that the Middle East. Because Turkey's considered the Middle East. Hold on. Turkey is considered Europe or Middle East? Fine. Turkey is a transcontinental country with its landmass straddling both Europe and Asia. The division between the two continents is primarily geographical and is marked by the Bosporus Strait. And it's considered Western European. Fine. I'll be your geography Czarina. Yeah, because clearly... Well, didn't we already discover this? That when we did the fun with flags, I was... Anyway. I don't know why Age of Empires isn't well, something's showing. Let's do Temujin.
In the early 13th century.
Hold on. Something's not something in here. Refresh. What? Game auto detect settings. Game capture. Refresh. All right. Something's not something in right now. Options. Okay, yeah, I'm on 1080. Windowed. Full screen. All right, I guess we're gonna exit because something's not something in right there. That's not. Stop, and then we're gonna try it again. I mean, I'm Jewish and so many people, the Bible followers, break everything from the 10 Commandments to tattoos in Leviticus, right? The pillaging and plundering, the murdering of people, Lot and his daughters. Speaking on different countries, I love the quote from Mark Twain about travel killing ignorance. Right. Because imagine that. You experience other cultures and societies. But Turkey is not white enough for Europeans, so they accepted 2 Nordic countries into the EU, but not Turkey. Oh, I see. Bruh, are you kidding me? I cannot win with this godforsaken streaming software. I can't win? Game capture. Age of Empires. The whole shebang. No? You're not going to extend? There we go. If XSplit didn't have the good voice canceling microphone stuff that I need because I have an AC running and I do a lot of typing, I wouldn't be using it. That's the only saving grace of XSplit, is it has noise canceling that actually works, unlike Streamlabs or the OBS. But I digress. Temujin.
In the early 13th century, a traveler approached the northern.
Do you guys actually care about the story of the scenario? I like reading them myself.
He had come from far away,
but you know, I won't bore you guys since we're not an Age of Empires stream.
To make a treaty with the Chinese.
We'll skip it. Very true, but it strangely is accepted reading for all who talks of evil behaviors, right? When I'm president, we will be able to afford to travel. Correct. When I'm president, we will go get back our Saturday morning cartoons. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even the woke ones. I haven't played Age of Empires in forever. Yeah, well, that's what we do around these parts. And it won't be Prager U. No, it won't be. It'll be Ronan U. Let's see. Wait. Nope, this is just one that looks very similar to one
Blood
I've already
feuds
done.
and raids ravage the steppe as brother turns against brother, driven by plunder and the promises of envoys with purses of gold.
Mazinger Z? I don't know what that means.
Some dream of a great Khan who will unite
47.
the tribes and send the sun.
Now that, my man, we just found how we market. This is how we market Ronan 2024. The 47 Ronan. Oshun, you need to write that down. And then you need to put your big brain to use and figure out a slogan for that. Pop culture, I know you like to get in on that, and so do you, Kayla. All right, everybody, let's go. How are we going to do 47 Ronan the right way? I don't know. We got Ronan is the right way, 47 Ronan, and then dump corruption. Let's go. Oh, Mazinger was an anime. Got it. Oh, like the precursor to Gundam. Okay. That's legit. That's pretty rad. Wait, did you say I get the role of coming up with slogans? I said everybody, all hands in. All hands in, right? Go team. All right, blood feuds and rage. Ravage the steppe as brother turns against brother, driven by plunder and the promise of envoys with purses of gold. Amid the turmoil, some dream of a great Khan who will unite the tribes and send the sons of Mongolia forth to create a great empire. A department. Oh my goodness. Ronan against the political machine? Yeah. Something like that. Whatever it is. Let's go.
Temujin is a son of the once great Borshigin clan, reduced to poverty and disgrace. A rival tribe, the Merkits, have kidnapped Temujin's wife, Bortha. Temujin's blood brother, Jamaica, has come to his aid, but Temujin needs the help of a more powerful Khan to rescue his wife.
Baby, come back.
Blood
you
brother.
can blame it all
The Merkits
on
are without
me.
honor. Even the Carriots will see that your cause is just.
I guess we'll find out.
On Khan, blood brother of Temujin's dead father, would help the young Mongol in his quest. Temujin must go and bow before the Khan.
Go forth, weary traveler. Oh, okay, cool. Temujin. All right. Let's go. Ronan against the machine instead of Rage against the machine. Hey, this man's spitting. He's your Undersar propaganda secretary. Let's go. I can get together with some of those hypocritical, them, also the Kermit, Constantine type of stuff. And then we can say, but with Ronan as president, fill in the blank. Yes. All of that. All of those things. Wow, buddy, can you just aggro the entire map? Yikes. Oh wait, we were supposed to be playing that video too. That scared the shit out of me.
I don't think it's lice, but definitely feels like there's something up here. Well, here's hoping. Anyway, hello there, my little loseroos. I got the old itch head, which is fitting, poetic even, on account of, hey, here's some news. Brain chips are a thing now. More to the point, Neuralink is a thing, whether we want it to be or not. We certainly need to
push hard back against
indeed,
all the ridiculous
Elon Musk finally jammed his
biology.
musky old thing into
Agreed.
someone's noggin. Patient 1, a quadriplegic dude, became able to control a computer cursor with his mind, letting him play games and communicate with his friends and loved ones and his enemies. Hell, screw his friends, he can even mind tweet at strangers. Here he is after playing Civ 6 all night, which is basically the only way to interact with that damn game. It is like history heroin. Of course, you may have heard that the patient's unit unfortunately became largely unusable when 85% of the threads implanted in his brain pulled out of their proper positions. Honestly, considering that we're talking about Musk technology, this went better than most of us assumed. Anyway, hoping to solve the problem, the FDA just approved the implantation of a second version that sits even deeper down in your brain flesh near the tasty goo center.
Going back to Georgia to see family in August, climate change has made it
threads are implanted into your cerebellum, but rather all the monkeys that we butchered along the way.
Am I supposed to do?
Get it, Bobby!
How is this broken already?
How does a neural
I can't be a
link...
candidate because they'd prey on my nice guy stuff.
Bobby's what I call my tongue,
Well, see, that's
which
why
I use
I'm not
for
a
giving
nice
news.
guy.
Good job, Bobby!
I'm a guy
Yeah,
with nice intentions.
So, Elon
but I
Musk,
ain't nice.
the guy who screwed up Twitter, high-speed travel, electric cars, and everyone's collective goodwill
my last
for
name
him,
doesn't rhyme
wants to
with
put a
anything
chip in our brains. Bold of me to say, but that sounds risky. But of course, like all the inventions I just mentioned, Musk isn't the only guy doing brain
What
tech.
the fuck?
Nor is he the actual mind coming
I
up with
literally
Neuralink.
made it here.
He pays other, smarter people for that. And of course, for those with
it's
serious
literally not
disabilities, this
doing
technology
anything.
has the potential to enable things that are kind of hard to be cynical about. Some researchers building devices similar to Neuralinks are securing big wins. I mean, sure, playing Civ
we'll
with your brain
restart.
is sweet, but look at some of the other stuff they've been doing lately.
That accident left him paralyzed from the chest down. But thanks to a neural
Normally,
implant,
the only thing
he's
you have
been
to do
able to
is,
bypass his spinal cord injury and send signals
arrive.
from his brain down to his right arm.
A motorbike accident
Like they
in his
did to
late
Jimmy
20s
Carter?
left him paralyzed from the hips down, changing his life forever. But now, Oskam is back on his feet, thanks to groundbreaking digital implants
so I'm
in his
stupid. I
brain
didn't bring
and
the
his
right
spine.
guy.
For 18 years, Ann Johnson hasn't said one word until now.
We'll just pretend that didn't happen.
We decode Ann's brain signals using...
I am very sweet,
new
but I
AI
get really mean about
algorithms,
politics.
and they're
I mean, I'll have
essential
zingers
to
for their
being able
trash,
to
but
do
people
this work.
would
Jesus
still call me
tier
weak.
miracles, folks. It's like 1,000 dogs recognizing 1,000 soldiers who just got home from 1,000 wars. So many. Terrible, terrible wars. War is hell, folks.
Right-wingers
So
on
yeah,
Twitter have
it's
been
immediately
posting fake
evident
death
that tech
notes
like
about
the
Jimmy
Neuralink
Carter.
is, in theory, helpful for people
That's
with
really weird.
disabilities. But of course, the people pushing this are promising something far beyond that. The idea here is of a body internet that will eliminate smartphones, or as Musk himself describes it, this will be a way to stimulate your brain's pleasure center so that we may, presumably, live out that one scene in Lawnmower Man where you turn into a sex dragonfly. You know how, since we all first saw that scene as kids, we wanted to do VR dragonfly
This
sex,
guy.
right? That's a universal
Are you saying I'm not
experience we all
sweet?
had, right? That's what we... Don't look away! Am I right?
I mean, you're very chatty.
But again, this is all mainly coming from the promises of Elon Musk, a man who once said he was making a robot and then revealed a guy in a suit. So this is all to say that it's hard to take anything that guy says seriously. Also all that Nazi stuff. Remember the Nazi stuff? I feel like we've touched on the Nazi stuff
Not good to
before, so
say
let's actually look
Carter
at
was a
what
great
this
president, but he
technology
was the
can
last
do.
one that I would
try
say
our
tried.
best
No.
to separate it from
That's
the
the thing,
Nazi
Carter-
guy and weigh the pros and cons.
The thing about
And we
Carter,
will
right?
start by asking the obvious.
Got a bad
How does this technology
rap,
even
and
work?
It was the start of the
Well,
conservative
being a newsman
movement
and not a
during his
neuroscientist,
administration,
I actually,
and he was stonewalled.
I have no idea. Fortunately, there are plenty of
That's because
experts out
Carter
there,
was an
and
actual
here's how
service
they
member
put it.
who understood that the cost of war.
Oh, okay. That's an in memoriam package from the Neuralink lab. Who stuck that in there? You goofs! Ah, look at all those goofs. Okay, well, I guess I'm actually gonna have to Google how this. Okay. You know what? I'm suddenly realizing I do know how Neuralink works. That's weird.
And I
That's
shall
weird.
repay his favour.
Probably fine though. So your brain is
these
full of
men
cells, right? It's like a prison
give
that
them to
way.
your clans.
And that's beautiful.
Bring
There's
the
poetry
horses
to
to
that
the
if you're
fire at
dumb.
your camp to
Anyway,
raise manure.
basically, very
Any
basically,
horses
your
you find
brain
can be brought
thinks
to your
by
fire
sending
to
messages
raise these
between
skilled
these cells,
horse
a
archers.
process that's powered by chemicals
Well, it's
and
a
little
good thing
bits
I
of
fought
electricity.
everything along the way,
Systems
because
called
that would've-
brain-computer interfaces, or
Terrible.
BCIs, work by interpreting those sparks of electricity and translating them into impulses fed into a computer that's set up to understand that
No,
sort
don't
of
go
thing.
the wrong way.
These
The way
systems
that
come
you
in lots
just
of different shapes and sizes.
didn't clear
the one
your path
Neuralink
for.
consists of a quarter-sized circular microchip with thread-like electrodes that are placed a few millimeters under the surface of the parts of your brain that control movement. It decodes your thoughts, interprets them, then transmits them
so
to
I know,
your digital
is anybody
gadgets
listening
so
to
that
this?
you can
Because
write
that's
emails
some
without
scary
moving, or
science right
call
there.
your mom while
We're
holding two
gonna
ice cream
attach this
cones, or
chip
troll Reddit while you lock
to
eyes
your-
with your
to
partner
your
and
nervous
pretend to
system,
listen to their hogwash.
when we barely can control
First version of Neuralink's
medicine to
BCI
that
system
degree.
is called telepathy.
And then,
even
put it
though
in-
what it's
into your
doing
head.
technically isn't telepathy, it's telekinesis, but whatever, words are all make-believe anyway. So Neuralink
Yeah.
still has a long way to go.
It is
getting
true
telepathy
pop culture,
installed
and then
into a
he
human
actually
person
secured
or
the
two.
release
This is
of
the
the
first
Iranian
step.
hostages.
The company
But the
has a
GOP
lot more
literally
to
called
prove
Iran and asked
before
them
its
to hold
implant
them
is
longer,
cleared for
and they give them
widespread
more.
use.
Yeah.
And really, there's no guarantee it
It's
will ever
really
be
insane
approved. While the process
what
to
the
get medical
GOP gets
devices
away with
approved in the U.S. does have
and how
fewer
it gets
steps
away
than the
with
one
it.
for drugs, brain implants like the one made by Neuralink are something called Class 3.
Fearsome manga
That means they have to
joined
go through a longer, more rigorous
horses to
approval
the fire
process
to
than
raise
other,
these
less
powerful
invasive gadgets before they can go up for sale. And that's just for use in people with serious medical conditions. Popping into the brains crafters to have your subcranial computer set up by the Geek Squad, like Elon envisions, is much, much farther off. I'm sure he'll handle having to deal with the regulations and safety measures to avoid harming people well. So Neuralink's first study is called
So we need to
Prime.
find
To
more
my disappointment,
horses.
it's not short
Mo
for
money?
Optimus Prime, but instead for precise
Mo money in
robotically
exchange,
implanted
yeah.
brain-computer interface. As you may have noticed, it should technically be called PRIBKey, but everyone plays fast and loose with acronyms these days, which I see as proof of civilization's decline, or CivDec. If you want to enroll in Prime, you gotta be over 22, have a caretaker, and have been quadriplegic for at least a year without regaining any control of your arms and legs. Oh, and you can't have any other brain implants, which is probably smart, I guess, if you suck. So after the first 18 months, Neuralink will conduct what it calls in its brochure BCI research sessions, which apparently involve lots of video games and computerized chess, if their Twitter videos are any indication. The Prime study will take 6 years to complete, after
bad
which time
either
we
way,
will
yeah.
hopefully have some hard data on how everything went. Then Neuralink will likely have to run another study on telepathy involving a much bigger group of disabled people. If those results are good, it might finally get commercial approval from the FDA, meaning people with whatever
So let me
disabilities
be
it's
very
ultimately
clear about
approved to
something.
treat could get.
Let me be very clear about something. As president, Neuralink and any technology even remotely related to it, implanting anything into your nervous system or playing with the brain, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Absolutely not gonna happen. I am all for science. I am all for medicine. I am all for advancements galore. If we can unlock superpowers through whatever means, I'm here for it. But we are not gonna let psychopath, narcissistic billionaires experiment on poor, desperate people by doing mad science brain surgery on them. Not gonna happen. 47 Ronan says no. 47 of them. No.
Get access to it through their doctor. So this is a legitimately promising technology that could help a lot of people eventually. Judging from Elon's history of trends and timelines and predictions, this will probably be more like 50 years, but here's hoping it's shorter. So that's how it works. But maybe you're wondering how Elon Musk, the kryptonite for success, got his weird little hands on this. How did this very serious technology that was already being studied and was not his idea get hijacked by a dude yes-anding the Man Show B team about how people will cut off the tops of their heads to achieve full symbiosis?
The fear is that eventually you have to cut the whole top of someone's head off and put a new top with a whole bunch of wires.
Stop damaging my Magada!
You know, the real turbocharged
My Magada gonna die!
version. The P100D
Got him.
of brain stimulation.
I mean, ultimately, if you want to go with full AI symbiosis, you'll probably want to do something.
Wait, did I lose something?
Boy, he is just saying words there, isn't he? Like, it really seems like he's just sort of feeling like he has to agree with whatever Joe just said. Because he's desperate to be liked? Oh yes, certainly, exactly. I was going to say that. In fact,
so while
if you really want the maximal experience,
evangelicals,
you'll have to cut
baby,
off
let's
the top
go.
of your head, put giant tubes.
Reagan was just the
brain.
continuation
Exactly,
of the failed
Joe Rogan.
1934 American coup by corporations.
Anyway, terrible Musk impression.
Well, the
Sorry,
coup
doesn't
by
matter.
corporations
Whatever, guy.
now is
So,
in the form
back
of the
in
Heritage
2016,
Foundation, and
Elon
it is
started
quite
dropping
successful.
hints in interviews that if we wanted
Especially
to
with
stop
Project
the
2025.
apparently inevitable rise of evil artificial intelligence, we would need to become part robot ourselves. To that end, he proposed
wonder,
that there
though,
should
there's
be
gotta
brain
be, like,
implants
more horses
that allow
around
us
here,
to
right? Like, you
integrate
don't
AI
expect-
into our own brains.
You don't
which
expect
kind of
me to
feels like outsmarting
destroy
werewolves
this
by
entire
injecting
map
yourself
of
with
5
werewolf
units,
blood
right?
before they can bite you. Or how Musk puts it,
Like, AI is getting better and better. So now let's assume it's sort of like a benign AI scenario.
Let's find more horsies.
Even in a benign
We need to
scenario,
find
we're
some
kinda
clip
left
clops.
You know,
Franklin
we're not
Roosevelt
along
would have
for the ride.
presented all this. Yeah, he would have.
Just too dumb.
Had he been alive
So
long
how do you
enough
go along for the ride?
to see it through,
Yeah, so
maybe.
you can't beat him, join him.
oh, cool. So I guess we know which character in the Matrix Elon would be. Anyway, the next year, the Wall Street Journal outed
you missing?
Neuralink's
Okay.
existence, and so Elon made the company official. Fast forward to
Where's
2021,
my
the
clip
first
flops,
time the
damn
public
it?
got to see Neuralink's tech in action.
There's a thing.
The company put out a video of a monkey playing
That
the
seems
1970s
relevant.
video
Oh,
game
shit.
Pong with its mind while sucking down a banana milkshake. Impressive. Very cute.
Ads in 3
It
minutes?
was smart
Thanks
to
for the
show
warning.
off the one that lived. But hey, you
Well,
know, to make a Pong omelet, you
let's
gotta
just
break a
say,
few primates. The path to get
holding
medical devices
corrupt
and drugs to
entities
patients nearly
accountable,
always involves unpleasant
I am
and
not-
sometimes fatal experiments
not
on animals.
opposed
But there's
to,
a set of regulations called the Animal
taking
Welfare
the
Act
full
that are
length of the
designed
law
to minimize how much they
at,
suffer. The laws require that companies conducting
scale.
animal research create
Let's just
committees
keep it at
that
that.
review and sign off on their experiments. And such committees are supposed to have policies in place that
Where?
prevent conflicts. That is,
The
members
hell?
who have a
Is
direct
there
financial
seriously no other
interest in
horses?
the outcome of an experiment shouldn't be part of the review
This is
or
stupid.
approval process. In other words, you couldn't elect the president of Pong or a banana milkshake lobbyist. You know, big shake. Anyway, a year and a half after that monkey mind Pong video came out, Reuters reported that the U.S. Department of Agriculture was investigating Neuralink for violating the Animal Welfare Act by performing unnecessary experiments on pigs, sheep, monkeys, and other animals. I'm guessing
Imagine
krill.
that.
We'll spare you the gory details, but basically, Elon pressured his staff to move fast and break things so the company could get the data it needed to prove its tech was safe for humans as quickly as possible. Moving fast, breaking things, and safety. Like 2 peas in a pod, plus a third thing.
That
Death.
was gonna get murked.
Death is the third thing.
That
Elon
would've been
told
bad.
employees on multiple occasions
I cannot
to work
believe
like they
there
had
aren't more
bombs
horses
strapped
on this
to their
map.
heads,
What
and
the
even
hell?
threatened to shut the whole operation down if they didn't
Okay,
speed
well.
things up. You know, because exploding skulls is exactly the image you want to associate with your brain tech. So the badly designed experiments and botched surgeries documented by the feds aren't exactly surprising, nor was it a shock when it came out that Neuralink's Animal Welfare Advisory Board was at one point made up almost entirely of paid Neuralink employees.
Dark chocolate and banana
Elon
milkshakes?
famously hates safety
Those
regulations,
things
which,
are more
dare I
addictive
say,
than
seems like
heroin.
a bad quality for a guy
Than
obsessed
cocaine.
with firing
And I've never
rockets
had
into
either of
space
those
and
things.
transporting people and doing
And
brain
significantly more
surgery.
delicious, I would
But
imagine.
finally, last May, after getting their shit together just enough to overcome previous FDA rejections and put that whole animal cruelty thing to
I
bed,
work with a guy who believes
Neuralink got the
billionaires
green
literally
light
work
to
hard
start
enough for
testing
all
its
their
device
wealth, and
in
they deserve to
humans.
keep it all.
It
He
placed
considers
its
himself
first
to be very
implant in
intelligent, but doesn't
January,
understand
and as
hoarding
you
or the
saw,
value of
the
labor.
patient's still going strong.
Well, they
For the
had
time
the
being,
idea, and if it wasn't
Neuralink's
for them,
only
they wouldn't
aim
have
is to
created the
solve
jobs that
brain
created
and
the thing
spine
that made them
problems.
wealthy.
As Elon puts it,
Our goal
Dude,
is to solve important spine and brain problems with a seamlessly
it's one of those
implanted
protein
device.
health shakes.
So you want to have a
it's
device that
banana
you can
and
basically,
dark chocolate.
put in your head,
ridiculous.
and feel and look totally normal. But
Lady
it solves,
Chaos, welcome back.
Some important problem in your brain or spine.
get a company spokesperson, Elon. I am begging you. So the telepathy implant is specifically designed to give people with severe physical disabilities a way to control computers and phones with their thoughts. The next step
I love
will
you
be
lots
what
for it. I
Elon has
promise
called
I'm
a
okay. I'm
vision
just in
chip,
self-isolation.
which will
Please don't take it
supposedly be
personally.
ready
All right.
in a few years.
As long as you're okay.
That one will give
We-
people
we-
with vision
we care
impairments their
about,
sight back, including folks who
personal
are born
well-being
blind.
and
So
mental
buy
health
some
here.
tissues and brace yourself for all of those YouTube videos. You're gonna be touched as f***. Your humanity will be reaffirmed as shit. In a 2020 interview with New York Times journalist Kara
See,
Swisher,
I knew there had to be
Elon
more
laid
horses.
out other potential uses for Neuralink, like curing Alzheimer's and schizophrenia. In fact, he seems to think that it could fix pretty much everything that goes wrong in the brain. Of course, you have to balance that against the fact that he thinks wanting to expand human rights is a brain disease. So tell us more, you demagogue, you towering powerhouse of charisma.
But all of your senses, your sight, hearing,
may be powerful
feeling,
enough to raid the settled kingdoms
pain,
for even greater.
Should we
these are
shoot
all
them?
electrical signals sent by neurons
We should.
to your brain. And if
So
you
now
can,
I gotta destroy the
correct these
yurt.
signals, you can solve everything from memory loss, hearing loss, blindness, paralysis, depression.
We got two more
insomnia,
manga die.
extreme pain, seizures, anxiety, addiction, strokes, brain damage.
So if we
These
destroy
can
the
be
large
solved-
yort,
these can all be solved with an implantable.
we should get a villager?
Well done, brother. Quickly,
Neuralink.
let us
Anyone
take
else
Morton
would
to
do.
safety before
Any
more
other
And what can we
spokesperson.
build?
So at face
A whole lot
value,
of
all of
nothing.
this actually sounds fairly awesome, and like it could genuinely do a lot of good when and if it works. And even more incredible, actual smart people agree.
Yeah, we believe that this is a revolution in the science and the technology and can have a lot of implications for the paralysis community.
So this is actually a technology we need, as opposed to like a single lane tunnel that you slowly drive only one type of car through,
Wait.
or another video
What the hell?
first social media company. In short, out of all the bullshit
Where did my
Elon
other
Musk is
Megadon go?
attempting, this might be his best shot
What?
at actually contributing
die
something positive
somehow?
to society. Just as long as he doesn't like
Oh
literally
my God,
try to
sometimes
contribute
this
and
game
mandate that
is
all the
super
brain chips
frustrating.
make fart sounds or something.
Super
But
frustrating.
he probably will, because like every Silicon Valley capitalist, Musk
Villages
isn't
can
stopping
collect
with
wood and
medical
food and bring these
applications.
resources
Remember,
to Temujin's
Elon
yurt.
thinks that eventually everyone will
also
want a
construct
chip
lumber
implanted in
milk,
their skulls to
and
keep AI from
Palm
supplanting
protects its
humanity. That's
It is
how
important
Neuralink
for
came
Temujin
about
to
to
defend
begin
his
with.
villages, which can
Elon
only be
started
obtained
freaking
by
out about the
raiding
AI
large
apocalypse
units.
and
God
landed on
favours
cranium
protection.
implants as a galaxy brain
I also
solution.
favour those in
Then
the
he
service.
realized he'd have
Oh,
to
goody,
start with
I
something
have,
more practical.
Give it
Likely
to
after
me.
discovering that the FDA would
Then
consider
restore your
neither
tribe
TikTok
to
functionality
holding
nor
a quorum
impending
that
annihilation by
increases
Skynet
Temujin's
valid
power.
reasons to put
Cost
watch
story.
batteries inside people's
Select
heads.
your yurt
But
to
no
use the
doubt the
gold
moment
Khan
he is
has
allowed
given you
to,
to hold.
Elon is going to
Generous
completely
Khans are
abandon the
strong.
practical and helpful applications and go straight to the
Clan can
very
support
frivolous
more
and
warriors.
useless
You
ones.
receive
And to
additional
watch him talk
benefits
about
such
it
as
with our
heroes
greatest
and
scientific mind,
only
Joe
by
Rogan,
holding Khorans
he's really
will
open to
Temujin
some
one day be
extremely
able to host
stupid
a
suggestions.
If you taught a
Great
child
gathering of the
from
tribe.
first grade on
so where's my
how
stuff?
to use some new
tribesmen
universal
celebrate
language,
Temujin's
essentially like a
generosity,
Rosetta Stone,
power grows.
and something that's done with
Oh,
that
I get
interprets your
Flip-flop.
thoughts, and you can convey your thoughts with no room for interpretation. Clear.
Did this
Very
motherfucker
clear.
just take my sheep?
Where you know what a person's saying, and you can tell them what you're saying, and there's no need for noises, no need for mouth noises, no need for
Yes.
these sort of accepted ways that we've sort of evolved to make
Temujin
sounds
dreams
that
of uniting the
we
clan.
all agree.
With that being said, have fun, you
through
guys,
our
and whoop
cultural
that ass.
dictionary and-
Yep,
Right.
I'm gonna try.
We could bypass all that.
Yeah, we can still do it for
fun,
sentimental reasons.
Boy, yeah. You know how since the dawn of time we've all wished we didn't have to use
Well, for more
mouth sounds?
firm to
You
summon
know
the
how everything
curl
needs to be
tie.
about fucking productivity and maximum efficiency? Even our casual chats? Although, to
here
be
we
fair to them, I would love it if they were having this conversation via brain chip instead of into microphones. I mean, it makes sense that these two duds want to transition from talking to thinking because neither of them can speak good like me do. But you can see how Musk doesn't
So far,
quite
the only
even know
one
what he
is
has
Merkins.
here.
Some
And
nearby
is just sort of
cons offer their
sponging up
daughters
these
to
random ideas
bring
vomited
Temujin
at him
himself
by
to one of the
Rogan.
daughters
It's a
to
common
take her
pattern
from
where
her.
Musk starts in the ballpark of a good idea, like electric cars, but then exaggerates and overhypes, completely fumbling the design and appeal of them. Probably because he's an egotistical alien who doesn't like interacting with people. So, like, of course, he's envisioned a future where we blow these meat popsicles and hop into shiny new robot bodies. And while that's a long ways away, there are, of course, still a lot of problems that brain tech presents. Both Neuralink's short and long-term commercial ambitions are giving some big-brained brain folks, this is the technical term, heebie-jeebies over the gazillion ethical issues that will undoubtedly come up if the company gets anywhere close to achieving its goals. Mind reading,
Thank you
mind
for the
control,
follow,
targeted ads that
Tom
respond to the pattern of your
Dab,
thoughts.
or
The
Tom
possibilities are endlessly scary and come with bottomless soup, salad, and head chips, brain sticks, head chips. What am I
Tatar,
trying
and
to say? Trying to say.
So that would be blue.
I think my lice are malfunctioning. We better go take a break. And when we come back, we will investigate some of these dangers. Plus, talk about all the companies making amazing leaps in BCI technology that probably aren't run by a racist jerk.
That must have been the.
Well, shoot. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there because I'm blind with rage.
Oh, here we go.
But you know what gives me a fleeting sense of calm in an otherwise tumultuous sea of anger? AG1, which wants me to say,
I'm calling it
quote,
the 90s.
it's important to me that the supplements I take are of the highest quality, and that's why for 72
I
dog
think we
years,
should do
I've been
the-
drinking AG1. Unlike many supplement brands, AG1 conducts relentless testing to set the standard for purity and potency. Quality
I
for
wonder which one
AG1
we should
isn't
pick.
just a buzzword, it's a commitment backed by
'Cause
expert-led
we could probably
scientific
beat
research,
their ass.
high-quality ingredients, industry-leading
probably can't beat
manufacturing,
their
and
ass.
rigorous
That's
testing.
heavy cav
At each
archers.
step of the process, AG1 goes above and
Those are
beyond
regular
industry
cav
standards.
archers, and
Every
then they
scoop of
got
AG1 is
Mangadai.
tested for
The
950
Mangadai, man.
contaminants and banned substances,
CFC Charlie,
while the
hello,
industry
hello.
standard
Oh,
typically
shit.
only tests for 10. Taking care of my health shouldn't.
Hold on, we just got busy over here. Welcome in, absolutely. Got to do a Zergling rush. Working on it. Why is my stream frozen? No, it's just frozen on my screen here. Okay, good. So who will Kamala choose as VP? Liz Cheney, probably. No, she's gonna pick George W. She's gonna pick the actual Bush. I'm trying to think though. In terms of allies, I bet I could handle these guys. I bet I could. Mangadai are really good though. And so are Step Lancers. But these guys are heavy cav archers, man. It's kind of
be complicated.
Not
and
sure.
AG1 simplifies this by replacing multiple health supplements like multivitamins, digestive aids, immune
camels.
support, and more in just one simple scoop.
Mangadai and Knights. See, I
AG1's
don't wanna
ingredients
fight them.
are heavily researched for
I just-
efficacy and quality,
I
and I
really
sure
just do
love
not
that
wanna
every
fight
scoop also includes rhodiola and B vitamins for energy support. I love that. I want to marry rhodiola and grow old and die with rhodiola like that scene in the movie Up. I love rhodiola so much. Here we go. Up.
So
And
let's get
Adam!
our military sort of upgraded,
So,
right?
if you want to replace your multivitamin and more, start with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 plus K2 and 5 free AG1 travel
Hope you can
bags.
still dodge a shoe.
with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/more-news. That's drinkag1.com/more-news. Check it out. Back to business.
Wow. Oh, you banned him. All right, good, because I was going to do it myself.
Listen, I am not perfect.
I thought he was one of your friends,
I
but
know,
apparently
but
not.
it's true. I have my bad, wasteful habits. Why? I can't go an hour without shoving an entire rotisserie chicken right into my garbage disposal just to watch it grind up into the hole. I call it sarlacc pitting. But I make up for it. For example, I am an extremely avid fan of Blue Land and their sustainable cleaning products. For realsies. I love this stuff. You know how many plastic cleaning bottles we throw away every year? 5 million. With Blue Land, you get these little tablets in the mail and these beautiful little tins, and then you drop them in water.
We're definitely going to ignore Blue.
The result is the same cleaning supplies you'd get at the store.
But we're going to definitely go for the manga
same
dye.
bottle every time. Stuff like
And hopefully
cleaning
that's not gonna
sprays
bite
and
us.
hand soap and toilet cleaner, and of course, laundry tablets. They have it all. Not only is this better for the environment,
let's also
but
make
it
sure
is
that
easier
they didn't
for
spawn anything.
you. There's no lugging heavy
Okay, that's
supplies from the grocery store. You just set up a
So we're
subscription
gonna go ahead.
or
Oh,
buy in
damn.
bulk. Refills start at just $2.25, and my goodness, do they have some really great scents. My toilet smells like lemon cedar right now. My sink
And that's
is
why we
so
got
fresh
more military
that I
before
almost
we
feel
ran
bad
over here.
for feeding it all that chicken. And
'Cause that was gonna
speaking
be a
of
problem.
right now,
We knew that was gonna
Blue
happen.
Land has a special
We
offer
could
for
taste
our
it.
listeners. Right now, you can get 15% off your first
Oh,
order
good,
by
yes,
going
heal
to
me.
blueland.com/more-news.
Heal me, please.
You won't want to miss
Oh,
this.
kind sirs.
I can tell you. Blueland.com/more-news for 15% off. That's blueland.com/more-news to get 15%
All right,
off.
so we're out of
And did
gold.
I mention that they're super cute? I mean, I know that that's not the most important detail here, but there's something about the cuteness factor of the tins that makes me
May as well have them
me
send
wanna
there.
clean and
ADHD will
be
get you.
cute with it.
No, just take the batteries fully
Where's
out.
the pool?
Just take them
I don't
out.
see
Use
any
your
pools.
fingernail. No, she just trimmed. You do it.
Splish
Okay,
splash.
Sorry about that.
Splish
Things
splash.
have been super weird around here
See,
lately.
Sam,
What are we
better get that hot
talking about?
tub. Yeah, I know. The people want to see
Neuralink. How it
all
works,
the
how it came to be,
this
etc.
wet.
But should we be talking about Neuralink? I mean,
Jeez.
after
It's
all,
a good thing we're
it's
not
unfortunate
allying with
Elon's
Blue.
so
They just
good at
wanna fight
demanding all of our
everybody.
attention
We're
because there
not
are a
ready
lot
yet.
more reputable companies who've
Chill,
already been
homie.
doing work in this direction in a much more responsible and sometimes even more impressive manner. I mean, look at this
We are
guy.
definitely
He's been
not
playing
allying
Final
with
Fantasy
Blue. They just
14
wanna
with his
fight
brain
everybody and
implants
their
since
mother.
2019.
Maybe I get this whole army. You know how cool that would be?
As an aside, I love how many of these chips are used to play video games. I do very much relate to people gaining a type of mobility and instantly using it to work on their Minecraft worlds. Pretty psyched for that Tricky
we're still
Trials
gonna wanna
update,
do
or
wood.
Brainy Blocks, whatever the brain chip update will be called. Anyway, it's one of Elon's, let's call it a
may as well get that last cab,
superpower, where he
Archer.
gloms onto tech that already exists, throws a bunch of stupid money at it, and then gets everyone to associate
That's
it with
it?
his name.
That's all we got?
But some of Neuralink's competitors are already way ahead of them, at least in
where's
terms of
the
getting
clip
brain
clops?
implants into people. One
Actually,
company,
where's
BlackRock
gold?
Neurotech, not the
For
BlackRock
that
you're
matter.
thinking of, uses tech that's been around since 2004. That's when
cool,
The
we got
Village came
sheep.
out, dog. Now, if we're splitting
Useless for
hairs
us
like
right
they
now.
do before they bore the hole in your skull, BlackRock's most tested technology isn't technically a full BCI
do we wanna see
system,
all that?
since it requires
Anna,
additional
don't lie,
hardware
you'd
beyond
have
the
that as a
brain implants to
screensaver.
decode the signals it's recording. That said, it's still the
Oh,
most
man,
tested
you guys
device
are
of its
something.
kind made by a corporation. One patient has had theirs for more than 8 years.
Ugh.
Meanwhile, Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates are betting their brain-boring bucks on a startup called Synchron, which put its BCI into its first human patient back in 2022, and has since gotten them into 9 more.
Not the mega
Unlike Neuralink's tech, implanting Synchron's device doesn't even require full-blown brain surgery. It communicates with the parts of the brain that control movement via electrodes woven through the jugular vein in the
And
neck.
I don't see
As a
a
bonus,
great
any
yurt.
vampires who come at you are in for a shock. Literally.
So let's go ahead and do that.
But seriously, vampires are an affront to Jesus Christ. Put a trap in your neck veins. Another company worth mentioning, Precision Neuroscience, co-founded by one-time Neuralink co-creator Benjamin Rappaport. They plan to make a brain implant that would treat people with depression. So Elon isn't the first guy to envision a cyborg brain or make brain tech, nor is his version even the furthest along. He's a parasite, you see.
Are you kidding
on
me?
Society. However, to be fair and balanced
Why the hell
toward this
are there
Nazi
so many
parasite,
yellow on the map?
researchers have pointed out that having him involved does mean that brain implants for people with disabilities will likely happen a lot sooner. That's because, unlike the many geniuses trying to make this stuff a reality, Elon has the frustrating ability to get lots of other dumb rich people to pour money into his ideas. In fact, that's like the one good thing we can say about Musk. He has money and attracts money for some reason. Not just to his own companies, but other, possibly better companies also making brain tech for people with disabilities. A rising tide lifts all turds. Something good.
This is about to piss
thing
me off.
That floats that's also good.
I just lost all of the gains that I accomplished.
So whether it be Neuralink or some other company,
frustrating.
brain chips are coming, specifically for people with disabilities. Every one of the companies we just mentioned swears their technology is meant for people with some kind of disability. And that's who their human guinea pigs are so far. All the people enrolled in clinical trials for brain putters have had some kind of disabling condition, be it paralysis or severe depression, the paralysis of the feelings. The question that no one is really asking, however, is if this is all good. Do we need this? I know that question sounds silly, but it turns out that some disabled folks are skeptical as to whether all the money and effort put into developing this technology is really going to make life better
So
for
I didn't
them.
miss anything
Let
in
me
chat.
explain, or rather,
Just me
let
getting
me
upset.
explain what
Go
other
figure.
people have already explained. When it comes to tech for the disabled, the focus tends to be on exciting, flashy medical
Camels? That would
moonshots
actually be
that
helpful,
completely
given
beat the
that
disease.
we're dealing with a lot of
But these kinds
cavalry.
of total cures are extremely hard to develop and therefore unlikely to be available outside of well-funded research settings anytime soon. And for some disabled people, being completely able-bodied again isn't necessarily the first priority. As Glenn Hayes, who runs public affairs for the Spinal Injuries Association, told the BBC, if I could have anything back, it wouldn't be the ability to walk. It would be putting more money into a way of removing nerve pain, for example, or ways to improve bowel, bladder, and sexual function. Bowel, bladder, and sexual function? Hey man, what's even the difference, am I right? Am I right? Stop looking away, okay? You look at me.
Let's see if we can't destroy this before another one
See,
pops out.
it turns out that there's already a long history of inventing tech that's, big quotes, for disabled people, that never actually gets to help disabled people. Case in point, the US Department of Defense is by far the biggest spender on brain-computer interface technology, investing hundreds of millions of dollars over the last decade
Are you kidding me?
into making brain chips that they promise are definitely not for a secret cyborg super soldier program. Yet fewer than half of the veterans who could use a regular old prosthetic limb actually wind up getting one, according to a study of the VA healthcare system from 2014.
We're gonna just
this is in part a consequence of
continue
insurance providers not
rating
being willing
and
to
hoping
pay
for
for
the
them in
best.
states that don't have prosthetic parity laws or required insurance coverage for prosthetic limbs.
There
Hell,
we go.
even people who are literally part
How
of
the hell did they
developing
just
and
kill,
testing
like,
advanced
5 sheep?
prosthetics may not get to take home their own, at
My
least not for a
goodness.
long time. Take this
Who wants
arm,
Choco
a
Milk?
robotic
Whoa!
arm developed by the Defense Advanced Research
Why are they
Project
still
Agency.
chasing me?
As author Annie Jacobson recounts in her book, The Pentagon's Brain, the press loved the Luke arm, and it got a ton of positive media and internet attention. But once the cameras were off, the arms would just go back to a laboratory and patients would put their regular prosthetics back on. My goodness, is that fucking two-faced. It's like putting a black student on the cover of your college brochure, then expelling them. One Iraq War veteran who participated in the project told Jacobson that he felt DARPA had an ulterior motive. Amputees like him were convenient human lab rats for tech that could ultimately be used to build those cyborg soldiers the DoD wouldn't even dream of developing and shipping to Israel to shore up U.S. financial interests in the Middle East. They're not going to do that. They can't have dreams. They're just an organization. Years later, those high-tech arms are finally up for sale, but cost as much as $150,000
All right, so we're going to have to
given how
clean up
miserly
yellow.
Insurance companies are
Because
when it
they're
comes
going
to
to be
shelling
a
out for
freaking
regular prosthetics.
problem.
Robot arms
and
are
that's where
probably
another
out of
villager's
the
gonna
question
be.
for your
So
GI or average
we absolutely
Joe.
wanna
Even the
come down
Joes
this
used to
route.
test and promote the arm. You're here forever, title monkey. Until you
Choco
act
milk
up and
better
we ship
from
you
a
to the
glass
Neuralink
bottle?
labs.
Hold
But
that
yeah,
thought.
basically anytime you see a video where a company gives a wounded vet some advanced prosthetic, it's likely they are just giving it to them for as long as it takes to get that good PR. It's
Choco
both
milk.
f***ed up and not at all surprising when you think about it. That said, assuming we can get to a place where
Like
these
Yoo-hoo?
interfaces are safe and reliable, they'll likely get less expensive over time, the same way all
I don't know
gadgets
why I just
and
did that,
or
but hey.
gizmos eventually do. At that point, it really
All
will
right.
be a win for those who want
more
them for
melee,
medical
that's
reasons,
good.
because they'll, hopefully actually be able to afford them. And that brings us back to the potential consumer applications for BCIs that'll come into play down the line.
All right, we're
and
good
more
there.
likely than not, be shaped by capitalist forces. As a side note, as of now, most people without
we got
severe
another
disabilities say they
villager.
wouldn't want one anyway,
We're gonna go
according
for
to a Pew
food.
Research survey published in 2022. We, the people,
We're gonna come
also
down here
largely
and
think
we're
the
hopefully gonna
widespread
defeat
use of them
whatever
for
this was,
cognitive
'cause that was
function,
insane.
like Elon envisions, would be a bad idea for society. Another bad idea for society.
Do we want to get light cab? I
Elon.
don't know.
But yeah,
Oh, shit.
see, going back to the question of if we need this or if this is good, we already just pointed out that the immediate and practical need, i.e. helping people with disabilities, is questionable. When you think about
Can
this
you
on the larger,
go
more
up here,
sci-fi
please?
scale, well, it starts sounding even worse. After all, there are plenty of obvious ways this could all go very wrong. Like if brain implants that merge human intelligence with AI become accessible to the wealthy before they do the rest of us, rendering the slow-brained masses as serfs to godlike post-humans with decked-out climate change survival bunkers,
how do we
while our
get
cheaper,
more-
worse brain chips short out every 5 weeks until we update the software at the water bank so we can get more ads beamed into our dreams.
More
Or
housing.
the classic Minority Report
Can we
scenario,
actually build
except
houses?
in this one, you get arrested for even harboring thoughts of crime. George Orwell had a word for that. Parietal larceny. Of course, we live in a boring
But hold
dystopia, not Night City, so instead of befriending Idris Elba, it's more likely that our brain phones will
Defeat
be
the
most
Merkits,
abused by
and then we win?
corporations that want to use our
Sweet.
brain data to sell you shit. For example, up until a few years ago, Facebook was working on a Neuralink competitor. They ultimately
well, we're
scrapped that
definitely gonna
plan
take
to
out
focus on
as
building
much
a
of yellow as we
mind-controlled
can,
wrist
because
device
screw
to
these
use in
assholes.
augmented reality. But they haven't completely ruled out eventually building a BCI. And Facebook
how
aside,
do we
there's another
increase our
much more
population?
obvious reason why we can predict that
Or are we
companies would
seriously
use
limited
brain
to
tech to
20
control
here?
your mind for
Well,
capitalist
that's going to
purposes.
be a problem.
They're already kind of doing that.
The Federal Trade Commission filed a lawsuit accusing Amazon of tricking its customers. They say Amazon deceived millions of consumers into signing up for its Prime subscription service. No word from Amazon yet about that suit.
What's different about this mostly
FTC
seems to be
files
this
lawsuit against
dark
Amazon. Go
patterns,
figure.
Claim that the FTC is making
Their
about
chocolate milk
Amazon and they
Neuralink
make it
freaks
way
me
too
out.
easy
Yeah,
to
no, that's like I
accidentally
said.
sign up and way too
I'm all for
hard
technology
to
and
cancel
future, whatever,
on
whatever.
purpose.
Right.
So
So there's
but we're
this thing
not
called
going to be
dark
poking
patterns,
around in the
also
brain
called
when we can
deceptive
barely
patterns, or
cure
dark
cancer.
design. These are
You know what I'm
design
saying?
choices that
Like,
push
we can
you
barely
toward making
control
decisions that serve the company's
dealing with
interests, even when they know
anything,
you
really.
know what they're up to.
And we're gonna
I'm
try
talking about
poking
things
around in
like
the brain?
forcing you
I
to
don't
go
think
through
so.
tons of steps to delete your account, or subscriptions that renew
We can't
automatically.
even have an AI
or
right now,
pre-selecting
and we're gonna
a
poke
more
around in the
expensive
brain?
premium
No.
service, so you'll overlook the cheaper, more basic one. Even Starbucks is doing it, or so a lawsuit alleges. On the Starbucks app, you can add money into your Starbucks card, but the app shows you a minimum renewal of $15, even though the actual minimum is $10.
how am I supposed to
That doesn't
build-
sound like much, but it's designed to add up to the tune of $900 million over 5 years. They also limit your ability to tip on the app, presumably because that's money that could go to them instead of their
I
employees.
get more population?
So I guess
I
it's
have the
nice to know
resources.
Starbucks is subtly screwing
I'm ready,
everyone
folks.
and not just their customers. Our militantly pansexual Starbucks coffee. Of course, dark patterns are all over video games too. Much like how casinos use psychological tricks to keep you placing bets and pulling levers, some games, especially mobile games,
And why
harness the
can't
power
you
of dark
guys
patterns to
focus on the
squeeze
same
as much
damn
money out
sheet?
of you or your kid holding your credit card as possible. There is
so
at least
wasteful.
one example where a game maker has even gone too far and paid the price for it. Epic Games shelled
Anyway,
out
Starbucks
$245 million
wrecks
to
or
settle
reeks of
FTC
genocide,
accusations
yes.
over its use of
because
dark
they
patterns
do
that
support
trick players
Israel.
into buying
They're
stuff.
also donors
Some
of the
dark
Heritage
patterns
Foundation.
in that case were really
and
egregious.
overall, they're just
like
not
users
great.
were charged for
Like,
something
I used to
when
be
they
a
were
big
trying to wake the
Starbucks
game up
stan,
from
but like
sleep
I've
mode, which is
since then had
obviously
plenty of
bullshit.
coffee that
But the
tastes
even more
way,
insidious dark patterns
way
are
better.
what make games truly
and
addictive. They're also the best examples of a
doesn't
game
support
mind
genocide.
controlling you. These include behavioral psychology hacks like variable rewards, where the payouts you
and we
get for
are on the
achievements are
fastest
random
speed
and
here. We just
unpredictable,
gotta
like a rat licking at a
slowly
salt
get through
block
this,
that's got
apparently.
a little cocaine mixed in. You have no idea when exactly the next treat
don't
is
know
coming.
how I'm
Damn it,
supposed to
you
increase my
you
population
know
on this. I don't think you do.
know it's in there.
I don't
This
think
is
it's
all
a
to
thing.
say that if companies are already trying to control
So
our
this is
minds
it.
without brain
My,
chips,
18
imagine what they'll
warriors
do
here.
when we have them. Or don't imagine. Just watch that episode of Star Trek where they all get addicted to Google glasses that make you cum.
Oh my god, what? Wow. Well, that's Riker, though, so I mean, technically. What else do you expect?
Your reward.
Ashley Judd is in that episode. Sadly, it's a Wesley one. Also, lots of cum sounds. And speaking of the famously successful Google Glass, if we want to know what companies would and could do with brain tech, we can probably look at wearable tech we already have. For starters, smartwatches
The VR
and fitness
stuff?
trackers aren't considered
Starbucks
medical
is a
devices
Heritage
by US
Foundation
regulators.
sponsor. It sure
so
is.
unless the data they record is shared
Confirmed.
directly with your healthcare provider,
Well, actually, some
it isn't
people say it
considered
isn't
protected
confirmed,
health
but,
information under
you
the
know.
Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA. That means that in states
they do
without
an-
explicit
they are
protections
100%
for this kind of
supporters of
consumer
BDS,
data,
so-
companies can legally
or
sell
of,
it to data brokers
Israel,
the same
so.
way they do all the other
That's
personal
still bad
information
enough.
they're collecting on you, so long as their intention to do so is written into their privacy policies. And it is! All the major companies that make and sell wearable tech, like the Oura Ring, say unequivocally that they don't sell your data to advertisers. They do, however, share it with third-party service providers that help them with things like sales and marketing. That vague language has made some privacy advocates wary, and it doesn't always fly in places that take this kind of thing more seriously, like Europe, where there are currently 3 separate lawsuits against Fitbit over the company's data handling practices. But back here in the US, well, we don't take this stuff as seriously. We're the humiliation nation, baby! In fact, the US doesn't have any blanket laws that protect the brain data collected by neurotech.
By the way, I
And of
do have
course,
consumer
after the
protection
break, we
laws
will talk
and
about
privacy
just
protection
that,
laws
as well
on
as some
my
of the
website.
applications for brain tech
That
that
I
are
do know I
perhaps
have
even more
100%
insidious than just
because
selling you crap or making you
well,
jizz real good
aside
like
from
in
the
that
obvious
Star
reason
Trek.
that we need it,
Stay tuned for
when I was separating everything
non-jizz.
out, I made sure that that one was in there.
Hello to my many hams.
And
John
that
Ham,
is-
the Hamburglar, Dr.
Right,
Ham,
personal
Little Ham,
data
Secret Ham, Spam, Hamlet. I don't know. I want to tell you about Hungry Root. They are simply the easiest way to get healthy, fresh, high-quality groceries delivered right to your door, along with
I
simple
should
and
probably go
delicious
get
recipes
my boys
and
healed.
supplements. Hungry Root is unique in that it learns your personal health goals and lifestyle, as well as your favorite foods. You can take their
Pagoda.
suggestions or customize your order yourself.
Pagoda.
Like all the hams I know talk about how spicy I am. Spicy Katie, they call me. Well, when you search Hungry Root, you can actually search just on
Is
your
this a
spice level.
friggin' paid
And they'll
sponsorship?
show you
I hate
stuff
that
like
shit.
the cauliflower
I
chica
seriously hate
nan
that shit.
toasty, all the nutritional
Right, the
information,
Frappuccino
and how
was
long
where
it
it was
takes
at
to make.
with
It's great
Starbucks.
if you're a ham on the
And then
go
you found
or
out
have
that
a
iced
ham
coffee was
later
actually
feed.
tastier and
Puns
more
aside,
actually
I want
had
you guys
coffee
to
in
know
it.
I genuinely love this service.
Are you
and
kidding
I really
me?
look forward to Hungry Root Delivery Day,
Are
which
you
is coming
kidding
up
me? Are
by
you-
my
oh my
calendar
God,
schedule.
fuck this.
Anyway, if it tastes
Fuck
good,
this shit.
is
How am I
quick
supposed
to make,
to-
and contains trusted
How am I
ingredients,
supposed
then
to
Hungry
build
Root
on this
has
map
it. And right
when I
now,
can just
Hungry
get
Root is
randomly
offering some
fucking
more news
raided?
listeners 40% off your first delivery. Every
Wow,
veggie
and you can't
for
even hide
life
them anywhere.
of the subscription. So just go to
And why
hungryroot.com
aren't you doing
/more news
any
to get
fucking
40%
damage
off your first
whatsoever?
delivery and get those free veggies.
God damn
We
it.
love
Now we have to
veggies.
do-
I do anyway. That's hungryroot.com /more news. And don't forget to use our link so they know we sent ya.
Hello, ladies and worms. Just kidding. It's a little window into my twisted mind. And speaking of travel, high quality luggage is one of those things that's very important to have, but most people don't really think about it.
Where did
That's
that
why I want to
fucking
tell you
scout
about
even
away
come from?
luggage. As someone who travels home a lot, for revenge, I need a suitcase I can rely on. I've always seen away luggage everywhere at the airport, but I've always been more of a soft side suitcase guy myself. You know this. I talk about it on the show all the time, and you travel freaks definitely know what I'm talking about. Well, now, Away makes just that. Their new soft side cases are designed to be lighter than any other on the market. Come in 2 carry-on sizes and 2 check sizes.
Holy shit,
and
how
4
many
colors.
more of
I
these
love
paid
colors.
sponsorships
Look
are
at
they
the
gonna
color
do?
Katie got.
We're not going
And
to
it's
listen to
in
this
my
guy
color
if he's just
palette.
going to do paid sponsorships for 15 minutes.
Thanks, Katie,
every
and the
single
color
one of
she
his
got.
videos. We're not
And
doing
you
that.
can fling these puppies around. They're soft, yes, but not sensitive. Just like me. Durable, made from high-strength nylon. Like me.
So
Tear
evidently-
and weather-resistant.
We're going to get
Like
attacked
me-ish.
by a scout
And what's the
from
most
somewhere.
important, at least to me, an anti-tipping stabilizer. Seriously, every time I travel, my bag will tip over in like a bathroom stall or just next to me. With Away, you don't have to worry about that. So get gone, piss on the floor. You're not getting on my luggage. So you gotta check out the new soft side luggage from Away. Head on over to awaytravel.com/SMN. That's awaytravel.com/SMN to see the new soft side luggage from Away. awaytravel.com/SMN.
All right. If he does one more sponsorship, we're not watching him on this channel ever
Pay
again.
with Venmo at popular summer spots.
Because that
Spend
was
pool
that was
days,
unnecessary.
movie night.
That was like 3 fucking minutes
That's weird.
of paid
The ads were the
sponsorship.
exact products I was just thinking I needed in the exact order in which I thought of them. Isn't
Are
that
you
so
fucking
weird?
serious?
That's so normal. I meant to say,
Attack
isn't
them.
that so normal? And I said, so normal instead normal. Normal. Warmbo. Weird. Weird. There it is. Normblow. So before the break, we masterfully journeyed you through the history and questionable applications
Alright,
of
so
brain
since we
tech.
survived
we pointed
that
out also
stupid
masterfully that the current technology we
cab.
have is often used to control and spy on
Now
us.
we're gonna cheat
So
a little bit
naturally, this new
to
brain
see what the hell
technology
is
will
actually
likely be the
happening
same,
where I actually need to go. 'Cause
possibly
this-
worse. But at this point,
this
you
shouldn't
might be
have happened.
thinking, so what? I just won't buy any of this stuff and kill anyone wearing it, then I'll have nothing to worry about. Okay, well, violent.
So,
But also, the thing is,
whole lot of
depending on who
nothing.
your employer is, you might not have
a
a
lot of
choice.
nothing.
Well, thanks to this productivity paranoia, the number of employers
Still a whole
using
lot of
worker surveillance has drastically increased. According to the Wall Street Journal, 2/3 of
Where the
medium
hell are
to
these
large
horses?
companies now do this.
Right, capitalism.
So I'm supposed to be able to beat
imagine,
everything
for
on this
starters,
map
that your workplace offers an employee wellness
with
program
20
that includes
units.
something like this Muse stress detecting headband as part
Oh,
of your
there's
benefits.
3 more.
Maybe as a fun way of offsetting the
that's gonna be
anxiety
one
that
hell
comes
of a
with not
fight,
getting paid
and
enough to
now
ever
they
afford
have
a house.
Castle Age,
This might seem like a good faith gesture, except that the device is coming from your employer and not your healthcare provider or an
That's not
insurance
great.
company. So any data it collects isn't protected by HIPAA, while health data collected by insurance companies is considered protected health information.
Okay.
The data collected by wearable tech that you get as part of an employee
This guy
wellness
needs
program
decaf?
is not. What are the implications of that? Right now, maybe not a whole lot. Most current wearable devices don't give that much data. That Muse headband is mostly just a fancy heart rate monitor that plays Zen music. But taken to its darkest extreme, there's a possible
we're gonna
future
need to
where mind-link
build
technology could actually decode your thoughts, something that researchers are actively working on. So someday you could get fired because you had
then
a
you can go
passing
ahead and
thought
keep
about
getting more.
organizing a union, or about how your boss is a micromanaging pompous dickbag who's probably surveilling your brain. Maybe not you, but your grandchild, I guess, assuming there's still water then, which, you know. So to be clear, the devices we have right now cannot read your mind, and they may never be able to. At best, they can pick up on the electrical activity in your brain and use it to make an educated guess about things like how exhausted or angry
I have
you
the
are.
resources.
Kind of like
Why
a
can't
more
we
accurate
build more
mood ring
population?
or a less accurate plumb bob. But despite the big question mark around accuracy, some businesses are already giving this stuff a try. Back in 2018, the South China Morning Post reported that the Chinese government
we have
was
some upgrades,
mining
I
data
guess.
directly from the workers' brains on an industrial scale. Train operators, factory workers, and employees at state-owned companies were apparently being forced to wear helmets and caps outfitted with sensors that picked up their brainwaves
what we really
and
need
used
is just
AI to
to
interpret
hold
how they
another
were
Quran.
feeling. A source who spoke to the paper said China was also using the tech in military operations and on medical patients, apparently to monitor their emotions and prevent violent incidents. You know, like the kind of violence that might break out after you insist that someone strap on their government-mandated mind-reading helmet, stuff like that. And the helmets are definitely doing something.
Wow.
An official
Can
at a
we
state-run power company said that using the tech made them an extra $315 million in profits over 3 years. Creepy. How? Are they selling the runoff psychic pain like the Monsters Inc. company? And of course, to be F and B to the M, it's worth noting that besides a bunch of other articles quoting what was written in the Post, no one has independently verified whether the Chinese government is really using this technology on
I definitely
want to
take out yellow.
Still,
because they're douchebags.
if they are, they're not the first.
But then
Take the
when we
brain tech
go to
startup
attack everything
Emotive.
else, we're gonna have to take
Besides
gray
using
because they're the
neuroscience
only
to
ones
answer
that
very
are not
obvious
a risk.
questions like what perfume a
'Cause all they
customer
have are
likes,
these
or
shamans.
if an interactive presentation is less boring than a PowerPoint.
All right, I gotta do some dishes and put my kid to bed. Good luck on the game. Thanks for the sub.
That it
Absolutely.
claims can monitor employees'
Feel free to
stress
learn.
and attention level.
See you tomorrow.
The guy
We
who runs
are
a commercial
live
real estate
weekdays from
firm
4 to
told
7.
One reporter he started offering his clients Emotive's earbuds so their companies could, quote, run short-term experiments to track workers' responses to new collaboration tools and various work settings. For example, employers could compare the productivity of in-office and remote workers.
Oh my God.
To be
And
fair,
there's the
CEO
dystopian
of Emotive
nightmare of
did
why
tell
they
the
want
reporter working
Neuralink.
on the story that the dystopian potential of this technology is not lost on us. So, that's cool. It's cool that they know that it's bad. See, you think that's better, but it's actually worse when you noodle it. These Dilbert-esque office brain monitoring technologies are the predictable evolution of bossware, an irritating buzzword for worker surveillance tech that does things like record your keystrokes and track your mouse movements. The idea that employees are cogs in a machine that must be watched at all times has been around in some form since at least the early 1900s, when all ore miners were required to have a spy donkey. That's true! Except the donkey part. That was the opposite of true. It's a thing I made up. It's a lie. Sorry. Okay. But now that AI is in the mix, a future that involves brain tech will inevitably tip the labor power balance even more in favor of employers. Oh, we should do landlords next. How can we better serve you, landlords? He wants to jam little microchips into our eyeballs so you can see what we're seeing at all times and ding our safety deposits whenever we spill a drink? You f***s. That being said, to those f***s, there are some scenarios where the benefits of brain tech might be worth giving up some of your privacy, even in the workplace. Take this fatigue monitoring solution called a smart cap. It's basically a baseball cap that checks your brain activity for signs that you're getting tired, using the same type of technology that the Muse headband does. Smart caps are meant to be worn by industrial workers performing dangerous jobs that require a lot of attention, like operating heavy machinery or Autobot wrangling. In 2021, when the device was acquired by a mining company called Wenco, it said that the tech was already being used by more than 5,000 miners, truckers, and other workers. And while brain tech may not be quite as good as some companies claim when it comes to deciphering your mood, it is apparently more accurate at less complex tasks like detecting fatigue, which clearly I have. Less complex tasks like detecting fatigue. But beyond legitimate safety applications, the risk-benefit trade-off for most types of neurotech in the workplace is less clear, especially if your employer's interpretation of your brain activity gets used to punish, disenfranchise, or disorganize you. It doesn't need to be in a loud 1984 way either. Let's say HR dictates that you all return to the office permanently because of a perceived lapse in engagement when people work from home, or take health insurance. If the Affordable Care Act were ever repealed, insurance companies could use data from wearable health gadgets to jack up rates or even deny coverage. From a regulatory standpoint, there's currently no reason why data from mind tracking tech couldn't be included in those equations, and some employers would welcome it. After all, they're already working with insurance companies to cut their healthcare costs by crunching employee data, identifying the costliest workers, and nudging them to get fit. A risky move if you're trying to prevent violent incidents. My goodness. Sure, I understand, like from a cold dickwad perspective, why a company might torture their own employees for profit, but it takes a unique type of corporate turd to also rat out employees for insurance companies. That's like if the facehugger alien impregnated your chest and then conducted a tax audit. So yeah, this is all to say that in terms of aiding people with disabilities, brain tech is generally good, assuming it's actually accessible. Wearable devices are also generally good if used to monitor very certain jobs, like police body cameras are technically a wearable device used to spy on employees. And those are good if they're kept on and the footage is released. And in theory, it's good, or at least not very bad, to have a commercial brain chip available for people who want to play GTA with their mind or do dragonfly sex. I'm not into future crap. And whenever we do a video on smartphones or the metaverse, I always feel a little bad for yucking all these Star Trek cums. And in a vacuum, the idea of augmenting your brain isn't necessarily bad. But unlike other tech, it seems that most people aren't into brain chips. Most people hear the words brain and chips and then Elon and then Musk and absolutely nope out of that business. And I think at least one of the reasons why most people don't want to put a smart device in their skull is because they're more than familiar with how well all the other smart devices in their life work. Which is to say, poorly. Like, have you ever had a smart TV that you actually enjoyed? Or does that perhaps make it worse and confusing? Everything from gaming consoles to fucking juicers are getting smart upgrades that we don't need. Every bit of software is now bafflingly subscription-based. Every facet of our lives is jam-packed with ads and fees, social media and targeted ads and constant data mining. And one of the poster children for that disrupt everything, useless tech philosophy is Elon Musk, the guy who has attached his name to the concept of brain chips. So yeah, in a vacuum, a brain computer would be neat, but we're not in a vacuum. Sound is traveling, and we all know what would happen if companies had a VIP pass to our gray matter. It would be the exact same corporate orgy as everything else, and that's all thanks to a government that has seemingly zero interest in or ability to regulate new technology. Because presently, the only templates for regulating consumer brain tech are the existing laws around personal information and biometric data. Biometric data, which encompasses all physical characteristics, definitely includes brain data, but there's still not much precedent for companies to go off when writing their privacy policies. There are no comprehensive federal laws that govern how non-medical businesses are supposed to handle personal data, even the sensitive biometric kind. What we've got instead is a patchwork of laws that pertain to specific industries like HIPAA for healthcare and the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act for finance, or COPPA for protecting kids. There is a law that gives the FTC the ability to go after companies that don't uphold their own privacy policies. That's basically the same as letting a criminal write the laws and only charging them with a crime if they break their own thieves' code. Fortunately, there has been progress at the state level in terms of regulating what companies can do with your personal data. 18 states have passed laws that describe consumer rights and business obligations around data privacy, and another 9 have active bills making their way through the legislative process. But this also means we're going to have to start fighting good guys, which in general, the trend is toward being restrictive around what companies can do with so-called sensitive data, which by some interpretations would include biometric info like the bleeps and bloops from your brain. There's also a glimmer of hope, which floats.
Sorry, we need
that
Sam
for
Ronan.
once,
Let's go.
Humanity may have actually
because
learned
we
from
need
its
to put a
mistakes.
stop to the
Neural rights advocates like lawyer Nita
technocracy,
Farahani
whatever
and researcher Raphael Yuste have
Elon
written
Musk
books and
is,
started foundations that aim to push the
from
conversation
literally
about brain tech
turning
ethics
people
forward,
into
arguing that
literal
the
slaves.
implications of neurotech
In fact,
are so sweeping
there's a
that
game
human rights
called
laws need to be
Warhammer
reinterpreted
40K,
to consciously include
in
it.
which
Some states and even entire
the
countries
Necrons
seem
did
to
sell
be
their
heeding
souls
those warnings, even going so far
for
as to
power,
take legal
and
action
then
to
in
prevent
so
companies
doing
from
became
abusing
robotic
brain data the
machines
way they have
that
other
were
types of
literally
personal data.
subservient
Chile amended its
to their
constitution in
dynastical
2021
overlords.
to add a clause that protects citizens' brain
Yes,
activity.
you heard that correctly.
And that law has already
a game
been put
has
to the
already
test if
addressed
only
this
demonstrate
issue.
its power. The former senator
And
who
it's
created
as
the bill
dystopian as
used
you would
it to order the neurotech startup we mentioned earlier, Emotive, to erase his brain data after using one of the company's headsets. The company has since had to stop selling its products in Chile entirely until it can come into compliance with the new regulations. So they were decidedly not protecting citizens' brain activity. Other Latin American countries are coming up with their own laws.
I guess we can
too.
make scouts
Mexico
in case
has
there's
2
other
different
things that want to play
neuroprivacy
around.
bills in the works that would add the same kind of language Chile uses into its own constitution. Brazil is considering a constitutional amendment that would do similar things, plus make it so that users of brain tech have the protected right to know what kinds of AI algorithms are being applied to theirs. Uruguay, Costa Rica, Colombia, and Argentina all have bills related to brain data in the works, and so do a handful of states in the US. The Colorado House recently signed in a bill that would explicitly give neural
I gave
data
away
the same
my,
level of
sheep
protection
for
as
free,
other
it
forms of
seems.
sensitive data. And while
We
Minnesota
need a
doesn't
president
have its
who
own
understands
comprehensive
tech,
consumer
therefore
data
knows how it
privacy
should
law
be regulated.
yet,
Right.
legislators
And
there
of course
are
you're going to
working
see
on
me
a
struggle with
standalone bill
XSplit
that
and then
outlines a
like
right to
immediately contradict
mental
myself.
integrity
But
and is afforded
the idea that
protection
technology
from
is supposed to
neurotechnological
serve the
interventions
greater
of the
good of
mind.
humanity and not
California is
literally
reportedly
use
working on rolling out a version
to be
of its
used as a
own
way to
too.
extort
So
society
eat
even
it,
further.
Professor X. Get out of our minds. You get the heck out of there. We don't even need Magneto's helmet. We have laws in some places. Now, this is all really important progress, but if we're going to use the old tip of the iceberg analogy, current privacy laws around brain data are like a Supreme Court justice chipping one measly martini's worth off of the ice we can see. There's so much else to consider, including things we didn't even really get to discuss,
like
the ethical
that's right. I don't
implications
have
of
to.
using data from brain tech to
about
exonerate or implicate criminals, or the remote but non-zero possibility of brain hacking, whatever that would even look like. Here's an artist's rendering from the Psychic Dolphin documentary Johnny Mnemonic. And so, while it's good that some politicians are doing something, we're of course at
Why
the
are you
mercy of
taking my
elderly
sheep?
politicians to regulate our tech.
This makes
And
me want to
here is
attack.
when I show you that clip that I always show you when I talk about this.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Only if the user turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the.
So if I have TikTok app on my phone and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network, does TikTok access that network?
It will have to access the network to get connections to the internet. If that's
We had a video about that, but Sam doesn't want to platform Elon
the
or
olds in charge of
Jordan.
our lives? Well, minus the recently deceased Oklahoma Senator Jim Inhofe, who dumbfamously brought a snowball to the Senate to talk
Elon
about how
Musk can
climate
burn in
change
hell
is a
now. He
hoax.
seriously said to
So
Jordan
this
Peterson
is
his
where
own
I
trans
say,
daughter is
just
dead
like
to him.
I said in our video on smartphones.
Yeah, that's one of the
that
reasons
we
why
really
we're
need
not
some kind of
playing
EPA
it.
for technology.
Why would we want to give
You know how
that
we have
kind
an
of
EPA,
rhetoric
at least for
more
now?
substance?
It was founded in the early
You know what I'm saying?
1970s in response to our realization that a lot of the industrial
and I
progress
get
we
it.
made after World War II
It's
was
not
in fact rapidly killing us. From an environmental
goodness.
standpoint, the 1960s felt like one long crisis. Commercial pesticides poisoned our
I don't know.
water
I mean-
supply. There was an offshore rig explosion in California that killed thousands of birds and soaked the coastline in oil, and not in the good way. And then a bunch of chemicals burst into flames on a river outside of Cleveland, which had apparently happened at least a dozen times before without anyone noticing. Smog, pollution, you get it. Thus, the EPA was born. In theory, it's supposed to fix the problem by bringing all
Why the
federal
hell did
efforts
you
to
not just
combat
immediately go
pollution
for the
under the
sheep?
purview of one agency, which is responsible for conducting research on the various ways
Damn,
our
green is
industrial
all
activities
spread
are
out
harming
here.
the planet and, in turn, us. It then acts on the
got
results by
their
working with states to
upgrades.
set standards for how much
Granted,
Fern
we have
Gully
our
grade
upgrades.
ooze we can safely spew into the air and water without causing
what
an
do these
inconvenient
temples do
truth
then?
grade disaster.
Just neat little
Meanwhile, it's a
temple?
documentary? Meanwhile, the internet has opened a Spotify's box of totally new problems that when
So
we
green
first
is all
encountered
spread
them,
out.
seemed
So
like
green is
they would
actually the
genuinely
strongest one.
make our lives better.
Yikes.
Congress has been
That's a good
freaking
thing
out
I made
over
them my
whether TikTok is Chinese spyware. We don't know where to draw the line between free speech and hate speech. Hackers are trying to take down healthcare systems, and
if
most
his
of us
children are
can't
dead to
agree on
him,
whether
he's
we want
certainly
to
dead to
marry
his
or
children,
kill
for sure.
AI. And that's
I mean, what a
all before you
scumbag
get to the
father
direct
who has, like,
impacts
what,
of the internet
13
and
kids or
tech
whatever?
on human health and the planet.
To try and repopulate
so
the
we
Earth?
could take the various
It
research
takes more
efforts that
to
are
be a
trying
father
to
than being a
address the
sperm
expected
donor.
short-term
Let me tell you that.
downsides and unforeseeable long-term consequences of all of this progress and combine them under one agency. More importantly, that agency would be empowered to analyze how a new technology might impact society before it's haphazardly unleashed on the public and suggest appropriate legislation. Sure, we'd still get things wrong, but it would be a huge improvement over the move fast and break things now, beg for forgiveness later approach.
Why?
I know this sounds a little
are
silly
you
when
not?
talking about something so speculative, but conversely to that move fast and break things motto, government regulations
God,
tend to be
why
wait
is
until
green
things are broken,
everywhere?
then move normal
This is gonna
speed, kind
suck.
of. In other words, we only wait until something is a fucking disaster before we act to regulate it. So in a lot of ways, we're actually
we almost
lucky
have
that
our
Elon
Max
Musk
Army
is the
too. Oh my
mascot for
God.
brain tech because he immediately invokes and symbolizes all the potential problems this technology would have.
Yeah, we're definitely
He's an
facing
impulsive
green last
ghoul
because
who regularly
yikes.
disregards safety regulations and treats his employees like crap while simultaneously demonstrating a textbook internet addiction. He's all the potential problems with brain tech we can expect. And some problems we wouldn't expect. Like, has anyone checked to see if Neuralink rusts when wet? So, if we take action now, before it's too late, while it's still a little abstract, there's still a chance humanity can reap the benefits of a cyberpunk future without having to endure the dystopian nightmare part. Will we, though? Tune in next century to find out. I'll just be sitting here, waiting.
So was that the whole documentary?
It really itches up there. Kind of wonder if this has anything to do with Katie offering to cut my hair and then making me sit in that dentist chair and drink all that NyQuil. I don't know what it is. Katie's so cool. I think I'll wire her all my
Can you
life
find us
savings.
another video that isn't him? Because his paid sponsorships were pretty jarring. If I'm
Kangaroo,
being honest.
Kill me. That's Katie. Katie's cool. Katie's cool. I think I'll wire her my life savings. Katie's
And
cool.
those noises are making me feel a certain
Quack,
way.
quack, quack. That's the sound a brain chip makes. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. We've got a podcast called Even More News. You can listen to this as a podcast. It's called Some More News at the podcast store. Or the podcast place. Or the app. Whatever. In your brain chip. You download the podcast into your brain. We've got a patreon.com/somemore-news.
Okay, so
you can support us
Blue-
there if you'd like. We've got merch with stuff on it. And
Although
there's
strong,
gonna be more.
and
of
they
that.
do have heavy cab
And
archers.
you know what else? Quack, quack, quack went the trolley. Ding,
Looks
ding,
like they're
ding
only
went my
right
brain
here.
chip. I don't know how to end this. Please cut away from this. Stop it.
That was
you.
about the most relatable thing, because I don't know how to end streams either. And content. Watch Morning Joe? Definitely not. Absolutely not. Alright, so teal seems to be here. Okay, so it goes blue, then teal, then green. But I wonder if, see, I don't want to mess with that. Look at that, +4 armor. Ugh. Got anything for us, Oshun? Do I need to check and see if it was in Messenger? Teal is right there. Oh my goodness. Or I mean, red is right there. You're looking. Look faster. All right. In the meantime, what do we got? Defense against cyber attacks and other threats. Ooh. iHeartRadio. Ooh. VP Kamala shows what simple basic messaging can look like. I don't think we need to listen to Kamala about messaging. Top story with llamas? Oh, Tom llamas.
Tonight,
dude,
all
I was
eyes on
so
Vice
excited
President-
that we were going to get breaking news about llamas. You know how awesome that would have been? All right. It's not Conspiracy Theory Friday, but you know what? I love me some
Welcome
aliens.
to the most notorious stretch of ocean.
All right. So we're going to betray. Unfortunate. What? Hey. What happened to our
Bermuda
aliens?
Triangle.
Hold on. Is this not linked? Aliens.
Who clearly they've deferred to on this issue.
Planet Earth, the cosmic
Make a
conspiracy. No. Is it this one? One of these has to be linked.
An alien took me on board a spaceship, and I have a baby floating in an incubator around Alpha Centauri, what I call the silly season of all this. And that disinformation is put out there through the UFO subculture, through...
Wait. So this is the same thing. Okay, so that needs to not be there. Hold on. Sorry. X2G. Perfect. It's this one. Bro, why isn't it showing up? All right, we're going to do this then. Copy. We're going to delete that because evidently it's not working. Then keep source in memory.
Welcome to the most notorious stretch of ocean on Earth. It's been called the Devil's Triangle, or Hurricane Alley, but most of us know it as the Bermuda Triangle. 500,000 square miles of the Atlantic that has terrified and perplexed travelers, explorers, and even scientists for centuries.
What the hell is going on? Something's not something in right now. This could be interesting. It's about how race was invented. Do we want to do how race was invented, or do we want to do aliens? I will leave it up to you guys. I don't mind either way. Well, you did put in all that work. So let's see.
Full of hope after the success of his country's revolution 5 years
empanada.
earlier, the Mexican writer Jose Vasconcelos proposed a speculative...
Let's do that one next time. Now I'm actually kind of... Now my tism has kind of gotten ahead of me, and I kind of want to watch it now. The aliens. I'm sorry. Go ahead and add it to our agenda for tomorrow, though, please. We'll go ahead and play the aliens.
500,000 square miles of the Atlantic that has terrified and
Why are
perplexed
you
travelers,
attacking my... Oh, you asshole.
explorers, and even scientists for centuries. Since the time of Christopher Columbus, these waters have been home to many unusual and unexplainable disasters.
I can't believe they keep attacking the horse. That's so mean.
Ships, planes, and unsuspecting travelers lost without a trace. But where have they gone? And why did they vanish?
Okay.
Tonight, we aim to find out.
That's infuriating.
In spite of the danger,
Dish is done. Wanted to
we'll
come back to
enter
add
the
something
Bermuda
positive.
Triangle by
Yep.
sea
We got
and by air.
positivity, and we got aliens.
We'll search the depths for evidence of the triangle's alleged
Can you
destructive
not?
power. And
And
finally,
go at like.
we'll reveal
Why
a
would
shocking
you
new
get
theory,
distracted by the entire
one that
main
could completely
force
redraw the
being?
map.
Dude, what the fuck?
It's a mystery that could impact our entire planet.
They keep
As we go
attacking
in
the
search of
horses.
The Bermuda Triangle.
Holy shit!
What is it you're holding?
A cookie?
Leave the clip clops alone.
I saw that coming.
That makes me mad.
Second son of
What did the horse do to you?
Lance and bow. He is true
Nothing.
to the eternal sky, and the ways of the ancestors give him strength.
Now I got more sheep. I believe there's enough in the world for everyone to have food, shelter, and safety. I believe it's achievable. Not only is it achievable, like theoretically, it's factually achievable, literally,
Atlantic coast of the United
because
States.
literally we produce enough
Now,
food
I want you to try
for
something.
10 billion people on Earth.
Draw 3 straight lines between Miami, Bermuda, and San Juan, Puerto Rico. Seems harmless enough, right? But
In case
what if I
anybody
told
was
you
wondering.
that this area, which is
I
about
also
the
believe
size
once
of
we
Alaska,
can solve the energy problem,
has been
it'll be
the
a big
site
step
of over
toward this.
50 ship disappearances in just the past century. It's also been the site of at least
that's
1,000 fatalities during
My
that stretch.
friend.
Even those who've managed to survive have reported many strange anomalies here. The triangle's
Alright, we'll
countless
save the
tragic
horse so we
deaths
can kinda
remain
overflow
unsolved
our,
mysteries because experts today
resources
still can't
here.
agree on the cause. Is it possible that a strange and deadly power
capitalism.
truly lies within these 3
Now,
boundaries?
capitalism's the best thing that's
There's
ever
only
done
one way to
happened there,
find
little
out.
lady.
We have to enter the triangle.
Don't you try and get in there with my... Are you trying to piss me off?
Philippe Max Rouja is the custodian of historic wrecks for the island of Bermuda.
I want
And he
you to
thinks
build
he's
the
found
the
one
thing.
of the key
I want
causes
you to go
of
get
all of this
these
area's
goats.
destruction.
It's hard to believe on a day as calm as this that this is one of the most treacherous
my
places
God.
on Earth.
He manages the sites of over 300 shipwrecks
Probably
around
don't
the
need
island.
to do too much here.
Shipwreck here, shipwreck there, shipwreck there.
According to Philippe, this area
just
has been causing
generating gold
problems
at
for
this point?
sailors since the
Hell
very
yeah.
first ships passed nearby.
But Bermuda was put on
Then
charts,
let's
not
go
as a
ahead
country that
and-
anyone wanted to move to or migrate to, but literally as a place of warning to mariners. This is a place you want to be very careful about, a place you want to stay away from. And it's that,
Where are all
that
these horses
particular
coming from?
navigational
Oh, yeah.
hazard, which I think tees up the whole mystery and the mythos of the Bermuda Triangle.
It's also the reason people live on Bermuda in the first place.
Bermuda is a nation founded on shipwrecks. The first settlers here arrived by shipwreck in 1609. Our national flag has a shipwreck smashed up against the
Ooh.
rocks
Oh,
on the
so
flag.
he
So
went to
notes
the
real
Tatars,
deep
and I
importance
was
and
already
connection we
enemies
have
with
to
them, so that worked out.
There can only be one sun in the sky. Give me
If anyone understands the destructive
Are
power
you
of the Bermuda
serious?
Triangle, it's Philippe,
I don't even notice when these
who's been
horses
studying
come
these wrecks
around,
for over
and they just
15 years.
immediately kill them.
Drive his enemies before him and conquer
Today,
step once
he's
and
tracking a relatively new theory. A unique underwater phenomenon that may have been sinking ships here for centuries.
This is actually a really exciting thing to run into today. We've actually
Where
come
are my
across
villagers?
a large swath of sargassum, which is a holopelagic algae that grows in the open ocean. In the historical narratives, there's actually stories of ships finding themselves stuck in these large
I
mats
was about
and
to
becalmed
lose
for days
my
and weeks
mind.
at a time.
Sailors began sharing stories of an impenetrable region of the Atlantic where many ships were lost. They called it the Sargasso Sea. Here, Thick sargassum mats can stretch for miles beneath the water, making this one of the most dangerous parts of the Bermuda Triangle.
There are written accounts of ships getting stuck inside huge beds, way bigger than this. Just imagine this thing covers a square kilometer or two. Much thicker and denser, and how hard that would be to navigate your way out of.
And getting stuck isn't the only problem caused by the sargassum. Once a ship gets trapped inside,
now we're in the Imperial Age?
Something even more dangerous can occur.
As it groups together, it starts to rot, and the smell that comes off it is actually really toxic. There's a whole storyline that feeds into this.
Well, yeah. Of course,
in the last 5 years, they've had a massive influx of a similar kind of algae in the southern Caribbean. Unbelievable growth spurts of sargassum. It's appearing in such absolute massive quantities that it's occluding entire bays, poisoning beaches, because the gas that comes off it when it rots is actually quite noxious. Suddenly you can imagine ships would literally come to a stop in the algae in a mat that's so thick and heavy that they'd be stuck there for days, left without movement and unable to push their way through. If those odors would get onto a ship, it could actually drive guys mad.
Is it possible that this strange growth of plant life has been poisoning mariners and sinking vessels for hundreds of years?
Okay, so we got more.
$10 can help fund powerful ads to reach undecided voters nationwide. $10 can help open field offices in key battleground states, the ones that we need to win in November. $10 can help hire
organizers. Oh my God, stop with the
there is
ads
strong
for
evidence
fuck's
nearby,
sake.
Where Philippe has cataloged not one, but 3 sunken vessels clustered together.
Where else in the world would you see shipwrecks from all these different eras finding themselves in the same spot? Really, there is no logical reason for them to all be there.
Each of the 3 wrecks is quite different from the others.
The Tatars already died? What the hell?
And yet, they all met the same fate right here, decades apart.
See, now I'm afraid to leave my base.
This is the Montana Civil War blockade runner, sunk in 1863. As you come around the back of the stern boiler, you then turn down and you're literally then confronted by one of the paddle wheels that's lying on its side.
The Montana's side wheel steam propulsion was the height of Civil War era technology. But it would have been particularly susceptible to getting tangled in the Bermuda Triangle's sargassum. And as you can see, the Montana isn't alone.
The really interesting part is that as you're going across the center of that ship, you're actually starting to see all the cargo that came from the ship that sank in 1943, the Constellation.
Sunk directly on top of the Montana,
could straight up make
the
head on the air,
Constellation
but
was a luxurious cargo ship, stocked to the gills with high-end
going
goods
Hussar would
bound
be
for Venezuela.
much better.
And it had everything on it. Cement, billiard tables, glass plate for windows.
But of course, that cargo never reached its destination. Neither did that of the Lardington, the area's 3rd shipwreck, which sank en route to Russia in 1879.
Well, I think we're going to be able to defeat the Tatars now.
Every shipwreck is a mystery until you know its story. And with so many shipwrecks around Bermuda, there's a bunch that we obviously can't explain.
Is this hidden growth of algae
Got you before you
the
could get my
explanation?
clip clops, you jackass.
Could the centuries-old mystery of the Bermuda Triangle really be that simple? As we're about to find out, the truth may actually be far more complicated. Because whatever's happening here in the Bermuda Triangle, it's not just on the water. What is it about the Bermuda Triangle?
Are you serious?
That has caused the loss of hundreds of ships. Shipwreck
God, I fucking
custodian
hate
Philippe
you
Rouja
assholes.
has
Leave
theorized
my
that
horses
massive
alone.
underwater beds of sargassum
They
may
literally
be
did
behind
nothing to
some
you.
of the destruction.
These horses, though, they're gonna
But the
do a whole
truth
lot of
is,
shit to you.
This question could have multiple answers.
Wow.
Because plant life alone can't explain the
Fuck
sheer
you.
volume of sunken vessels here.
When we say there are 300 shipwrecks around Bermuda, those are the ones that there's evidence of some kind. But you know, there's a whole pile of shipwrecks that clearly sank in the deep, and those are another mystery unto themselves. We have shipwrecks from every nationality that traversed the Atlantic over 3-4 centuries. And so we're surrounded by a lot of riddles.
In fact,
Everyone
two of the
should be
triangle's
given
greatest
IDs
riddles
free of charge. Like,
took
why make
place
people
over
pay?
600
Because of
miles
taxes.
away from the Sargasso
It's
Sea.
how we fund the roads. Come on now. Leave Sam's horses. Yeah,
the
seriously.
USS Cyclops, a World
Leave
War
the
I
Clip-Clops
ship,
alone. They did
vanished in the
nothing to
triangle
you.
without a
All
trace,
they did is this. Where's
taking
some,
306
do I even have
crew
anything that can
members and
make the sound?
passengers along
Just,
with it.
all they were doing was this.
No remains have been found to this day.
And they're over there killing them.
It was the largest non-combat related
assholes.
loss of life in U.S. naval history. And it led some to suggest that there could be supernatural forces at work in the Bermuda Triangle. Especially when combined with this story from 30 years before. In 1881, a ship called the Ellen Austin was on a voyage through the same area of the triangle when it crossed paths with another vessel. Strangely, this other ship was completely empty, with not a single soul on board. Some of the Ellen Austin's crew transferred to the
Or a
abandoned ghost
program
ship
where people
to
can
sail
donate
to
to cover
safety.
ID expenses. That would really scare the GOP.
The two ships were separated
Listen,
by a large
I have
storm.
free voter registration,
When the
housing,
Ellen Austin finally caught
wages,
up, the
labor
ghost ship
rights,
was once
healthcare,
again
education. I'm the GOP's
All
worst
the crew
nightmare.
members had vanished.
All right.
And we say, you know, is it the
There's
supernatural?
probably more horses
You know,
that
there
are going to get
supernatural phenomena
sacrificed
occurring in Bermuda?
because
And
I
would say,
can't catch
yeah,
them before they.
Bermuda's a
Like, 'cause it's
supernatural
on
place.
site.
We
They
sent you to
murder them
America,
on site.
so you could be our moon.
And it's not
There's
okay.
treachery within our ranks.
It's literally not okay.
Maybe there is no
Look,
spy.
they're right there.
Only the spy
And-
says there's no spy.
See, look, it's on site. It is on site. How am I supposed to protect them? Whoever designed this map is literally violating animal rights. This is animal cruelty at its finest. Bruh, die.
Eyes on the battle, not your screen, Commander.
I was thinking we could use some backup.
Freaking killing my horses. Are you serious? Well, everybody's dead.
Steal your pride, Wolf. The fish girl.
Damn, what's these ads?
Others
Sorry.
believe the answer is more scientific.
One of the theories is this notion of rogue waves. These waves that sort of get into a rhythm of a sort and can create a wave that
Let's
literally
see what
throws
this
itself much higher than normal,
yurt gives.
appearing out of nowhere and creating very difficult situations.
Reputation rises above that of the other cars in the state.
You also have theory of the methyl hydrates, so the bubbles coming up
all
and
of this
creating
stuff is
essentially
now
a
mine?
hole in the oceans ships would fall into. Certainly you would expect an area that has all these different forces
Terraids were
coming
devastated
together
by
to have a
Temujin's
higher
horde.
degree of risk.
The few
You know, and
survivors
navigating
were
those
dispersed
risks
throughout the
is a
steppe,
greater challenge
joining the
here
various
than it might
tribes
be
paying
elsewhere.
homage to the great Khan. Tolu,
Each of these science-based
Temujin's
theories
youngest,
seems plausible enough on its own.
Yeah, but
But algae
aliens
mats,
clearly
rogue
make
waves,
more
and
sense.
even ghost ships
Clearly.
still can't solve the entire mystery. Because whatever might be happening in the Bermuda Triangle goes way beyond the water.
Now we're going to go to a place that isn't actually a
Heavy
shipwreck.
cav
It's actually
archers,
the wreck
let's
of an
go!
airplane. You know, the Bermuda Triangle isn't just about shipwrecks.
And
it's
the
also
horses
about,
are adorable.
You know, anomalies that influence not just ships, but aircraft and things like
Hold
that.
on. Because all they do is this. This is what they do.
The wreck of the KB Hayes bomber. It has this incredible juxtaposition of, you know, the height of sort of human
That's all they
technology
do.
and nature. You know, the reef is kind
Throw
of
me into the
taking
sea.
over
Why do you
these
want to be thrown into
aluminum
the
and
sea?
stainless steel engine parts.
You're a
parts of the
vampire,
plane.
not a siren.
And has a really interesting kind of contrast going on.
The story of this bomber, which went down in 1961, only adds to the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle. Clearly,
All right,
underwater
how are
plant
all my
life wasn't
boys?
responsible,
My
and neither
clip
was the
flops.
weather.
This plane, in fact, went down on a very clear day. They experienced engine trouble, but we don't have the answers to it all.
Well, it's a lot of planes. I think the most striking thing are the struts, like the
jeez.
landing gear and things like that. You know, it's a stark reminder that it didn't land.
It kind of is
All
a very
right, so that means we're gonna probably
kind of
be able to
emotionally
take on
jarring wreck because it's something we can
couple
all
of
relate
these
to.
at a
These are
time.
airplanes. These are things that are really not supposed to be underwater. And seeing elements of a plane underwater
All right,
has a
so
completely
we'll
different
just go
feeling
ahead
about
and
it.
knock that out.
But the question remains, what could be behind this tragic accident?
I don't get to do anything with that.
Whatever the cause may be, for Philippe and many other citizens of Bermuda, they are confident that
get the
something
monks. Get the
unexplainable
monks.
is happening
Yeah.
here.
People have a lot of different theories about the Bermuda Triangle. People love this mystique. There is an attraction to the unexplainable. You know, there's no question that there's something really special about the Bermuda Triangle. And, you know, I'm sure as we move forward, we're going to find lots of other explanations for things that have happened. But having a good mystery out there is actually pretty
Having
cool.
a good mystery. Aliens!
Thanks to researchers like Philippe, we're finding more and more of the Bermuda Triangle's ship and airplane wrecks, which will hopefully provide new leads on the
Right, so we
cause
got
of
the
the
gold.
area's dangers. But there are many vessels that are
We'll just
still
heal up
unaccounted
real
for,
quick.
including what might be the
Get our
Triangle's
Parthian
most
tactics.
mysterious loss of all.
Anything else?
6
Yep.
airplanes all vanished on the same day in an incident known as Flight 19.
Camel Rider, no.
On December 5th, 1945, just a few months after the end of World War II, 14 airmen boarded 5 planes in Florida
Hey, it's my
and
people.
flew off over the Atlantic.
Airman.
But soon after entering the Bermuda Triangle, the airmen became mysteriously disoriented.
Hold up, it's not a wooden stake? I've been lied to?
Despite their
Who was
high-level
trying to get me
skills
killed feeding me
and
wrong
some
information?
of the day's most
Big
technologically
black
advanced
vampire.
aircraft, all 5 planes and all 14 people were lost, gone,
All
without
right, so
a trace.
these horses are gonna die. These
But the
horses are
tragedy
certainly
doesn't
gonna
end
die.
there. In a
Because I'm not
bizarre
gonna be able to
twist,
save
a
them.
seaplane was sent out with 13 additional crew members on a rescue mission. Shockingly,
Because it's gonna be on
that plane
site.
disappeared as well, only 27 minutes into its voyage. What could have happened to these airplanes or the 1961 KB Hayes bomber? And is there any chance it relates to the area's shipwrecks?
Could the Bermuda Triangle's combination of hidden algae and rogue waves be the cause of the area's many shipwrecks? Perhaps. But that doesn't explain why airplanes continue to go missing as well.
Run free,
What is
Mustang!
it that's going on in the skies above this supposedly deadly stretch of ocean?
Nice. I was able to
Today,
save the
pilot
clip-flops.
and Bermuda Triangle enthusiast
That's
Jordy
what
Klein
matters.
hopes to fly in and find out.
I feel that the legends of the Bermuda Triangle have quite a bit of merit to them. And the reason I say that is because I've experienced it myself.
Oh, I've experienced it myself.
Jordy
The mysteries
grew up
of
in
the
Florida,
Bermuda.
close to the western border of the Bermuda Triangle, and he's been interested in the anomalies here for his entire life.
Whoa, friend. Ooh, we're gonna
My
hold
dad
off on that.
is
That's
also
the big
a pilot. I used to fly
We're
with him
definitely
before I
gonna
could
hold
even see over the dashboard. My dad was
Let's,
intrigued
take
by
out
the
that
weird things that would happen in the Bermuda Triangle. And I can remember us flying to the Bahama Islands and, you know, all over the Atlantic Ocean. And that's what sparked my interest in the Bermuda Triangle. I guess you can say I'm a second-generation Bermuda Triangle survivor.
Following in his father's footsteps, Jordy began flying through the triangle on his own as soon as he got his pilot's license at age 17.
I've flown in the Bermuda Triangle hundreds of times. And I've had countless strange experiences. I've flown on crystal clear days where bad weather has came out of nowhere. I've had my compass go haywire. I've had my altimeter become erratic. And I've even experienced magnetic fog.
Many pilots have described magnetic fog in the Bermuda Triangle, comparing it to a cloud that wraps itself around an airplane and follows it, obscuring all visibility.
Find your rhythm with TD Clear, a whole new take on credit, with no interest and a simple monthly fee, so you always know what to expect.
Leave them alone. I will end your miserable existence. Leave my horses alone.
Do what your organization needs PKI to do. Prevent outages, manage risk, and enforce policy. That's digital trust for the real world.
He has got nothing on me and my horses.
So the big difference between flying through a magnetic fog bank and a regular fog bank is, with the magnetic fog bank, is that when you fly into it, you cannot rely on your vision nor your instruments. So given those two scenarios, there's countless numbers of bad things that could happen. It's very disorienting. Aside from the
I'm a huge
aircraft
aviation
instrument,
nerd.
I've turned my head quickly.
So many breaded foods I die without. That's
almost
fair.
like my internal compass
Now that's
is also
something.
affected
When
by the
is
magnetic
president, we
fog.
will finally have a cure for celiac.
Could magnetic fog be at the root of the triangle's
damn.
many plane
Why
crashes?
does everybody gotta make things so
including the
serious about people
disappearance
dying?
of Flight 19.
This is supposed to be a
Jordy
happy stream.
believes it's a definite possibility.
It's one thing to be lost in a car where you can pull over and look for directions, but if your only navigational source is the compass
can I
and
make-
it starts acting erratically,
I cannot.
You could be in trouble.
To further test his theory, today
Well, you know what would
Jordy
be
is
better
taking a
if we
flight
just went
into the
over here.
Bermuda Triangle with our camera crew, using only his compass for navigation.
Where are my
We're going
mega
off
die?
the coast of Florida, where I've had most of my experiences with the Bermuda Triangle.
It's a dangerous proposition, but Jordy's plane does have a backup system in case things go wrong.
Today, we're going to go out in this 1949 aircraft, and it has pretty much the same instruments as it did 70 years ago. We're going to try to rely totally on those instruments today.
All right.
Right now we're headed out to the coast.
So
of the
this is
Atlantic,
pretty much
right to the heart of Bermuda Triangle.
where
This
the
area is just
end
a
here.
hotbed of aviation and
So
marine
we'll go ahead
wreckage.
and save. This
A
is the
buddy of mine lives in the
last
Bahamas,
hurrah.
and he was scuba diving and he
Actually, you know
found
what we
this
should do?
sunken plane that had crashed some years before. And
We should
when he
really go
went down
for the
and
whole
looked through
thing
the window, he saw the skeletons.
Just go all in
the
for the
pilot
big
and the
one.
co-pilot.
And then we'll clean up
the pilot
whatever's
had
left.
his feet against the windshield
With
as if
whatever's
trying
left,
to kick
I
it out.
guess.
The co-pilot had the magnetic compass as if he ripped it off of the dash, and he was holding it as if he was like just praying for it to work.
Jordy's plane is currently 2 miles from where that fatal incident took place.
Let's go.
If he can
Let's
recreate
go.
a magnetic anomaly in the air
Look
today,
at this fight.
he's confident this is where it will happen.
We got monks. We got
Right now, we're
step
flying
lancers.
right over
we
the
got
island of
hussars.
Bimini.
We got heavy
If you look on the
cavalry. We
western
got
shore here,
Megadai.
you'll
We
see
got
these
Kushlook.
strange abnormalities in the water.
Oh my goodness.
There's this really weird reef.
Oh my
it doesn't look like
goodness.
any
And we
other
got
reef
our
on Earth.
horses.
It,
And they're
to me,
alive.
looks man-made.
And it's even more strange underwater than it is flying
Nailed
over
it. Absolutely
Jordy
stellar
and many other
performance,
local
guys.
pilots believe
Let's
that the
go.
reef, known as Bimini Road,
We're gonna
contains
take
a
out the monk.
pyramid-shaped
Ugh.
underwater formation that could somehow be
Ooh,
impacting
are
the
they going to trickle
navigation of
units in here?
planes and boats
Oh,
in the
they're going to
area.
try.
The question is,
A lot of the strange occurrences happen around this reef. So whatever's going on down there, to me, that's just one of the biggest pieces of evidence
now,
that supports
the
the
coup de
mystery
grace.
of the Bermuda Triangle. Look at that. Look at the compass.
We'll let you go ahead and do some.
This fog came out of nowhere.
Just Crushing it.
My compass is going crazy.
Crushing it.
Getting bounced around.
It's the golden
Can't
hole.
see anything outside.
Well, the orange horde, but still.
Hang on. Oh.
Nice.
Your donation will help
Look at all
us.
them horses.
Your donation will help us to open more field offices.
Oh.
To get more
Ooh,
organizers
that was all
on
they
the
had.
ground. It will help us to defeat Donald Trump again this November. So let's get to work. Thank you, and please take care.
And that would be that, as they say. More Mangada. They're not going to nearly make it there
It's
fast
time
enough.
to Fidiumize your life and kiss buffering goodbye. Stream movies and shows without cable and listen
And
to
then,
music without
they're
interruption.
defeated, yeah?
Order Fidium Fiber Internet and Fidiumize your streaming
Bring
life
Temujin
today.
to the Great
would escape
Ten.
the Great Khan's grasp and would find a powerful
One of these
ally
is
to
Temujin.
challenge Temujin, but that is a story for another time.
Whoa!
Temujin's conquest of Mongolia came with much.
For centuries, the area known as the Bermuda Triangle has seen more than its fair share of sea and air disasters. But what could be causing these incidents? Today, pilot Jordy Klein has flown directly into the triangle to find out.
Getting bounced around.
So, we can win.
Hold on.
Why can't you
This
peacefully
fog
solve your
came out of
differences with the
nowhere.
horse killers? Because
This
they
is what I'm talking
killed
about here. Look at this.
my
compass
clip
is going
clops.
crazy, and
They
now we're
killed
in
them.
turbulence.
Innocent
Very
animals whose only crime was doing this.
If I was a pilot relying only on this magnetic compass, I'd be freaking out right now. 'Cause
They
I would
went
have
after
no
my
idea
children.
what direction we're flying.
So I will sow the seeds of the earth
I can
with
rely on
their
my GPS
children
to fly us
and
out of
their
it.
children's children and their children's children for generations to come, so they will remember my name and to never mess with my horses ever again.
If I wasn't an experienced pilot, I might not be so calm right now.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and say we
With that
won,
compass spinning, I would have been very
because
concerned
I think I
without
got the achievement
GPS.
for that particular mission.
Jordy believes this magnetic interference
Temujin.
could easily be responsible for the Bermuda Triangle's abnormally high death toll.
In the old days, when all you had to guide you was compass, and
I think I
sight,
got one.
you
So
can
we're gonna go
imagine
ahead.
One mistake
We
could have
could
been
try.
catastrophic.
I mean, do you guys want to try taking out
But that's what
like
it
a
was like
biblical
50
curse?
years ago.
You bet your ass it
Many
is.
people never
They
make
went
it
after
out.
my horses. I will go after their generations,
every
their
successful flight he
sons,
makes through
their
the
daughters,
triangle,
their pets,
Jordy
their
considers himself
families,
lucky.
the land that they grew up on, the
I
air
fly
that they
all over the
breathe,
world, but the Bermuda
the
Triangle
atoms within
is
their
the only
bodies,
place I
and their
know
very
that all
souls,
of
and
these
I will
weird things
sunder
happen.
them
And
for
yet,
the crimes they
Jordy
committed against
continues
my
to
horses.
fly here, committed to understanding more about what's going on.
Don't mess with
and
my
warning
horses.
others about the potential dangers.
With today's technology, things are much safer in the
Bibis.
Bermuda Triangle. But weird things still happen there. And if you're not prepared for it, you can still get yourself into trouble.
That's why I am better than all of the other candidates.
Jordy's experiment
I
suggests
stand up
that
for what
there
I
may
believe
indeed
in.
be a magnetic anomaly
To
at work in the Bermuda
greater or
Triangle.
lesser degree.
We've also heard theories ranging from deadly gas leaks to unusual plant life to rogue
I'm
waves
kind of curious
that
if
can
we're actually
appear
going to
out
be
of
able to
nowhere.
defeat
Is there a chance that all of these could somehow be connected?
China here without any siege.
Perhaps we should look into the accounts of one of the
They
very
got walls,
first explorers to ever sail into the Bermuda Triangle.
Like that, no
A
problem.
kingdom called Shisha.
When Columbus
Originally
entered this part of the
nomads from the
Atlantic
foothills,
during his
they have
famous
appropriated the ways of
1492
their
Oh, yeah,
voyage,
probably.
he reported erratic compass readings, the likes of which he'd never seen before. It's even more
So are we
evidence that the
allies?
triangle's powers
We are.
could be magnetic
All I
in
have to do is
origin.
walk in here.
But
Done.
Columbus spotted something else as well.
Oh, it's locked.
He described strange
Rude.
lights and flames crashing across the surface of the ocean.
All right. Well,
What should we make of
this isn't going to
Columbus's
go well
account?
for you guys.
Is there some type of phenomenon that combines fire and magnetism? And could it be behind all the unusual activity here in the Bermuda Triangle? As we're about to find out, the answer to that question may be hiding right under our noses.
That was
The
pretty
Bermuda
rough.
Triangle has been feared as one of the ocean's deadliest areas for generations. The question is, what could be going on in this storied
maybe you
region
guys
of
need a
the
little
Atlantic
hint
Ocean? So far, we've witnessed unusual plant growth, weather anomalies, flames across the water, and issues of magnetism.
Look at the compass. Whoa!
But we have yet to
Are you guys
identify
gonna
the
let me in?
source of these
Let me in.
dangerous phenomena. Fortunately, we may be on the verge of a breakthrough, because deep-sea
So what do we
mineral
have to do
prospector
here
Nick
to defeat
Hutchins
them? Do we just have
has
to
spent
destroy
years
this
researching Bermuda's geology, and he thinks he might have found the cause
I bet that's all
of
we have to
all
do.
of the triangle's destructive power.
I was born in
4,800
Bermuda, so I
arrow
grew up
shots
curious what inspired a story like the Bermuda Triangle. So, on our way to Whalebone Bay, where we can see some of the earliest evidence of Bermuda's geological formations.
Like many islands, Bermuda was created by a volcano that dates back millions of years. But according to Nick, Bermuda's volcano
My daughter has had me
was
watching
unlike
the
any
movie, so
other
it
on
is
Earth.
stuck in my head.
The interesting thing
Teenage
about
Mutant
Bermuda is that it has a very unusual lava. The most recent research says that it's actually unique. It hasn't been discovered anywhere else in the world.
Nick has spent years studying the composition of this lava, trying to determine the source of its unusual properties.
When I started to look more closely, I started to learn that it's been extremely enriched in minerals, including titanium dioxide and iron oxide, which have combined to make a mineral called magnetite. Magnetite is the most magnetic, naturally occurring mineral on Earth.
We do.
Where Bermuda's
Can you
volcanic
build that
rock
there?
is 18 to 20% magnetite, most soils only contain between 1 and 5%, so that's a big difference. You have more concentrated magnetite, you have more magnetism.
Volcanoes typically spew lava from the very top of the Earth's mantle, an average
Well,
of
this
20
would have
miles
definitely
below
taken
the
a lot
surface.
longer.
The ruins of the town. Temujin's
The new
Mongols
study claims
unlocked-
that when
we got
Bermuda was
chemistry.
formed, a unique disturbance caused magma to bubble up from much farther down. 400 miles down, in fact. And according to Nick, the result is that Bermuda contains more magnetite than any known island on the planet.
An estimated volume of over 400 billion tons.
That's a lot. My mission
Now,
is
over
accomplished.
time,
Now
that
I'm going to go
eroded
eat
away.
cherry fudge ice cream
The
and watch
slopes of the
anime.
volcano
Hey,
are the sides of
you
the
have the same
volcano and
late
washed
night
into the
plan
sea.
that I do.
And all
Anime
of the
and then
magnetite
bedtime.
that was in that volcanic rock is now deposited up to 120 miles in all directions around Bermuda.
Oh shit! Heavy cav archers are
So
a tad bit
even
stronger
though
than
Bermuda is
Negadak.
just a tiny dot on the map,
Wow.
it's a very small island. It is essentially one giant magnet.
Volcanic activity and highly magnetic rock. It sounds a lot like what Christopher Columbus reported on his first trip through the Triangle. And studies have shown that a large magnetic field can enhance the growth patterns of certain plants, like sargassum. Could the magnetite be the source of all the mysterious weather and navigational anomalies
Oh, man.
experienced by travelers
I mean,
for
I
centuries
guess
in the
defeating
Bermuda
purple wasn't
Triangle?
going to be so hard after all.
According to Nick, the answer is yes.
What we have here is a really good example
guess
of
we'll
the
just build
magnetite
Chevalier.
that's exposed in the limestone. You can see it right through here and down there, and if you look carefully, you can see a really good example of it layered in the rocks. If we move this compass over even the small amount of rock, it'll affect it. And you can see, as soon as this compass comes over the rock, it'll change magnetic north by several degrees. What we're seeing here is just the tip of the iceberg, because Bermuda is surrounded by this kind of rock.
Nick's calculations suggest the magnetite surrounding Bermuda is at least 500 feet thick.
So I think this massive deposit of magnetite, it can cause strange anomalies to boats and planes that are coming through the area. You pass a compass over even a small piece of magnetite, it can cause a blip. You can only imagine what 400 billion tons would do to a passing plane or ship. One can easily imagine an ancient mariner when all of a sudden his one most important tool that's helping him get back home would start to do
I like how all of my
weird
units are just
stuff.
doing these roundabout
We even
circles.
find this warning about magnetic anomalies in the Bermuda area on maps and Admiralty charts. And of course, Bermuda's at the apex of the Bermuda Triangle.
If Nick's theory is correct, all of the anomalies within the Bermuda Triangle and all of its heightened danger could come down to a question of magnetism. If that magnetic relationship is indeed the culprit, it sets up one more compelling mystery. In 1980, a 400-foot auxiliary ship sank off the coast of Daytona Beach here, in a location 250 miles north of Miami. In 1991, a commuter flight crashed on the east coast of Georgia, here. And in 2018, a Piper PA-31 aircraft took off from South Carolina, headed for the Bahamas. 100 miles off the coast, in this location, the pilot made an emergency request to divert the plane. Afterwards, it was never seen or heard from again.
What do I have
These
to
wrecks
do
and
to
others
get
like
them to
them
capitulate
did
here?
not take place within
Buddy,
the
it's
Bermuda
over.
Triangle.
You don't have villagers.
Instead, as you can see, they
You
form
don't have
a path
army.
that leads over 1,000 miles to the northwest.
The defeat
But
of
a
the
new
Shisha
theory
on their
is
frontier
emerging,
was total.
which could not only
It would
explain
There we
this
go.
path,
and tribute
but
to
also
the
have
great
major implications for the future.
8,000
The question
gold.
is,
Let's go.
What if the Bermuda Triangle as we know it is on the move?
All right. We did it. We succeeded. We avenged our horses. We avenged our fallen brothers. We avenged the great Khan.
tribes and assuming the mantle of great Khan, the man who had spent his youth in poverty.
Speaking of apps.
The mystery of the Bermuda Triangle may finally be close to being solved. Experts have theorized that the area's high concentration of magnetite could be causing interference with the Earth's magnetic field, leading to weather anomalies, dangerous algae growth, and problems with navigation. If that's the case, then the issue lies much deeper than the ocean floor. It lies at the very core of our planet.
Temujin,
And according to geophysics professor Dr. Justin Revenaugh, a potentially catastrophic magnetic shift is happening there, right now.
What a legend.
My interest in the Earth's
Legendary,
magnetic field began when
I
I
would
was in
say.
college. Because of a big solar storm, the
All of
northern
that
lights
tribute,
moved
though.
further down from the poles than usual. And I thought it was amazing, and as a result, I've kept tabs on the magnetic field through the rest of my life.
Red would
What
have
it's
actually
doing
been
right
easier
now
to take
is
out.
unusual.
Ooh, except for that
What it's
castle.
doing is moving,
That castle.
and it might be taking the Bermuda Triangle right along
that
with it.
castle. That castle
So
would
here
have
we're
been
looking down on
rough.
the north pole of the planet.
Everything else
Geographic
would have
north
fallen
lies
like
right there.
grains of sand.
And shown in the colored dots are the position
But
of
that
magnetic
castle,
north over time. We start down here in
that,
1900, moving steadily northward slowly.
Ooh, that would have been rough.
Until about 1990. at
Good
which
thing we
point
didn't do that.
It started moving much more quickly. At the present day, it's moving at a rate of 35
All right,
miles
it's
per year
8:30.
to the north and west.
We got ourselves some aliens. We played some Age of Empires. Everybody's, winding down for the night. I think we should too. I think we did really good today. We got a lot of topics covered. We got aliens. We got Age of Empires. We avenged our Clip-Clop brethren. And we cursed the souls and generations of their slayers. So I think for tomorrow, we'll keep up this pace. I think this was a good pace. I think we had We had good rhythm with information, with content, with talking about the issues, addressing them, and then segueing into the game. And this time I ended up picking campaign challenges that weren't tilting, so that's always nice too, right? So on that note, everybody, thank you again for coming. For you guys who joined today as new followers, thank you for joining. Oshun, thank you for subscribing them. Spread the word. That's all I can say. This channel will only grow as big and as powerful as you make it. And as big and powerful as it can be is as big and powerful as we, the people, can become. So, on that note, take care, everybody. See you next time.